This is Audible.
Audible Studios presents Juked, Book 1 in the Texas Mutiny series. Written by M.E. Carter. Performed by Joe Arden and Simone Lewis.
Chapter 1. Quincy. This can't be happening, I think, as I run through the hospital parking lot. Not my baby sister, not Sarah. I race through the sliding doors and up to the counter, interrupting someone talking to the nurse at the check-in desk. I'm looking for my sister, Sarah. Sarah Watson. Someone called me and said she'd been in an accident. I'm her sister, Quincy. I can feel how wide my eyes are and how rapidly I'm breathing, but I can't calm down. I haven't spoken to Sarah in 7 months. 7 months since we'd gotten in a fight about her dropping out of college. She'd wanted to take some classes and get a job as an administrative assistant. I told her she was crazy to throw away the college education Dad had wanted her to have and all of the credits she had already earned. She was only 20 then, so I tried to strong-arm her. I used guilt. Dad had left that money to her in his will for her to get a college degree, not go to some vocational program. She had plenty of time to get into the workforce later. I'd hung up on her as I raced out the door that day. In typical Watson woman fashion, neither one of us bothered to call the other one back. Now here I am, frantically trying to get to her after a major accident on I-10. "Excuse me just a minute," the nurse says to the person I had shoved out of the way. Turning to me with kind eyes and a calming voice, she says, "Take a deep breath, and I'll help you find her. Who called you?" I don't know his name," I say, trying hard to think, but not able to get my brain to stop spinning. "He was a police officer. He said she was in an accident and was being brought here." "When was this?" "Just a few minutes ago." I look down at my phone. "Oh, I guess it was a little over an hour ago." She smiles at me. "Okay. What is her name again? And can you describe her?" I spend the next couple of minutes answering questions about Sarah while the nurse types the information into her computer. 5 foot 4 inches tall, dirty blonde hair, blue eyes, 20 years old. "Are you her next of kin?" I nod with tears in my eyes. "Our dad died a few years ago. I'm all she has left." She smiles at me with the same look of pity I've seen a million times at having lost Dad. Usually it irritates me, but not right now. Right now I need to know Sarah is all right. "Miss Watson, I'm going to take you to a family waiting room and let the treating physician know you're here." I nod silently and follow her to a little room around the corner of the main waiting room. It looks dirty compared to the sterile white everywhere else. Beige chairs, beige walls, beige Berber carpet that should have been replaced years ago, worn from where worried people have paced. "I'll let the doctor know you're here," she says, and closes the door behind her. I sit and wait. Maybe it's a few seconds, maybe it's a few hours, I'm not sure. When you're waiting to find out the fate of your only loved one, time seems to break all its own rules. A sharp knock at the door breaks my train of thought, or my lack of train of thought. I'm not sure which it is, actually. The doctor walks in, and I stand. At least I'm assuming he's the doctor, since he's wearing blue scrubs. He's tall, blonde, your stereotypical frat boy turned medical professional. He introduces himself as Dr. Ballard and gets right down to business. "Your sister was in a massive car accident. I don't know what happened. You'll have to ask the police for details. But she suffered severe trauma. Her skull was fractured, and she had substantial internal injuries. The EMTs on the scene administered CPR and were able to keep her alive until she got here and we took over. I suck in a breath and my heart drops. I know where this is going, and there's nothing I can do to stop it. I thought waiting to find out what happened was bad, but I changed my mind. I'd rather wait. I can wait. Please just leave, and I'll wait. He continues. She was given 3 transfusions to replace the blood she lost, and we attempted to stabilize her enough to get her to surgery. Unfortunately, her injuries were so severe there was nothing we could do. I'm sorry, Miss Watson. She didn't make it. I collapse into the chair, stifling a scream with my hand. The tears streak down my face uncontrollably. My sister, my baby sister, the only family I have left is dead. And the last thing I said to her was that she was being stupid and careless. The guilt eats away at me as I try to process what the doctor has said. Sarah is gone. My beautiful, bright-eyed baby sister, whose dream was to travel and immerse herself in cultures around the world, is gone. He clears his throat, and only then do I realize the doctor is still in the room. The good news is your nephew is perfectly fine. He has a few bruises from the car seat straps, but otherwise, you can take him home tonight. Wait, what? I don't have a nephew, I say, certain he's got me mixed up with someone else. Could that mean he has Sarah mixed up with someone else? Is it possible she's still alive? Hope flares in my chest until he speaks again, cocking his head at me. Are you sure? Her purse was retrieved at the scene. His birth certificate was inside. Sarah Watson is your sister, right? I nod, growing more confused by the minute. I take it you didn't know she had a baby? I shake my head. We haven't spoken in over 7 months. We had a fight, I murmur. Ah, he says with understanding. Well then, I guess congratulations are in order. His name is Chance Michael Watson, and he's a little over 2 months old. I stare at him blankly. My mind is spinning. Sarah has a 2-month-old son? That means she would have been about 4 months pregnant when I last talked to her. Why didn't she tell me? Suddenly, the last conversation we ever had makes more sense. Sarah didn't want to drop out of school because she was flaking out. She'd been trying to do the right thing. She was pregnant and probably scared, and she was definitely too scared to tell me. Too scared to tell me because when Mom up and left when she was 7, I had taken over as the mother of the house. She was too scared to tell me because she knew I would have passed judgment and told her how disappointed I was in her. So she had a baby without me. A knock startles me out of my thoughts. The door opens, and a gray-haired woman walks in carrying a tiny bundle in a blanket. She catches my eyes and smiles at me. "Hello, Miss Watson," she says, walking toward me while swaying back and forth. "I'm so glad you were able to get here so quickly. Baby Chance is finally asleep, but I know he'll be more comfortable once he's with a familiar person." I don't bother to correct her. Regardless of how I found out, this is still my nephew. She places the newborn in my arms. "I'm Victoria. I'm a social worker here at the hospital." My mind is still foggy from everything that has happened in the last 30 minutes, but I try desperately to focus on what she's telling me. "I'm sure Dr. Ballard has already told you. chance is just fine. I nod and stare down at the baby. He's so small. He looks like a tiny version of my dad, like a little old man baby. His eyes are closed tightly, and his mouth is scrunched up like he's trying really hard to sleep. People have always said they can see the resemblance between Sarah and me. I wonder if the baby will think I'm her. He might be a little fussy until those bruises heal, she continues, not realizing that this is the first time I'm meeting my nephew. I've put some Tylenol in his hospital bag. There are instructions on how much to give him and how often if he needs it. Try to use it sparingly. She's telling me all this like I'm going to be taking him with me. Do they think I'm taking the baby with me? Since his car seat has been in an accident, it isn't usable anymore. But we have a new one for you to take. We can have someone help you install it before you leave if you'd like. I finally register what she's saying. You're letting me take him home? She looks at me with a puzzled expression on her face. You are Quincy Watson, right? Yes. And you're her only living relative? I nod. You were listed on all her hospital paperwork at his birth as the next of kin and her emergency contact. I just assumed you would take custody of him. We've already started working on getting all the paperwork processed, and it should be done in the next hour or so. If you don't want to, there are other arrangements we can make, I suppose. No, I exclaimed suddenly. I'm sorry. I'm just a little overwhelmed by all this. I didn't even know I had a nephew until, well, right before you walked in. Oh, dear, she says with surprise. That does complicate things. But we're not just handing you a baby and sending you on your way. We're giving you a temporary custody called a kinship placement, so he doesn't go into foster care. A social worker will come out to your home in a couple of weeks to see how things are going, and we'll have to go in front of a judge to make custody permanent. It's how things go under unfortunate circumstances like these. I nod again. I feel like that's all I've been doing, nodding and staring off into space and feeling shell-shocked. My sister is dead, and now I have to raise her baby, a baby I just met. What am I going to do?
Chapter 2. Daniel. I hate shopping on Saturday nights, but being the lazy ass I am on my off days, I didn't bother stocking the fridge before leaving on our last road trip. So now I'm out of everything from deodorant to milk. At least it's after midnight. That means fewer people in the store and boxes everywhere as employees stock the shelves. Boxes equal hiding places from unruly soccer fans. Not that there are many in this town compared to, say, football fans, but soccer fans are insane. Really insane. Soccer is the only sport where fans bring drums and horns to the stadium and play them through the entire game. The craziness at FIFA speaks for itself. As a forward and the team captain, when I do get recognized on the street, I tend to get mauled, hence the need to hide behind boxes. Plus, I'm having some trouble with my corner shot, so I'm in a cranky-ass mood. God help the fan who tries to talk to me about it. As I'm grabbing a 30-pack of Ozarka water on sale, I hear a screaming baby. Who the hell would have a kid out this late? In the condom aisle, I grab my trusty brand. I usually go through a box when we're on the road. Yes, soccer fans are crazy, but the perks of the job are nice. I've been playing with the Texas Mutiny for 6 years now, almost since leaving college. I love it. Not only do I get to play the sport I love for a living, I do it in the great city of Houston. There's always something happening, from festivals to concerts. Sure, it gets hot in the summer. really hot, but it beats the hell out of blizzards in the winter. As I round the corner, I walk right past the baby aisle. That damn kid is still screaming. I glance over as I pass by, eyeing the person who would be dumb enough to bring their kid to Walmart after midnight. A tall blonde is staring at the different cans of formula, tears streaking down her face as she bounces the screaming baby up and down. Her hair is thrown up in some sort of messy bun, but she's dressed business casual. Something tells me she needs help. I just don't know what kind. I back up my shopping cart and amble toward the woman. "Are you okay?" I ask as I approach. "You look a little overwhelmed." She glances up and away quickly as she tries to hide the fact she's wiping her tears on the baby blanket while the kid keeps yelling. He can't be more than a couple months old, and I recognize that cry. He's hungry. Yes, no," she says, shaking her head, not seeming to be able to make up her mind. So I do what my mama always taught me to do. I offer to help. "Forget your money at home? I'm more than happy to buy you a can." "No," she says quickly, then bites her lip while she visibly tries to regroup. "I can afford it, I just don't know what kind he needs, and there are so many." Fresh tears slide down her cheeks. I take a closer look at her. She is carrying a purse, but no diaper bag, no bottle, no diapers. "What kind has he had before?" "I don't know. They didn't tell me." "Who didn't tell you?" I know I'm prying, but before I help her, I need to make sure I'm not getting involved in aiding a kidnapper or something. Houston is a big city. There are a lot of crazies out there. "The social worker at the hospital." I nod, feeling better about my involvement, but really curious as to what the story is now. "My sister, she was in a car accident and she..." She bites her lip and holds back more tears. "Anyway, this is my nephew, and I have to take him home, and I don't know what kind of formula he needs." A sob escapes her. I walk a short way down the aisle, take a quick look at the options, and snatch a bottle with a size 1 nipple, breaking it out of the package. Walking back to my cart for some water, I take a can of formula marketed for sensitive tummies. Opening the Ozarka, I make him a bottle. "What are you doing?" she asks, looking around, obviously afraid of getting caught. "I haven't paid for any of that." "But you're going to, right?" She nods. "You're at Walmart. No one cares. The security guard will make sure one of us pays for it on our way out." She watches me like she's trying to memorize how I'm doing it. The thing about babies is they don't know when they are about to get hungry, so when the hunger pangs hit, not only are they hungry, they get frantic. "May I?" I reach to take the baby from her. She eyes me for a minute, then hands him over to me. I situate him in the crook of my arm and rub his lip with the tip of the bottle. That stops his cries almost immediately. He opens his mouth wide, latches on, and sucks like his life depends on it, which I guess it kind of does. "How do you know you're giving him the right kind?" she asks. "It's mostly trial and error," I explain as I sway to music that isn't there. "Especially if you don't know if he has reflux or sensitivities. Since you weren't sure, I opted to start with one designed for upset tummies. He seems to like it okay." She looks at the shelves without saying a word, like she's thinking. I suspect it isn't just formula she knows nothing about. "What kind of diapers should I get?" I smile at her. Feeling good, I could put some of the random knowledge I've gained from having so many nieces and nephews to use. "For the most part, diapers are all the same until they're mobile. How much does he weigh?" She digs around in her purse. "I have the hospital discharge papers right here." She pulls them out and reads through them. "Okay, it says he's 11 pounds, 13 ounces. I would get size 2. He's still a little small for them, but my sister always says she'd rather have them in diapers too big than have a stack they grew out of. Says it's like staring at a pile of money she's not allowed to spend." "Okay. Do you mind if I put my stuff in your cart?" she asks sheepishly. "I promise I'm not asking you to pay for my stuff. I was trying so hard to figure out this formula thing, I forgot to get one on the way in." I smile at the baby, who is staring up at me, big blue eyes taking me in as he eats. "Sure. We'll sort it all out after you get what you need. She thanks me, and we spend the next several minutes walking up and down the few baby aisles in the store. She asks my opinion on several items she might need. By the time she's acquired all the basics, the baby has finished off a couple ounces and is ready to burp. So we sit down on a bench next to the closed pharmacy. "How many kids do you have, anyway?" she asks, shocking me. I guess I shouldn't have been surprised. I know more than most on the subject. "I don't have any kids," I say as I sit the baby on my lap, hold his chin and cheeks in one hand and patting his back with the other. I smile when I see his face. The expressions babies make in this position always cracks me up. She gets a confused look on her face. "Then how do you know so much about babies?" "I come from a pretty big family," I say with a chuckle. 3 sisters and 2 brothers. Plus, I've been helping raise my nieces and nephews since I was a kid. "How many do you have?" I look up at the ceiling as I try to remember everyone in order. Let's see. Erica has 4, Marlene has 2, Eduardo has 4, Blanca has 3, and Giovanni doesn't have any yet. So that's 13, I guess? Wow. She sounds sad. Must be nice. "What about you?" I ask, making conversation while we wait for little man to burp. "Do you just have a sister?" She takes a deep breath before answering. "She's my only sibling. My only family, actually, but she, didn't survive the car accident." I still, as I absorb what she's saying. Her chin wobbles a bit, and I can tell she's trying not to cry again. Suddenly her confusion and hysteria make more sense. She isn't only taking care of her nephew while her sister is in the hospital. She's inherited him permanently. Worrying about my corner shot doesn't seem nearly as important and life-altering anymore. "I'm so sorry. Wow, that sucks." She gives me a small, shaky smile. "Yeah, it does. So now it's just me and Chance here." She smiles at him when he lets out a giant burp. "Oh," she says with a giggle, "that was certainly a man-sized belch." "Boys definitely start young with that stuff. Wait until he's about 5. He'll figure out how to burp on demand. You'll love it." I hand the now sleeping baby back to her and stand up. "Now that he's content and you have everything you need, shall we check out?" We move toward the front of the store. "I guess it's time to get this guy tucked in for the night." "Huh," she says thoughtfully. "I just realized my days of making midnight ice cream runs are over." I laugh in agreement. "Seems that way." At the checkout line, I unload all the items on the conveyor belt and turn back to my cart. Looking down, I realize the only 2 items remaining are the giant pack of water and a box of condoms. I'm strangely embarrassed and suddenly glad the first impression I made was my knowledge of baby foods. "Thanks so much for your help. Daniel," I say. "My name's Daniel." I put out my hand. "It's nice to meet you, Daniel," she replies, putting her small hand in mine. "My name is Quincy." "Nice to meet you, too." We drop hands, and as I start to walk away, I turn. "Hey, Quincy." "Yeah," she says, bouncing the baby up and down again. "Trust your gut with him," I say, tipping my head to the kid. "There's no right or wrong answers. There are only the best answers you can provide in the moment. You are going to do great." She gives me a beaming smile, and I turn away, continuing with my overnight shopping adventure.
Chapter 3. Quincy. The air is cool and comfortable at the cemetery, but the breeze has a bite to it. That's really the only kind of cold we get in Houston. I'm not really feeling it, though. I'm already cold, more out of numbness than anything. I haven't cried at all today. In fact, the last time I cried was the night Sarah died, when I was at the store freaking out about what to feed Chance. Since then, it's like I've been on autopilot. Feed the baby, Call Sarah's employer, birth the baby, meet with the funeral home, change the baby, bury my sister. I stare at the casket in front of me. Sarah lies inside of it. I can't believe I'm burying my baby sister. Genevieve, my best friend and co-worker, sits next to me, holding the baby. She keeps trying to quiet his cries while the preacher drones on about the sanctity of life and the need to treat every day as if it's your last. The baby always cries, never stops. I wonder if he misses Sarah as much as I do. Can babies feel grief? Does he understand she's not here and she's not coming back? I notice there are only a handful of people here. How did that happen? Sarah was always so popular. People gravitated toward her. She was so bubbly and energetic and sweet as could be. How did she end up with less than a dozen people wanting to pay their last respects? Had her life really changed so drastically when she was pregnant? A funeral home representative turns a crank, and the casket lowers into the ground. And I still don't cry. I can't. I just feel numb. At the preacher's cue, I stand and smooth down the skirt of my black sheath. I pick up the rose sitting on the chair next to me, walk over to the hole in the ground, look down, and drop it on top of the casket. As it falls, scenes from Sarah's life flash before my eyes. The day Mom and Dad brought her home from the hospital and let me hold her for the first time. The Christmas we got matching American Girl dolls and swore they would be best friends forever. The one year we were in high school at the same time and went to every football game together. Holding each other's hand at Dad's funeral a few short years ago. I will never hold her hand again. That thought makes my eyes glassy, and a single tear slides down my cheek. The high-pitched sound of Chance's hunger cry snaps me out of my memories. I turn around, and Jenny hands them to me, then takes her own rose and drops it on top of mine. In the few short days since we've been together, it's clear Chance has decided my job is to meet his every need. He's right. It is my job. I'm just surprised he figured it out that quickly. I look down into his sweet eyes as I pop a bottle in his mouth. "It's you and me now, kid," I say quietly to him, choking down a sob that's threatening to erupt from my throat. "I know I'm not your mama, but I promise I'm going to do the best I can, and I will never let you forget how much your mama loved you, because she loved you so, so much." Jenny puts her arm around me and hugs us tight as the tears finally start to fall. I didn't even feel her sit back down. The last of the guests drop their roses as well, and the preacher says a prayer for peace and comfort. I pray God will listen to him, because I feel neither peaceful nor comfortable. The funeral is officially over, but Jenny and I remain in our seats. There's no reception to run off to. We might go out to lunch later, but I felt like the money would be better spent on finding a decent daycare than providing food for a bunch of people I don't know. Seeing how few actually showed up, I know I made the right decision. 3 or 4 people stopped to say their condolences, including her former college roommate and a girl she had administrative assistant classes with. She tells me Sarah hadn't finished her classes yet, but was planning to return for the new semester. She'd been 1 semester away from graduating and being certified. I recognize her best friend as she approaches. "Rachel!" I stand up to greet her and hug her as tightly as I can while holding the baby. "I'm so glad you came." She looks sad but numb. I recognize that look. It's the same way I feel. She glances at Chance and cups his small head. "So this is baby Chance," she says with a small smile. "He looks so much like your dad." I crinkle my brow. "You haven't met him before?" She sighs and pets the fuzzy hair on his head. "When she dropped out of school," she says quietly, "we didn't see each other as much as we used to." I cock my head. The two of them had practically been inseparable. How could they lose touch so quickly? As if Rachel can read my thoughts, she continues. "Sarah loved him so much from the beginning, truly." She looks up at me, as if she's willing me to understand the intensity she's trying to convey. As soon as she was through the first trimester of her pregnancy, she rearranged her entire life to take care of him, enrolled in vocational school so she could have a decent career as quickly as possible, got on some government assistance. She shot to the top of the list for everything and moved out of the dorm. It happened so fast, I didn't have time to settle into the new normal, and I guess... She clears her throat. "I guess I didn't make enough effort to check on her." "Did she..." I try to find the words. "You weren't there when he was born?" She shakes her head with tears in her eyes. "She texted me a picture the day he was born. I was in class when I got it and promised her I'd visit." A few tears leak down her cheeks as she whispers, "I never did." I understand the feeling of guilt all too well, and my heart breaks for her. None of us made the effort we should have. We were living our lives and doing our thing, so Sarah had her baby alone. Rachel, do you know who his dad is?" I ask, hoping she can give me some answers. There isn't a name on his birth certificate, and I can't figure out where to even start to find him. She sighs deeply. "The only thing I know is his name is Eric." "That's it? You never met him?" She shrugs. "The night she got pregnant, we had gone to a party at a friend of a friend's place. You know how it goes. News of a good party travels through the grapevine and everyone shows up." I nod, even though I really don't know. I never had the college experience, never went to parties. I was too busy trying to make ends meet after Dad died. "We partied pretty hard. There was so much booze. I honestly don't remember the whole night." She fidgets with her fingers. When Sarah woke up the next morning, she knew she had slept with Eric, but he was gone. A couple months later, when she found out she was pregnant, we thought about trying to find him, but where would we begin? We didn't even know where we partied since we rode with someone that night. I look at Chance as all this new information sinks in. He has no dad, no aunts and uncles, no grandparents. He's all alone. Like me. I steel my resolve as I take in his features again. My dad's brow line, his chin and eye color, Sarah's face shape, my mother's hands. The features of everyone I have lost, all put together in this tiny, precious little package. I'm hit again with the reality that I'm all he has left. I have to be his everything. His needs are more immediate and important than mine. It's one of the scariest thoughts I've ever had. "What are your plans now?" Jenny asks, popping a French fry in her mouth. Since neither of us had eaten before the service, we'd stopped by the local Culver's for some greasy fast food. I pick at my burger. I'm hungry, but can't quite find it in me to eat a whole lot yet. Sadness will do that to you. I have to find a daycare as soon as possible, one that's open on Saturdays too, since that's my biggest work day. Do you have any leads? She asks, stealing some of my fries. I slide the container in her direction. I don't want them anymore anyway. Angie texted me the name of her daycare yesterday, I say, wiping my greasy fingers on a napkin. They're open until late, which is great, but not on Saturdays, and I still don't know if they'll take a baby so young. I look over at him sleeping in his carrier right next to me in the booth. I have to get back to work, though. I've already missed enough days that money is going to be tight the rest of the month. Oh, honey, please don't worry about that, Jenny says. You know I'll help you out if you need it. I know. I feel the weight of it all on my shoulders. In a short amount of time, I'd lost my baby sister and ended up in charge of this tiny little one. Talk about a rapid life change. In my mind, I know I can do it, but my heart is having a hard time moving past the egg to get a plan in action. My sister's been looking for a way to save some Christmas money, Jenny says, breaking me from my pity party. Yeah? She has 2 kids of her own. Oh? You're not catching on to what I'm saying, are you? I giggle half-heartedly. No, not really. I'm sorry. Lost in my thoughts. I'm good now. What were you saying? Monica is looking for a way to supplement her income. I bet she'd love to watch Chance on Saturdays. I stopped chewing. Do you think she'd go for it? I mean, that would be great. She's such an amazing mom. Chance is still sleeping soundly. Thank goodness. It's nice having a break from the crying. Please, she says, waving her hand at me. As long as you don't mind the baby tagging along to their soccer games and whatever else, I think it could be kind of perfect. Yeah, I think it could work. Will you text me her number? Sure. Jenny brushes the crumbs off her hands and picks up her phone. She already knows about you getting custody. She's really impressed you would take on this kind of responsibility. She presses some buttons on her phone and puts it away. My phone immediately registers the incoming text. I'm not sure there's anything to be impressed about. What was I gonna do? Let the state take custody? I know, she says and takes a sip of her drink. There's not a lot of people our age who would take on someone else's baby for 18 years, nephew or not. I'm not sure why this is such a shock to most people. Wouldn't everyone in my position do the same? I just have to figure out a way to muddle my way through for a while. Hopefully, once this daycare situation is worked out, things will become more clear.
Chapter 4. Daniel. The bleeding of the alarm on my phone jars me from sleep. Fuck. I hate mornings. I especially hate mornings when I don't know where I am. I blink rapidly for a few seconds, looking around the room. Ah yes. Hotel room, Los Angeles. Blonde hair is splayed across the pillow next to me. I scan her from top to bottom. Flawless porcelain skin, hourglass shape, nice-sized tits. L.A. certainly doesn't disappoint in the beautiful women department. If I wasn't supposed to be in a van going to the airport in 20 minutes, I might think about a morning quickie. But Coach would have my ass if I missed the flight home. I fling back the covers and get up, looking at the woman in my bed. Nice ass, too. I take a quick shower before packing my bags, making sure to put the dirty stuff on top for quick sorting when I get home. I clutch her phone and my wallet and take a quick glance around the room. Used condom in the trash can? Check. Credit cards still in my wallet? Check. Naked pics of me on her phone? Negative. I'm good to go. Does it suck I have to check those 3 things in particular whenever I hook up with someone? Sure. But protecting myself is way too important. I've known guys who've ended up with either a kid, an empty bank account, or plastered all over the internet in all their glory. That won't be me. I'm smarter than that. Tucking my wallet in my back pocket and replacing her phone with my own, I pick up a pen and some complimentary stationery off the desk. Morning, babe. Going back to Houston early this morning. I've already checked out, but you're welcome to stay until housekeeping kicks you out. Thanks for a great night. Maybe I'll see you next time I'm in L.A. D. I leave the note under her phone and sneak out the door, closing it quietly behind me. Calling her babe in a note seems really personal, but after our wild night, it's doubtful I'll remember her name. I rarely do. It's nothing against her or anyone else I've ever hooked up with. I respect a woman who wants to get her rocks off as much as I do. Not everyone can separate emotional intimacy with straight-up sex, and I appreciate it when they can. But that doesn't mean I'll remember her name. And really, last night was wild. After a 5-4 win over the Galaxy, we were in the mood to party as a team. And party we did. The drinks were flowing and the chicks were willing. Plus, today is a travel day, which means if you're gonna nurse a hangover, today's the day to do it. From the looks on half of my teammates' faces as I climb up the stairs of the bus, they're all happy to not have practice or a game today. How do you not look like death right now? Christian asks me, looking a weird shade of green. Christian and I have played soccer together since college. We weren't best friends or anything back then, but we were good teammates, and our social circles overlapped. After college, I came straight to Houston while he was recruited to Seattle. When we both ended up in Houston a few years back, it was like we had never played for rival teams. He's become one of my closest friends. I laugh and slap him on the back. Because unlike some of you, I didn't believe the hot bartender when she said a couple of fireballs wouldn't do a lot of damage. She lied, man, Christian says with a whimper. She lied so bad. I chuckle and sit back, ready to get this bus moving and go home. Did you end up bringing that hot blonde back to the room with you last night? He asks quietly, rubbing his temples. I smile. Yep. I take it her tongue can do more than just tie a cherry stem in a double knot? Yup, I say again, not willing to give any more details than that. I may have no problem with random sex, but I do have a problem giving other people personal details of our time together. To me, that's disrespecting my partner, and I refuse to do that. Nice, Christian says and fist bumps me. He knows that's all the information he's going to get. I know what some of my teammates were up to late at night. I've seen the blowjob races and walked in on the sex trains, but cleat chasers aren't my thing. I want sex to be pleasurable for both of us and something I can really take my time with, not something to be rushed through so I win a bet. I am a gentleman that way. Plus, as the captain of this team, it's my job to be a role model to my fellow teammates, and I want us to be known as a team that's respectful. As our coaches board the bus and start with roll call, I lean my head against the back of my chair and close my eyes. I may be a gentleman the morning after, but there was nothing gentlemanly about what I did last night. I need the rest. Within minutes, we're on the road, headed to the airport for a 7 a.m. flight. Hey, Zavaro! My head whips forward as I startle from the beginnings of a nap. Sir? I answer, not clear which coach is talking to me. Man, I'm more tired than I realized. Coach Dawson, one of the offensive coaches, walks down the aisle and plops down on the seat across from me. You becoming a family man, Zavaro? He asks, slapping a newspaper in my hand. My whole body runs ice cold. No pro athlete wants to hear those words come out of their coach's mouth. I snatch the paper out of his hands and unfold it. Next to me, Christian looks over my shoulder. The headline reads, Daniel Zavaro plays Mr. Mom at Walmart. Is the longtime bachelor trading in his cleats for baby booties? Underneath it is a picture of me sitting on the bench by the pharmacy, holding a baby. I huff out a laugh as my body temperature returns to normal. Nah, Coach, I say as I peruse the rest of the sports headlines. That's just some girl I met the other night when I went shopping. She was having trouble with her baby, so I helped her out. What do you mean she was having trouble with her baby? He asks. And where was the dad? As a recently divorced father of two, Coach Dawson is always a little sensitive when it comes to kids and their fathers. He was pretty heartbroken when his wife left him and took the children with her. Don't know, I answer honestly. She had just gotten custody of her nephew or something, and no one even told her what kind of formula to get him. The kid was screaming, he was so hungry, so I helped her out. No big deal. He nods in approval, probably glad he isn't going to have to deal with the PR mess of a random illegitimate child. How'd you know what to do anyway? Christian chuckles. Man, have you met his family? Do you know how many of them there are? Coach cracks a smile and shakes his head. I've met your parents at a couple games, but that's it. That's because I only get 2 comp tickets per game, I said with a smile. Those cheap bastards, also known as my siblings, won't shell out the money to come to a game. They have way too many kids to pay for them all to come, and inevitably someone's feelings would get hurt if they didn't get tickets for everybody, and someone would end up throwing down at Thanksgiving next year. Christian throws back his head and laughs. It's true, Coach. His family is full of crazy Mexicans. God, I love them. With as many siblings as I have, and their spouses and kids, it can definitely get crazy. And not always the good kind of crazy. But as much as I love my independence, I wouldn't have it any other way. I never would have pegged you for a family man, Coach said, snatching his paper when Christian tries to look through it. I scoff. Just the one my mama gave me. I lean my head back again, making myself more comfortable. I am perfectly happy with my life the way it is. Don't need a long-term relationship. Don't want one. Says the man who's coming down from last night's hot blonde. Christian snickers, then yells, Ow! After I punch him in the shoulder. As long as I don't see your name in the papers and have to get PR involved, Coach says as he stands. Whatever you and the hot blonde are up to is none of my business. He swats me on the shoulder with the newspaper and walks toward the front of the bus. I close my eyes, perfectly content to enjoy another day in the life other guys only dream about.
Chapter 5. Quincy. I'm so fucking tired, and yet my mind won't shut off. Once again, I'm wide awake in the middle of the night. I thought making bottles before bed would help me get a little more sleep, since I wouldn't have to actually think when it was time for Chance to eat overnight. But it doesn't really matter, because my mind won't stop spinning. All I can think about is Sarah and the last conversation we had. The movement of the turnstile inside the microwave is almost hypnotic as the bottle goes round and round. It lulls me into a false sense of calm. And just like that, the memories start to invade my mind again. You're doing what? I screech into the phone. I'm going to be late for work if I'm not careful. But once again, Sarah has to be talked off a metaphorical ledge. Quincy, I know you're mad, she said, but things have changed. You are less than 2 years away from a degree, I chide. 2 years! Why the hell are you going to throw away 2.5 years of college to go to vocational school? I dump the contents of my makeup bag onto the counter. It sucks putting makeup on one-handed, but I don't have a choice with this ridiculous conversation happening. It's not vocational school, she says quietly. It's a program to get my administrative assistant certificate. I'll be learning all the latest computer programs, plus filing systems and shorthand, which most people don't even know anymore, so I'll have that extra skill for my resume. Right. So, vocational school. I roll my eyes. It's not like I should be surprised. Sarah has always been flighty. But being a television reporter has always been her dream. And after this long and this much effort, I really thought her degree was a sure thing. Call it whatever you want, but when I'm done, they'll help place me in a job. A good job. Dad would be so pissed at you, I mumble, mouth stretched wide open as I swipe on mascara. Mascara, eyebrows, and lip gloss. That's all I have time for today. The money he left us was so we could get an education, and you're telling me you want to waste all of it. You went to cosmetology school. What's the difference? I brush my eyebrows liberally with a pencil. Being blonde sucks sometimes. I had to do something quick, Sarah. You know that. I had to have a fast career so I could pay our bills. The ding of the microwave pulls me out of my memory, but doesn't take away the crushing guilt I still feel as I remember that conversation. I'd hung up on her as I raced out the door that day. I'd hung up and never called her back. I thought she would call me when she finally came to her senses, yet I never came to mine. I shake the bottle to spread the heat out before testing it on my arm. I glance down at the baby book sitting on the counter. The damn book cost me $25. $25 I don't have, but it was worth it. I've been slowly reading through it, making sure I don't miss anything important I should know about raising a baby. The topic on this page catches my attention. It's called How to Safely Heat Up a Bottle. In big bold letters, it says, "Never heat up a bottle in the microwave. The radiation causes a breakdown of the properties in the formula, making it less nutritious. Also, there is research that indicates a possible breakdown of the plastic in the bottle, causing the baby to ingest those chemicals." Fuck! Now I have to dump the bottle out. It's only 4 ounces, but formula is expensive. So are diapers and clothes and everything else a baby needs to be taken care of. Daycare alone is going to cost me almost $200 a week. The facility is 15 minutes out of my way to work, which tacks on an extra 30 minutes to my commute every day, each way. But that was the cheapest rate I could find. I find my glass measuring cup that fits 2 cups of water and fill it up halfway before popping it into the microwave and turning it on. The memory of that final phone call assaults me again. She sighs into the phone. I'm hoping that sigh means I'm getting through to her. Do you know how much the average television reporter gets paid at their first job? Never asked. $20,000 a year, she says. That's less than $10 an hour, and it's salaried so they can call me in at all hours and work me as many hours a week as they want. So what? You're young and single. You can live on ramen, I say rudely, as I dab on lip gloss and blot my lips. The average job only lasts 18 months. That means I'll be moving every year and a half to another location. You love to travel. It's complicated, Quincy. I need to have a job that pays me enough to live on. Sarah, I cut her off as I sit on my bed to put on my brown boots. There is more to life than money. I have killed myself for the last 6 years, so you could have it better than I did. You're being stupid and irresponsible and selfish, and I won't approve of this. This is stupid. Things have changed, Quincy, she says with a sniffle. It's the same sound she used to make when she was trying to pull one over on Dad. But I'm not Dad. I'm me. I don't fall for that shit. I don't care. I stand up, race out of my room, and grab my travel mug full of coffee. You need to think about this before you make any big decision. Remember, I'm the one in control of your inheritance, and I already told you, if you don't graduate, you don't get any of it until you're 30. But Quincy! No buts, I say sharply. Listen, I gotta go. I'm gonna be late. I love you. We'll talk more about this later. The microwave dings again, and I pull the boiling water out. I drop a second bottle inside the water and wait for it to warm up. All this time, I thought Sarah was being flaky that day when what she was really doing was being a responsible mother. She'd been pregnant and knew she couldn't have her dream job and a baby. And I had called her selfish and stupid and threatened her. There's a Walmart receipt from the other day on the counter. I swear it's taunting me, making me panic at the costs I was never expecting. How am I going to pay for it all? I looked into the WIC program like Jenny suggested. It provides food for children under 5 years old and living in a low-income household, but we didn't qualify. I make about $200 a month, too much. Same thing with government-assisted childcare. It all falls on me, and I have no idea how I'm going to do it. I already dropped the night classes I was taking at the junior college across town. I have to find a way to get more clients, and I really need to clean out Sarah's apartment. Maybe she has some baby supplies that will help take some of the pressure off. If not, maybe I can sell some of her things. The thought makes me want to weep. I don't want to sell my little sister's things. That will make it more real that she's gone. They're also the last things I have left of her. But I know Sarah wouldn't want Chance to go without. I'm shaking the new bottle to test the temperature when I hear a frantic cry coming from the opposite side of the apartment. Chance is awake and hungry again. Good thing I was prepared and have the bottle ready. Maybe, just maybe, he'll eat quickly, and I can get some sleep tonight before the pressure and the lack of rest suck me completely under.
Chapter 6. Daniel. Practice is a lot of fun lately. Why? The rookies. We're watching them closer than before, pushing them more, forcing them to show what they're made of. It's awesome. There's a lot of trash talking by the veterans, and you can tell the newbies are scared as shit. They have no idea where they stand, so they should be. Will they be benched for the next several seasons? Will they be practice players only? Will they be the next starter, or even the next star? No one knows. One of them stands out among the rest, though. Rowan Flanagan. The kid is probably 6'1", so he is already on the tall side for a soccer player. His bright red hair, seriously white skin, and bright green eyes draw attention. If his name wasn't a dead giveaway about his Irish heritage, his looks would be. But that's not the only reason he stands out. The kid is a machine. As a draftee straight out of college, not only is he keeping up with the veterans, it looks like he may run circles around our current starting right midfielder. "Zavaro," Coach booms as he walks into the locker room. "Yo, Coach," I yell back from the bench I'm sitting on while I tear off my shin guards and athletic socks. He catches my eye and gestures to his office. "I need to see you." "You got it." I throw my socks in the giant laundry basket and slip on my black flip-flops. I stink, and I desperately need a shower, but I don't want to leave Coach waiting. He loves this part of the season as much as I do, and loves bantering back and forth about what we're seeing on the field. I make a mental note to talk to him about Flanagan being groomed as our new starter. Coach won't make a decision about that based on my opinion. Hell, I'm only a player. But being the captain of the team, he'll at least take it into consideration. He relies on me to take stock of how the players interact, how they get along, who gels well and who doesn't. And frankly, our current starting right mid, Max Shivel, is getting on my fucking nerves. He's way too cocky, and it's starting to show on the field. After a quick knock, I walk into his office and close the door. "Have a seat." He's watching video of today's practice. I sit down but lean forward in the chair so I can see what he's looking at. "See that right there?" he asks, pointing at the screen. "That's the third time that kid Rathison used his head, and he nailed it every time." "I noticed that," I say. "I was surprised how accurate a shot he is that way." "That's what I was thinking." He presses play, and we watch for a few minutes until the video ends. Sitting back in his seat, he clasps his hands and rests them on his chest, putting one foot up on his desk. We've done this enough times, he gets right to the point. Thoughts about today? I think you've got some solid picks this year, I say, resting my back against the chair and stretching out my legs. We've got some training to do to get them up to par, but they've got a lot of potential. Anyone in particular impress you? He asks. I smile. I'm sure we've got our eye on the same guy. He smirks. Rowan Flanagan? The kid's got some good moves. I knew he was going to be a good pick before I even saw him play. Comes from good genes. Yeah? Yep. His daddy is Ryan Flanagan. Sound familiar? It takes a second to recall the name from so long ago, but when it does, my jaw drops. No shit? Coach just smiles. Ryan Flanagan is a legend in European soccer, also known as football to everyone else in the world. He holds multiple records and has a career spanning almost 2 decades. He retired as one of the highest-paid soccer players ever. If the team wasn't impressed with our rookie before, they will be now. You're not kidding, he has good genes. But why is he a midfielder? I would have thought he'd be playing forward like his dad. Coach drops his foot to the floor. I asked him that during the interview. Says he doesn't like being offensive, prefers a defensive position. Damn, Ryan Flanagan's kid. I shake my head. He's been retired and out of the spotlight since I was, 8 or 9? I guess that's why I didn't put it together. But now that I know, it makes perfect sense. Not to mention the resemblance. It's hard to miss, Coach says. But if he hasn't brought it up in the locker room yet, I'm not sure he wants everyone to know. My guess is he wants to make a name for himself. So you need to keep that information to yourself. Understood? The reason I ask you about him is because I think we need to start grooming him to take over Shivel's spot. I nod, not at all surprised at the turn in conversation. Coach and I have seen eye to eye about a lot of player strengths and weaknesses over the years. That's one of the reasons why he made me captain. Mac's been a solid player for a long time, but I'm worried about his endurance. He's not keeping up like he used to. He presses play, and we watch a series of clips spliced together, all focused on Shivel. He starts strong, Coach says, without looking away from the monitor. But about halfway through, see how he just got juked? It's like he sees them coming but can't anticipate their moves. He's definitely not giving the 100% we used to see from him. I agree completely, I say. They're getting around him way too often. Whatever his reasons, I'm glad this Flanagan kid is a midfielder. I think we're going to need him. Not only is Shivel slowing down, he's becoming a real dick to work with. I've noticed that too. Kid's a little too big for his britches with nothing to back it up. I can't do anything about it now, and I'm not totally convinced Shivel isn't just going through a rough patch, but I want us to keep an eye on him while we start grooming Flanagan. If Mac gets injured, or we have to yank him, we need the rookie ready to go. Sounds good to me, I say. We discuss a few more players, watch a few more clips. It's close to an hour before we're done, and I'm walking back into the locker room, where my teammates are still hanging out. Most of them haven't even showered yet. Why the hell is everyone still here? I ask Christian, who's sitting on the bench, shirtless, drinking a beer. Oh, you didn't hear yet, did you? He asks, passing me a shiner. I shake my head and pop the top. Normally we wouldn't be drinking in the locker room after practice, so I figured this was a celebration of some sort. Kutnauer is getting married. I raise my eyebrows. No shit? Yep. Seems everyone on our team is either getting hitched or having babies, he says with a snicker. His statement seems pretty accurate after the summer we've had. Chris Kutnauer is the third guy to pop the question in the last few months, and 2 teammates became first-time dads during the off-season, with 3 more babies ready to be born during the season. Not everyone, I say as I peel my now almost dry jersey over my head. You planning on settling down anytime soon? He takes a swig of his beer. I haven't met anyone interesting lately, so it would be hard to do, but I'm not opposed to it. What about you? Any of your lady friends caught your eye for more than just a one-nighter? Hell no. I take another swig, peel the sweaty clothes off my lower body, and wrap a towel around my waist. I have no interest in getting married at all. Christian looks surprised to hear that. Are you kidding? With your giant Mexican family, I would have thought you'd be the first person to walk down the aisle and start making babies. No way, but thanks for the stereotype. I shake my head adamantly while he laughs. You saw the shit my mama went through when Dad left her? No way in hell I am going to get married just so I can abandon my family later on. I may be a dick, but I'd rather be a single dick. Why the hell do you think you'd leave your family behind? Christian asks, confused. Not all marriages end. My parents are still happily married 40 years later. They're still all lovey-dovey. He shivers in disgust. It totally grosses me out. I laugh. But it also proves my point. Just because your parents had a rough go of it doesn't mean you will. Apparently you've forgotten about my sister. He sighs. I haven't forgotten about Blanca. I know she had a nasty divorce too. Look, I'm not saying marriage is bad, I say, holding up my hands. I think I'd be better off not risking it. I'm perfectly fine with the way things are. No one has expectations of a future, no one gets hurt. I can get laid whenever I want. He rolls his eyes as I waggle my eyebrows up and down. It works fine for everyone involved. If you say so, man, Christian says. And besides, I add, like you said, I have a huge family. I have more than enough people to dote on without dealing with all the bullshit that comes from relationships. Chris Cutnower walks by, showered and dressed to the nines. You guys coming with us to celebrate? Maybe, I say. By the way, congratulations. He beams at me. Thanks, man. Michelle is such a great girl. I can't believe she actually agreed to marry me. He starts to walk away. Meet us at Morty's in half an hour if you're interested. Will do. I look at Christian. See that right there? That look of excitement? It fades, man. I don't want any part of the decline. Christian doesn't say anything as I stroll toward the showers. He knows I'm right.
Chapter 7. Quincy. Thanks for helping me clean out the apartment, I say to Jenny as I tape up the final box. For the last few days, we've spent all our free time at Sarah's place. Once I tracked down the building manager and provided proof that Sarah had died, he gave us a full 30 days to clean it out. We didn't need 30 days to do it. There wasn't much. We had taken all the baby stuff before the funeral because I obviously needed to get Chance set up as soon as possible. A small crib, a swing, some clothes. It all looked second-hand, but it was clean and in good condition. The apartment was in a decent location. It was small, but well-maintained. There was healthy food in the fridge. The lack of bottles leads me to believe she was exclusively breastfeeding, explaining one reason why he cries so much. She even had a few pictures of her and Chance in cute frames around the apartment. I made sure those came with us before anything else. I was really proud of my sister for what she had accomplished for her and the baby. I only wished she was here so I could tell her so. The guilt is still crushing when I think about how I should have told her that when she was alive. I'm not sure I will ever get over it. No matter what, I will make sure Chance knows who his mother was and how proud of him she would be. You know I wouldn't be anywhere else, Jenny says as she unplugs a small lamp and wraps the cord around the base. I know this isn't easy for you. I sigh, stacking the box on top of another one by the door. It's not, I admit, as I walk over to the small couch and plop myself down for a much-needed break. I concentrate on keeping down the lump in my throat. I miss my sister. The words barely come out a whisper. I can't even look at Jenny as I try not to cry again. I'm tired of crying. It's time to move forward. But I don't want to leave her behind either. It's a hard place to be. In true Jenny fashion, she stops what she's doing and plops down next to me, picking up my hand. I know, baby cakes. You're never going to not miss her. I smile because that's all she says, and I smile because that's all she needs to say. Jenny has this uncommon way of validating feelings without sugarcoating anything, all while comforting me when I need it most. I've seen her do it with coworkers when they've gone through difficult times, and it's always amazed me how she does it. It's probably because she genuinely cares about people. We are sitting there, lost in our thoughts, her stroking my hand gently, when there is a hard knock at the door. I guess it's time for a pickup, she says, and walks to the front door. I take one last look around, silently telling my sister goodbye. I never saw her in this apartment, but it doesn't make it any easier to sell the last of her belongings, even if it is for Chance's care. Hey, I'm here to pick up the couch, a deep voice says behind me. Come on in, Jenny says, and I stand. Did you ever decide about the microwave? She asks him and his buddy as they enter the tiny living room. The 20-something-year-old guys saunter over, nodding at me in greeting. Pretty much everyone who bought something from the estate knew why we were selling everything, and it seems they were trying to be respectful of me. Only one of them asked where Chance had ended up. It was the old woman who lived next door. I was grateful someone was worried about the baby. That made me feel like they were both cared for in my absence. And seeing how she was also chatty, I was sure everyone else in the building knew very quickly I had custody of Sarah's baby. Yeah, I want it. You said 20, right? One of them asks. She nods. Done. He slaps a $20 bill in her hand and picks up the microwave off the counter, putting it on the couch they are about to pick up. The first 20-something, who is apparently the couch's new owner, looks at the boxes by the door. Do you need help carrying those to your car or anything? He turns to look at me. I don't mind at all. You're actually doing me a favor by selling me a good couch for cheap. I smile at him, hoping to convey my appreciation. Thanks, but they really aren't heavy. I'm sure we'll be fine. He nods again. Okay. Well, if you need anything before you're out, I live downstairs, so let me know. It takes him and his buddy a few minutes to maneuver the couch out the door and down the stairs, almost toppling the microwave off a few times. It actually gives me some much-needed comic relief, especially when Jenny starts yelling, "Pivot!" channeling the sentiments of one of our favorite episodes of Friends. Once the show is over, Jenny and I clean up a few last-minute messes and pack up the cleaning supplies. As she takes the final box down to my car, I lock the door behind me. I miss Sarah. I will always miss Sarah. But it's time to move on. So, how's it going with the baby? Lori, our caseworker from the Department of Family and Protective Services, sits with me on the couch in my apartment. Her kind smile is non-threatening. I like her. I feel like she has our best interests at heart. She's visited with us a couple of times over the last month, and I always enjoy talking with her. While I had been granted emergency custody of Chance the night of the accident, there is still a long road ahead of us. In order to obtain permanent custody or adopt, the state still has to do a complete home study. I have to take some parenting classes, and a few other things have to be processed to get through the red tape. They're still looking for Chance's biological father, because the law requires it, but Lori assured me they weren't having any more luck than I was. That will make the entire process a lot faster, since I'm Chance's only blood relative, which I am grateful for. Lori is a really nice woman, and seems to really want to help us. But being held accountable to anyone for things happening in your home gets daunting really quickly. I take a deep breath. It's still hard, I respond. Do babies grieve? She crinkles her eyebrows and cocks her head at me. Still having a problem with the crying? I nod. I've tried gripe water for his tummy and laying him on his stomach, rocking him, talking to him, even turning on cartoons. You name it, I've tried it. I shake my head in exasperation. When he's sleeping, he's fine. You hear him now, I say, waving at the swing where he is snoring softly. And when he wakes up, he's happy, even when I talk to him from across the room. But it's like as soon as he sees my face, he realizes I'm not her and he starts crying again. Wow, she says. It does sound like he misses her. It's the craziest thing. I'm not trying to replace her. She will always be his mom. I just wish I could help him. It honestly sounds really normal. How is this normal? Think of it from his perspective for a second, she says, putting her notebook and pen aside. He spent 9 months living inside Sarah's body, right up underneath her heartbeat. Then, for the first 2 months after he was born, she was with him at all hours of the day. She provided for all his needs. From what we can gather, she was breastfeeding exclusively, too, right? I nod, trying to put myself in his shoes. Now the person that was his safety and comfort is completely gone, ripped away from him. You live in a different place. You probably use different perfume and laundry detergent. You even use bottles. So his tiny little self is having to get used to Sarah being gone, all while he's getting used to different smells and sounds. And I probably sound like her, but it confuses him because I'm not her. Lori nods. That makes me want to cry too. Lori pats my leg. Keep doing what you're doing, Quincy. Sarah is irreplaceable as your sister, but to a certain degree, you're having to replace her as his mom. She's telling me the hard truth, but that's exactly what it is. Hard truth. I can't be his aunt, his friend, his guardian. If I'm going to give him the emotional stability he needs, I have to find a way to be okay with being his mom. Sarah would want it that way. Tell me about his daycare, she says, switching topics. Did it work out with your friend's sister for weekends? We chat a little while longer about how Monica is watching Chance while I work, and how much money the sale of Sarah's things brought. Lori reports this is proving to be an open and shut case so far. The only thing I really need to worry about is asking for permanent managing conservatorship or adoption. The difference? If I adopt, Sarah's name will be removed from Chance's birth certificate, and mine will be put on it instead. I know we talked about me being his mother, but this still gives me pause. Lori reassures me it's not a decision I have to make now. By the time he wakes up from his nap, Lori has enough information to tell her supervisor and the court everything is running smoothly here. Well, as smoothly as it can with a newborn. I no more than shut the door after walking Lori out when Chance starts crying again. Hey, little man, I call as I measure the formula for his bottle. I have learned he cries less if I can put a bottle in his mouth as soon as I pick him up. You had a good long nap, didn't you? Do you feel better? When he sees me walking toward him, he calms, until I appear in his line of sight. Then the tears start again. I unbuckle him and cradle him in my arms, kissing his wet cheeks and starting his feeding immediately. As I predicted, as soon as he starts eating, he stops crying. I sit down on the couch, feet tucked under me, and talk to him while he eats, rubbing my hands over his head and down his nose, over his eyebrows and around his ears, telling him about everything from Laurie's visit to the trinkets Jenny and I brought over from the apartment. He eats a couple of ounces and pushes the bottle away with his tongue. And then the most wonderful thing happens. He looks up at me and coos. I smile at him. "Well, hey there," I say gently, enjoying the first time I've held him when he wasn't crying or sleeping. "Are you full now? You feel better?" He coos again. My eyes fill with happy tears, and I kiss his sweet face and nuzzle him to me. "I'm your Aunt Quincy," I tell him, looking him in the eyes. "But I'm gonna have to be your other mommy now, okay? Sarah will always be your mommy. I'm just gonna take care of you while she watches us from heaven, okay?" He gurgles at me, and I finally see the draw of motherhood. It's hard, but these little moments make it worth it. I can do this. We're going to be fine.
Chapter 8. Daniel. I hate shopping on Saturday nights, but once again, I'm the dumbass who didn't plan ahead. I should hire a maid or someone to do my shopping for me. With my baseball cap pulled low over my eyes, I wander around the store, swinging through the grocery aisles before making my way over to toiletries. I can hear what sounds like a baby giggling. It makes me smile, and reminds me, I really need to call my sister Blanca in the morning. I haven't checked in on her since she got married a few weeks ago, and I want to see how Aaron is doing as a new stepdad. He's a great guy, but she was adamant they wouldn't live together until after they were married. Something about the kids getting too attached before things were finalized. I get it. She had a really rough divorce from a total douchebag who left her and the kids high and dry. They don't need to get their hearts broken again. I glance down the aisle as I pass by the baby items and barely register a woman with a giggling baby in a carrier strapped to her chest. But then it hits me. I stop and back up because she looks familiar, yet she looks totally different from the last time I saw her. She blows a raspberry on the baby's cheek, making him laugh a hearty baby laugh. Smiling, I swivel my cart down the aisle and walk toward them. "Hey," I say, "Quincy, right?" She looks pleasantly surprised to see me, and even more surprised I remember her name. I actually surprised myself with that one. "Yeah, She gets a look on her face like she's trying to remember my name. I kind of like that she has no idea who I am. "Daniel," I say, giving her a reprieve from any embarrassment. "I'm sorry, I'm terrible with names," she says with a smile, bouncing the baby and patting his butt. She looks so much more comfortable with him than the first time we met. And she has a shopping cart. "Don't worry about my name. I'm happy you remember meeting me. I wouldn't want you to think I'm a stalker or something." I'm not sure how I missed it before, probably because she was in such a bad place last time we met. But she really is beautiful. Long blonde hair pulled up in one of those messy buns, little wisps of hair falling around her face, hazel eyes that light up when she smiles. And that smile is killer. "Of course I remember you," she says, breaking out into that smile again. "How could I forget the man that literally saved baby Chance from starving to death?" I scoff. "I wouldn't go that far. Maybe just from dehydration," I chide. She grins and runs her hand down Chance's head. "Well, whatever it was, you helped us out that night, so thank you." I glance into her shopping cart, seeing a bunch of groceries and toiletries items randomly thrown about. "You look much more comfortable with him than the last time we ran into each other here." "It was a rough couple of months, but I think we're finally getting in a good groove." She looks down at the baby and coos at him. "Aren't we? Getting in good groove, huh?" He smiles up at her. "So you guys just make a habit of shopping at night?" She kisses him on the forehead and looks up at me. "He seems to be a night owl, so it seems to work better for me to sleep when he does, right after work, and do errands like this in the middle of the night." she says dismissively. It's not ideal, but it works for now. What about you? Why are you shopping so late? Me? I say, feeling like a middle school boy staring at his crush. For some reason, this woman is starting to intrigue me. Not just in an I want to fuck her sort of way. More like a, it fascinates me a single woman would take on such a major responsibility and is doing it so gracefully kind of way. I have no excuse except I'm a dumbass. Why? I went out of town and didn't bother to make sure I was stocked up on stuff like deodorant and laundry detergent. Now I'm back and have none of the needed essentials. I wouldn't call you a dumbass, she says with a grin. Maybe a lazy ass. I laugh. I think my mother would agree with you about that. All of a sudden, the baby lets out a huge grunt, and the most god-awful noise comes from the vicinity of his hind end. My eyes get wide, and Quincy looks down with a stunned look on her face. Did he just... I start, but lose my train of thought as he grunts again. Quincy shakes her head in humorous disbelief. I swear this kid has the constitution of a grown man. I bark a laugh as Quincy holds her nose and says, Oh my God, Chance, what did they feed you at daycare? Come on, I say, pushing past her and pulling her cart to drag it behind me. Let's go over to that bench and get him cleaned up. There is no way anyone wants you to let that smell permeate through the store. She follows me over to the same bench we sat on before and unstraps the baby from the carrier while I spread the changing pad out on the bench and pull out a diaper and some wipes. How old is he now? I ask as she sets him down gently and undresses him from the waist down. He looks up at me, and I'm sure he's trying to figure out why I look upside down. He smiles and reaches for my face when I lean down to talk to him and keep him distracted from the mess his fingers could be getting in down below. 4.5 months, she says, as she grabs him by the ankles and hauls his butt up in the air to wipe him off. I can't believe it's been that long. He's grown so much in that time. He really has, I agree, wiggling my fingers at him to keep him entertained. If it weren't for the fact we had been in this situation before, I never would have recognized him. She cocks an eyebrow at me as she quickly slaps a new diaper on him. But you would have recognized me? I chuckle. Well, not necessarily without the baby strapped to you, but you guys do seem to make a lot of noise on that baby aisle. It's hard not to notice you. She laughs, never slowing from redressing the baby and wrapping the dirty diaper in a plastic bag. Smart woman. My sister used to always forget those bags. The diaper bag would always stink because she'd forget the diaper was in it, too. I guess we are loud. It's genetic, I guess. My dad always used to say he was from a big Polish family and Polacks are naturally loud. I scoop up the baby as she uses an extra baby wipe to clean her hands and puts things away, sitting him on my lap facing me. Really? You're from a big Polish family? I say to her in my best baby voice while looking at him, making him smile a big toothless grin at me. I have a big Mexican family, so you can't beat us in the loud department. That's right. How many kids are there in your family? 5 or 6? 6 of us total, 3 girls, 3 boys, and all the spouses and kids. That's crazy, she says, sitting down after depositing the diaper bag in her cart. It's hard enough having one. I can't imagine having 6 kids. Your mother must be a saint. I smile, thinking about my loud, overbearing mother. Pretty close to it. But boy, her wooden spoon sure could pack a punch if we got out of line. We sit and chat for a while, neither of us really having anywhere we need to be. If I'm honest, I'm enjoying holding a baby again. My youngest nephew is 3, and I kind of miss baby snuggles. Not many men admit it, but we're big suckers when it comes to babies. We're just not necessarily comfortable with them, nor does it mean we want any of our own. They're just fun to play with. So what kind of job do you have that you can grocery shop overnight and still make it through the day? I stand Chance up on my thighs, sending an over-exaggerated smile his way, causing him to wobble in delight as I support him. I'm pretty sure the only reason I make it through the day is because of the Starbucks next door, she says, watching the baby as he bounces and wiggles and drools everywhere. I'm a hairdresser, so I'm on my feet all day. That sounds pretty brutal, being on your feet all day on such little sleep. It's probably better than sitting behind a desk. At least it's harder to fall asleep when you're standing up. Good point. Chance reaches for my face with his chubby hands. I pretend to bite them before he can reach me. Have you been doing it for a long time? She cocks her head to the side in thought. About 6 years now. I started off in college, but when my dad died, I switched over to cosmetology school so I could start working as soon as possible. I had guardianship over my sister Sarah, Chance's mom. She tilts her head to him. I needed to have a career as quickly as possible. I've been doing it ever since. Wow, I'm impressed. Why? She asks, eyebrows knitting together in confusion. You keep taking on the responsibility of raising someone. That's admirable. Well, what would you do in that situation? The exact same thing you did, I say reassuringly. I know a lot of selfish people who wouldn't, though. It's nice to meet someone who has a real respect for family values. Not enough people do these days. She opens her mouth to say something, but before she can speak, we're interrupted by a little boy. He's probably 8 or 9, and obviously a fan by the look of awe on his face. Even after all these years, it's still weird when people recognize me on the street. I get it, because I was the exact same way, but it's still strange when the attention is directed toward me. ¿Me das tu autógrafo? Claro. ¿Cómo te llamas? I take the paper from him and scribble my standard signature and the number of my jersey on it. Gabriel? ¿Juegas fútbol, Gabriel? Sí, he smiles. Soy delantero como tú. Qué bien. Tienes que seguir practicando si quieres ser profesional. ¿Ok? Saca buenas calificaciones y hazle caso a tu entrenador. Lo prometo. I hand him back his paper. ¿Me puedo tomar una foto contigo? Mis amigos no me lo van a creer. He's smiling so wide. I remember what it was like to meet my favorite player when I was a kid. It's kind of magical, so of course I'm going to say yes. Por supuesto. ¿Tienes tu teléfono? He hands it to me and stands behind me so I can snap the pic for him. We smile for the camera quickly. Gracias, Zavaro. He takes the phone from me and races away, probably back to his parents. I turn to Quincy. She has a strange look on her face. What? I ask sheepishly. I know this just opened the door to her finding out about my job. It's not a secret, but I'm enjoying her not knowing anything about my choice in career. I love what I do, but sometimes it's nice to talk about other things, too. What was all that about? I chuckle. I take it you don't speak any Spanish. Beyond the Papacitos menu, not a word, she says with a grimace. How can you live in Houston and not know any Spanish? I ask. I took a couple years in high school. I still know how to count to 20, if that's any consolation. Impressive, I say, shifting Chance to my shoulder and patting him on the back. He's gotten wiggly in the last couple of months. She quirks an eyebrow at me. So, are you going to tell me why some random kid came up and got a selfie with you? It happens sometimes because of my job. She gives me a confused look. He asked for my autograph. I'm a soccer player. I play for the Mutiny. The kid was just excited to meet a professional player. Quincy sits up straight, like she's shocked by my revelation, but she recovers quickly. That explains the overly muscular calves, I guess. I give her a flirty smile. So you've been checking out my legs, have you? They're hard to miss, she says with a smile. They are larger than the average legs. Chance takes that moment to start squirming and getting fussy. As fun as this is, I think this is my cue to go home. Quincy takes Chance out of my arms and he nuzzles into her neck. She straps him into his carrier. Did you get everything you needed, or do we need to swing back through the baby aisle? We already have everything, she says as she stands up. When you found us, we were browsing. You never know when you'll need to know where the gripe water is. Good point. As we make our way to the checkout lanes, all I can think is this was the most enjoyable conversation I've had in a long time. Most beautiful women I spend this much time talking to are soccer fans, so the conversation revolves around my job. But with Quincy, things are more free. It's refreshing. We find a lane with a short line, and Quincy gets into it. "Thanks again for all your help, Daniel," she says. "It's been a lot of fun." "Quincy, wait," I say as she turns away. She looks back at me. "Think you'd be interested in going to dinner with me sometime?" Her face breaks out in a grin. "I think I could do that." "Great," I say, smiling back. We exchange numbers and go our separate ways. I thank my lucky stars I remembered to write a list of what I need to buy, because I can't focus on anything beyond a beautiful blonde and her killer smile. Maybe shopping overnight has its perks after all.
Chapter 9. Quincy. "I'm thinking we need to go bolder. Let's do purple streaks this time." I wrap the cape around her neck and snap it in place. "I don't think that's such a good idea, Sue. Remember what happened when you decided to do blue streaks? You were calling me the next day to get what you called that damn Easter egg color out of your hair." "I don't know," she says as she looks in the mirror, fluffing out her hair. "I don't think I took enough time to get used to it. I think I jumped the gun on that." I look over at Jenny, who is doing an all-over color on one of her regular customers. She winks at me. This is a conversation she has overheard between Sue and me numerous times. "You will look like you are trying to chase your youth if you go with pastel colors," I say and brush her hair. "If you really want bolder color, we can do some really dramatic auburn lowlights and offset it with blonde highlights." If it was any customer other than Sue, I wouldn't be so open with my assessment. But Sue was my very first customer over 5 years ago. We know each other very, very well. In her late 50s, she is spunky and fun. I want to be her when I grow up. "I think Quincy's right," Jenny says, winking at me. She always backs me up when it comes to Sue's disastrous ideas. Highlights and lowlights are the way to go. They'll be beautiful on you. Sue eyes herself critically in the mirror. "I guess you're right. I do want to look nice for my date." "Who are you going out with this time?" I put down the brush and roll my tray over. "His name is Frank. We're on the same planning committee at church. He finally pulled his head out of his ass and asked me out." I laugh. "Do you think you should be cussing when you're talking about a guy you met at church?" "Honey, Jesus rode into town on an ass. It says so right there in my Bible. Besides," she says with a snigger, "I'm pretty sure God gave up on my potty mouth years ago." I pat her on the shoulder. "I'll be right back." Jenny and her customer follow me to the hairdryers, where Jenny gets her situated under the dryer while her hair color processes. I continue to the back to mix Sue's color. Yawning, I take a minute to stretch my arms and back. This weird sleep schedule Chance has decided on is killing me. I am dog-tired, but from everything I've read, he'll get on a more normal schedule eventually. In the meantime, I'll have to settle for stretching my limbs in the back room several times a day. And midnight shopping trips. Okay, so those trips aren't all bad, especially if I keep meeting guys like Daniel. Thinking of him brings a smile to my face. With his dark, spiky hair, dark eyes, dark skin, he really is good-looking. Not quite 6 feet, but he definitely has a few inches on me. Plus, he's kind, funny, good with kids. I have no idea why he's still single. Unless, of course, he's a man whore. Well, he did pick me up at Walmart. That's okay. I can still go out with him and have some fun. I'm only 24 years old. Acquiring a baby may have changed my life completely, but it didn't change my desire to go out and enjoy myself. I return to my station with both colors, set them on the tray, and pull on my gloves. Jenny is giving a trim to one of her regular male clients who is reading today's paper. Since you have a date, I should tell you I have one too, I say to Sue. I see Jenny whip her head up out of the corner of my eye. You didn't tell me this, Jenny says, obviously irritated with me. That's because it didn't happen until last night, I rebut, painting Sue's hair and not taking my eyes off the foils I'm folding. Sue smiles. Well, who is he, and how did you meet him? I chuckle. I actually met him at Walmart last night while I was shopping. Chance is still not sleeping through the night, huh? Jenny asks, trading in her scissors for some clippers. Nope, I sigh. We'll get through it, but for now I'm sort of stuck shopping at midnight. That doesn't seem to be such a terrible thing, since you're getting dates out of it, Sue says. Who is he? Tell us about this young stud muffin. I shake my head at her. Sue is my favorite client. Her enthusiasm for life always puts me in a good mood. His name is Daniel. Last night was actually the second time I ran into him. The first time was the night my sister died. I take a second to swallow the lump in my throat that comes up every time I think about Sarah. There's a time and a place to wallow in grief. Now is not either of those. I was trying to figure out what formula to feed Chance, and I was a blubbering mess. The memory still stings, though not as much as it did a couple of months ago. He has a bunch of nieces and nephews, so he helped me figure out bottles and formula and stuff. Aw, Jenny says. Her client has put his paper down and is doing a terrible job of trying not to eavesdrop. That's really sweet. It was, I agree. We ran into each other again last night. I'm surprised he recognized me without all the snot and tears. I chuckle. We got to talking and really enjoyed each other's company, so we're going out. It wouldn't happen to be this Daniel, would it? Jenny's client asks, holding his folded newspaper out for us to look at. All three of us crane our necks to see. There's a picture of Daniel and me sitting on the bench by the pharmacy. Daniel is holding Chance in a standing position. They're smiling at each other while I'm looking on. The picture really is sweet. The writer of the caption, however, jumped to a whole lot of conclusions. Caught again. Is this soccer stud turning into a soccer dad? Yep. I guess that would be him. Are you kidding me? Jenny practically screeches and snatches the newspaper out of her client's hand. You're going out with Daniel Zavaro, captain of the Texas Mutiny? How did you not tell me this? I didn't even know what his job was until last night. How do you know him anyway? You don't follow soccer. She gives the paper back, spouting statistics and ticking them off with her fingers. Daniel Zavaro, 29 years old, 6-year veteran of the Texas Mutiny, number 4 on last year's top 12 most eligible bachelor list, as voted by the city of Houston, behind 1 baseball player and 2 football players. Single, loves his family, volunteers at a local children's soccer league, an all-around nice guy. I stare at her, mouth gaping. I can't believe you know all that. I can't believe you don't, Sue says. I didn't know about his volunteer work, but even I bought one of those sexy calendars they put together from the guys on that list. I cocked my head at her. What? It was for charity. Seriously, Quincy, Jenny says, turning back to her client. He's ridiculously hot. If you decide you don't like him, hook me up. We'll see. He's really fun to talk to, but it's not like we have a lot in common. You don't need to have anything in common to get naked with the man, Jenny says without looking up from what she's doing. It's a little premature for that, don't you think? I quirk an eyebrow in her direction. Premature to bang Daniel Zavaro? No. That will never be premature. I shake my head and continue doing Sue's hair. I haven't been to a soccer game since high school. I may have to change that in the near future.
Chapter 10. Daniel. I haven't been this excited about a date in a very long time. Don't get me wrong, I'm an extrovert by nature. I love going out and meeting people, going on dates, and of course, sex. But the idea of spending time with Quincy made it really hard to stay focused during practice yesterday. She's not the type of girl I normally go for, but the type of girl I normally go for will also drop her panties with just a smoldering look sent in her direction. I can thank David Beckham for bringing professional soccer the fan base it has these days. I climbed the stairs to the second story of her apartment building. It's an older complex, but it's smaller too. 3 units on top, 3 on bottom. I knock on the door, noticing the landscaping is up to date and the building is kept up nicely. It's also in a pretty good neighborhood. It makes me feel better to know she's not living in a dump with a 4-month-old. The door opens, revealing a frazzled-looking Quincy, who is holding an almost naked Chance. Almost naked except for his diaper. Did I catch you at a bad time? I ask, wondering if we'd had some sort of a misunderstanding. I could have sworn we agreed to meet at noon. No, come in, she practically yells, stepping aside for me to walk in. I was in the middle of getting ready, and Chance decided he wasn't tired anymore and woke up, so of course that means he was hungry, and when I was finally done feeding him, he kept screaming every time I tried to put him down. She smiles ruefully. I'm running behind. I grin at her blurting out the longest, fastest explanation I've ever heard. It's okay, we're not in a hurry. The fish will still be there when we get there. Thank you, she says, and I can see her shoulders visibly relax. It's going to be about 10 minutes or so. I haven't even done my hair yet. I guess it's going in a ponytail today, no thanks to you, my lucky ducky. Huh? Isn't that right? She coos and tickles the baby. He smiles at her like she's hung the moon. Well, here, I say, holding out my arms. Why don't you let me take him while you get ready? Does he have any clothes? She hands him to me and turns to run out of the room. Yes, she yells over her shoulder. I look at Chance, who is staring at me, trying to figure out who I am. You already forgot me, didn't you? I say, leaning down to touch my forehead to his. I see how it is. I hand you back to your beautiful aunt after we play together and all of our bonding flies out the window, huh? At that, he cracks a smile. I throw my head back and laugh. Yeah, I've got you pegged. Quincy comes racing back in the room, holding a onesie and some pants. Thank you so much for watching him for a few minutes. I'll be right back. She trots down the hallway again, calling over her shoulder. When the babysitter gets here, let her in. I take a seat on the couch, laying Chance next to me. I pat his tummy and look around. There's really nothing that catches my eye. It's all normal things. Couches, end tables, a flat-screen TV hanging on the wall over a small entertainment center. The only piece that seems out of place is a corner shelf on the opposite side of the room. It appears to be made of spindles. It's obviously handmade, and it's not the best craftsmanship I've ever seen, but it's clear it has sentimental value because of its prominent location. As if I'm not paying enough attention to him, Chance squeals at me. All right, dude. Are you ready to get dressed? I spend the next few minutes trying to wrangle his squirmy ass into a black onesie that has a picture of an ultrasound on it. Underneath is the hashtag TBT. I chuckle. I like that she has a sense of humor. "Well, little man," I say as I pick him up, "what shall we do while we wait?" "Oh!" Out of nowhere, Chance throws up all over us. Not spit up, no. It's like a water hose turned on and sprayed us both. "Well," I say, taking in the scene. Chance is smiling and giggling, probably because his tummy feels better than it did 10 seconds ago. "I was supposed to go on a date with your mom, aunt. What the hell do you call her? I take it this is your way of telling me to keep my hands to myself?" Chance makes a growling noise at me and reaches for my cheeks. There's a knock on the door. I take a moment to peel my shirt over my head, careful not to drop the baby or get puke anywhere else, and wipe us both down the best I can. I go to the front door, still holding Chance and my puked-on shirt. There's another quick knock before I get there. I'm coming. We had a little accident." A stout woman is standing at the door. Dark hair, round face, probably in her early 20s. She stands frozen, staring at me, eyes wide. She starts, clears her throat, and starts again, trying really hard not to stare at my bare chest. "I'm Katie, the babysitter. Is Quincy here?" "She's in the back getting ready." I step back. "Come on in. Chance here seems to be having a rough day." "Okay." Katie avoids making eye contact with me, and her cheeks flush. I'm used to having that effect on women, but it still makes me smile when it happens. What can I say? I work hard on my physical fitness. I don't mind being appreciated for it. "Have you watched him before?" I ask, trying to make conversation. "A couple of times." "So you know where all his stuff is?" "For the most part." "Why?" "As you can see," I say, gesturing to my torso. Her cheeks flush again. I'm such an asshole for purposely doing that to her again. "Chance puked on us right before you knocked. You wouldn't happen to know where some extra clothes for him are, would you?" "Oh," she says with a giggle. "Yes, let me take him and I'll go change him." I pass him to her, warning her his clothes are soaked through. Quincy walks into the room. "Did I hear Katie come in?" She freezes at the front of the hall, taking in my lack of clothing. There is a mixture of confusion and interest in her eyes. I give her a few seconds to get her fill before trying to break her out of her trance. "Quincy?" I say. "Quincy? Eyes up here." I smirk at her, knowing that she knows I just caught her ogling me. She quirks an eyebrow at me. "I'm gonna go change the baby," Katie says, and turns down the hallway, leaving Quincy and me alone. "Why exactly are you half naked in my living room?" she asks, raising one eyebrow at me. I cross my arms, making sure my biceps flex. Quincy's eyes drop to watch the movement for a second before quickly snapping right back up to mine. It turns out Chance may not have been hungry after all. "What do you mean?" "Whatever you fed him came right back up." "He spit up?" she asks, walking toward a table where her purse is sitting. I laugh. No. He threw up all over me and all over himself. If it weren't for my quick reflexes, he would have puked on your couch, too." Her hand flies to her face, and she closes her eyes. "Oh my God, I am so sorry. I can't believe that happened. I don't have any shirts that would fit you, but we can toss it in the washer if you want." "Nah," I say with a smile. "I have an extra set of clothes in the back of my car for times like this." "Because a baby throwing up all over you is something that happens on a regular basis?" she asks sarcastically. I laugh again. "No, smartass, but I never know when I'm going to be called to babysit my nieces and nephews, or when I'll see a random kid's soccer game and want to stop and play for a while." "Ah, so you have your play clothes in the trunk of your car," she jokes. "Exactly." She picks up her purse and digs through it, looking for something. "Why don't you go down to the car while I make sure Katie is settled? I'll meet you there in just a couple of minutes. Will that work?" I drop my hands and put them on my hips, making sure to flex my abs in the process. She looks up from her purse and stills when she sees the new position I'm in. I'm just messing with her, but it's fun to see her reactions. She playfully glowers at me, like she knows what I'm doing, and it won't impress her for long, which of course just makes it more fun for me to keep doing it. Sure, I'm a black Range Rover. All I can think of is her sexy little jean shorts, her smile, and her spunky attitude. This is gonna be fun.
Chapter 11. Quincy. I lean over the wall, dangling my arm in water up to my forearm. I'm waiting for a stingray to swim by, but I'm also avoiding Daniel's eyes. Ever since I came into the living room to find him shirtless, I've been getting vibes from him. The kind of vibes that signal a very strong attraction between two people. I'm not sure if it's because he caught me staring at him, or if it's because of my shorts. They're pretty short. Either way, it's becoming more and more obvious that we aren't just attracted to each other's personalities. I haven't felt attraction like this in a long time. If I'm being truthful, it makes me a little nervous. What if I like him more than he likes me? What if he only wants to get in my pants? I put the obnoxious girly thoughts out of my head. I've never had thoughts like these before about any guy. I've always known I'm worth more than what I offer a guy in bed. It must be the lack of sleep catching up with me. I squeal as the baby stingray avoids my hand completely and glides right by, flapping his wing and splashing me with water. Daniel throws his head back and laughs. You keep falling for it. I pat the water out of my eye. I know. He's a sneaky one. I keep waiting for one of his friends to come by and let me touch his belly. Nestled smack in the middle of Houston, you wouldn't think there would be a lot to do at the downtown aquarium, but there is. There are thousands of tanks filled with various forms of sea life, everything from sharks to eels to jellyfish. There's even a white tiger and carnival rides. It's a blast. But my favorite is the stingray exhibit. There are hundreds of baby stingrays in the pool. They've all been hand-raised and are friendly, so you can pet them. That is, when they aren't being ornery. I stick my hand back in the water, noticing Daniel's look of amusement. Just a few more minutes, I promise, I say, trying to keep an eye on my rebellious friend before I get splashed again. Take all the time you want, he replies, leaning against the wall, arms crossed. I'm entertained watching you be entertained. I think they're fascinating, I say as I wiggle my fingers a little. They're so soft, and they have these little personalities, like my friend over there. I nod toward a different section of the pool, where a little girl, probably 5 or 6, is giggling after being splashed. I was planning to study them. You wanted to study stingrays? Among other things, I admit, not taking my eyes off the creatures in the water. I wanted to major in marine biology, travel the world and do research on the breeding patterns of certain animals. I look over at him. Then I discovered I hate the ocean. He crinkles his brow like that's the most absurd thing he's ever heard. You hate the ocean? Scared to death of it. I take my hand out of the water. Have you seen the kind of things that live in the water? We walk over to the hand-washing station so I can clean up. It's hard to be a marine biologist if you're afraid of the things you're studying. It's not like I ended up going to college for long, so I didn't waste a bunch of years studying for something I didn't end up doing. Besides, it's more fun to come here. We look at the pool, and one of the stingrays glides straight up to the wall so a patron can rub between his eyes. Aw, man! That's what I was hoping to do. Want to go back over? Daniel offers. I shake my head. That's okay. I can come back a different day. Where do you want to go now? I'm starving, he says. Want to get something to eat? I hear the restaurant is amazing. Sure. We slowly make our way over to the hostess stand, stopping a few times to look at various displays. Fortunately for us, there's not a wait to be seated. That's probably due to the fact it's a Monday afternoon and most people are at work and school. That also seems to have kept the fans away from Daniel. Very few people have even noticed him, let alone recognized him. I'd like to say it's been a relief, but I've never seen the fandom, so I honestly don't know how crazy it can get. We make our way up the staircase that wraps around the cylindrical floor-to-ceiling aquarium. There are dozens of colorful fish in it. The biggest and brightest creature of them all is the 8-foot-long yellow eel. He's winding in and out of the coral, doing his best to hide. If you didn't know he was in the tank, you probably would never even notice him. We follow the hostess to a table and sit down. She tells us our waiter will be with us soon. The large room is broken up by another massive fish tank, this one housing sharks and giant stingrays. I could stare at them all day. If it wasn't marine biology, what would it have been? Daniel asks me, leaning on the table. You mean my major? I ask. He nods. I don't know, I admit. I hadn't really gotten that far. It wasn't until a couple years ago, when some friends wanted to go swimming at the beach, that I realized how scared I really am. So, no beach dates for you then? He teases. Actually, I love the beach. Just don't make me swim in the water. Our waiter approaches, giving each of us a glass of water. After introducing himself and taking our drink orders, he walks away, leaving us to our menus and conversation. How did you end up playing soccer for a living? I ask, taking a sip of my water. It's quite an accomplishment. I started playing when I was a kid at the local YMCA. Every single season, I would beg my mom to let me sign up. He picks up his roll of silverware and unwraps everything, placing his napkin on his lap. By the time I got to high school, I had played on every league in the area. Having a high school team was a relief for my dad. He didn't have to help coach anymore at that point. He smiled at the memory. I had some really great coaches in high school who helped me get a scholarship to college, and the figurative ball kept rolling. Sounds like it was a lot of hard work. It was, and not just for me. My parents sacrificed a lot of their time, too, and not because they wanted me to play professionally. There's no guarantees, you know. I nod. They just did it because they knew I loved it, and it made me happy. I love knowing he comes from a really solid family background with what sounds like amazing parents. So many of my friends had absentee parents or even abusive homes. It's nice to talk to someone who seems to have stability in their past. If you weren't playing soccer, what would you be doing? I ask. You mean what was my major? I nod. Business. I furrow my brow. Business? I can't see you being a business major. I think a lot of college athletes are, especially those of us who are scouted for the pros early on. It's a good idea to know how to manage your money and things like that. Plus, once we retire, lots of companies don't mind picking us up because of the status. Knowing what I'm doing in a business sense will give me a leg up on the competition someday. Always worried about the competition, aren't you? I deadpan. Are you telling me there's some competition for your affections I don't know about? That wasn't at all what I thought he was going to say. Yes, because there are so many men out there knocking down the doors of women with babies. I'm surprised I'm even sitting here right now. I meant it as a joke, but Daniel doesn't look amused. "Don't sell yourself short," he says. "Raising your nephew isn't a negative at all. If anything, it highlights that you're caring and generous and loyal. If a man can't see that, you're looking at the wrong man." Our waiter reappears to take our order. I fumble my way through it as I quickly decide what I want, still taken aback at the turn of this conversation. But Daniel's right. Just because Chance and I are a package deal now doesn't mean I'm not still the total package. Sometimes it takes someone else to point it out. "Your family sounds really great," I say, fiddling with the condensation on my glass after the waiter leaves. "Sounds like you guys are really tight." He has a strange look on his face. "For the most part, we are." "What do you mean?" "My brothers and sisters and I are really close, and we're all close with our mama." "But—" "I don't talk to my dad." I cock my head, sure I didn't hear him correctly. "Your dad?" He nods. "The guy who coached all your soccer teams and encouraged you to pursue it?" "Yeah. I mean, I give him credit for helping me get where I am today. He was a good father, you know." I listen closely. I have the most overwhelming feeling he doesn't talk about this part of his life often. "As soon as I graduated, he left. Just left my mom after 30 years of marriage or something crazy like that. Said he hadn't been happy for years and went to go live with his girlfriend." My jaw drops. "His what?" Daniel shakes his head like he still can't believe it himself. "I know, right? Apparently he was seeing her the entire time I was in high school, knowing he was going to leave as soon as I was out of school. Talk about a kick in the balls to know the man you admired was a liar and a cheat." I sit back and cross my arms. That sucks for you guys, but your poor mom. Wow. Obviously, I wasn't there when he dropped that bomb on her, but from what I gathered, she was as blindsided as the rest of us. He rubs his lip with his forefinger, deep in thought. "She handled it with such grace, you know? To find out my dad was having an affair, then to find out he was leaving her for a girl my sister's age. But I never once saw her cry, and she never once broke under the stress of it all." He looks at me. "She faced it head on, forced his hand in divorce court, and won alimony, and that was that." I smile. "She sounds amazing. I'm not sure I would be as strong under those circumstances." "You don't, do you?" he asks as he sits back, stretching out his legs. "I would argue that you're as strong as she is. Maybe that's what attracts me to you so much." I look at the aquarium as a giant stingray swims by. Hearing him say how strong he thinks I am makes my stomach flutter even more than him saying he's attracted to me. Maybe because it isn't about attraction to my body, but to myself. Not a lot of guys these days are interested in that part of a woman. At least, not the ones I've run into recently. I really appreciate you saying that. I clear my throat and tuck a strand of hair behind my ear. I don't feel very strong these days. How come? Daniel has his arms crossed and is balancing his chair on the back two legs. He's totally engrossed in what I'm saying. There is something wildly sexy about having his undivided attention. I find myself second-guessing all my decisions lately. Am I using the right formula? Is the daycare safe enough? Would Sarah approve of the way I'm raising her son? I try to smile, but I can't as the guilt hits me again. We left things on really bad terms, I say quietly. Daniel drops his chair to the floor and leans forward. What do you mean? The last time we spoke, we got in a fight. She died before we could make amends. That sucks. I brace my elbows on the table and rest my chin against my hand. Sometimes the guilt is just... it's so intense sometimes. You know she forgives you, right? I know. The harder part, I think, is to forgive myself. Our waiter shows before Daniel can respond, and we both straighten. I glance up as our waiter puts our plates in front of us and see Daniel's eyes are on me, not his food. A thrill runs through me. I haven't had a man look at me like that in a very long time. Enjoy your meal, the waiter says, leaving us to enjoy the food and conversation. After spending a couple more hours at the aquarium, we make our way through rush hour traffic to get me home. The conversation never stops, and I could spend more time with Daniel, but we've both got responsibilities and work tomorrow. We drive into my parking lot, and I'm both dreading him walking me to my door and looking forward to it. Dreading it because it means the end of a really fun date. Looking forward to it because I'm hoping he'll act on this attraction we both seem to be feeling. Hang on, he says as he turns the car off. I'll let you out. He's opening my door before I'm able to get my purse off the floorboard. After I step out, he takes my hand and leads me to my front door. Do you want to come in? It's kind of strange I'm asking him this question, because it's still light outside. Normally, my dates end when it's dark, so it has more of a suggestive meaning. Today, it's an invitation to come in for dinner or a beer. Not that I would reject him if he came on to me. I think. We've only been on one date, so while I'm totally agreeable to a goodbye kiss at the door, I'm not sure what I think about going all in so soon. While I was attracted to him as a person from the beginning, I don't think the sexual attraction kicked up a notch until today. Plus, I have a baby to consider. I can think of about 1,000 things sexier than hanging out with a woman who will inevitably end up wearing baby puke. Then again, Daniel ended up in baby puke earlier, and it ended up really sexy. He turns to me, still holding my hand. I would love to come in, but I'm not going to. I'm not sure what to make of the rejection, but try not to show my confusion. I remind myself if he was uninterested, he wouldn't still be holding my hand. I have had so much fun today, but I have practice in the morning. If I come in now, I have no idea what time I'll drag myself back out the door, and I need to stick with my routine. I understand exactly where he's coming from. I admire your dedication to your craft. If I want to stay at the top of my game for as long as possible, I need to be pretty disciplined. Will you take a rain check? Absolutely. He cups my cheeks and bends forward, pressing his lips to mine. It starts as a sweet peck, just soft lips against rough, but the butterflies in my stomach start swarming, and then he takes it deeper. I open my mouth to his prodding and get a quick swipe of his tongue. Once, twice. Holy shit, I could do this all night, and I want to. But way too quickly, he pecks my lips again and pulls away. He kisses just the way I like it. I'll call you later, okay? He asks as he backs toward the stairs. I nod and bite my bottom lip, trying to contain my grin. After he's out of sight, I find my house key and let myself in. Oh! I jump, startled, when I see Katie and Chance standing inside the door. "Tell me everything," Katie demands while Chance grins at me and waves his arms. "Is his kiss as sexy as his chest?" I giggle and take the baby out of her arms, giving him a hug. Yes. Yes, it is.
Chapter 12. Daniel. I push the door open and step into the house, amidst all the chaos and noise, and think, it's good to be home. I can't always get away for Sunday dinners during the season, but today is an exception, and I've been looking forward to it all week. All my brothers and sisters show up with their kids. Mama usually makes enchiladas of some kind and all the fixings to go with it. I don't know how she does it, but not only do we get our fill, she always makes enough to send us away with leftovers. That might be my favorite part. "Tio Daniel," a little voice squeals, and I see a mass of dark curls barreling toward me. I catch her as she launches herself into my arms. "Mila," I say with a smile, hugging her tightly. "How's mi corazón?" "I'm 4 now, Tio," she says, holding up 4 fingers so I don't misunderstand how old she is. My eyes get wide. "That's a whole lot of fingers on that hand. You're practically a grown-up." If it's possible, her smile gets even brighter. I give her a kiss on the head as I put her down. "Where's the rest of the family, mija?" "They're in the kitchen," she yells as she bounds into a different room. This is the way my mom likes her home, full of kids, grandkids, and noise. I wind my way through the house to the kitchen in the back, dodging running kids and stopping for hugs. I'm greeted by a chorus of cheers. "Hey, you made it. Look who's finally showed up. It's about damn time." I shove my brother Giovanni off a stool before hugging my sister Erica and my big brother Eduardo. Mama takes her time washing her hands and drying them with a towel, knowing I'm making my way toward her through the gaggle of people. "Mama," I say, kissing her cheek and picking her up for a hug. At 5 feet even, her feet come off the floor. "Put me down, mijo," she chides lovingly. "I'm so glad you're home." She pats my cheeks. "Aren't you hungry? Elizabeth made her famous guacamole and homemade chips." "I'm okay right now, Mama." "Look at you, you're practically skin and bones," she says, giving me the once-over. "You need to eat more. How are you supposed to run up and down the field being so skinny? You won't have any energy." "Ma," Eduardo chimes in. "He's been playing soccer for years. He knows how much to eat." "Leave her alone, Lalo," Elizabeth says to her husband. "You know how she loves fattening us up." Giovanni hands me a beer. "Don't worry about me, Mama." I twist the top off and throw the bottle cap in the sink. "I'm saving myself for the enchiladas. You can fatten me up then." At the reminder, she turns back to her cooking. "Where's Marlene?" "She and Julio had to sing at the church today," she says as a couple of my nephews race through the kitchen, wielding plastic swords. "I'm so proud of those two. You know they're the worship leaders at their church now. You could learn a thing or two from them." Giovanni and I look at each other. We're used to this. Any time one of our older siblings gets involved in a church activity, Mama acts like we're complete heathens because we like to date around. In Giovanni's case, it might not be far from the truth. "Don't think I don't see those pictures of you in the newspaper with all those women, mijo. And don't think I'm too old to smack you with my chancla." I look at Giovanni, who just laughs. "Speaking of," Erica says from the stove, where she's stirring the enchilada sauce, "you've been in the paper a lot lately." "Really?" I'm playing dumb. I know I've been caught with Quincy a couple times, but they don't need to know I know it. It's the curse of a sibling relationship in a family this size. To stave off humiliation, you have to pretend you're not embarrassed. The minute they sense you're uncomfortable, it becomes their mission to make it worse. "It's been the same girl in the pictures 3 times now," Erica continues. "Aww," Giovanni says laughingly with a fist to his mouth. "Did someone finally get whipped? The famous Daniel I'll be single forever Zavaro finally stuck around for a few additional helpings?" "Ow!" he says as Mama smacks him on the back of the head. Is that the girl's baby? Erica asks seriously, and the room goes strangely quiet. Dios mío, fine, I say, caving only because they aren't going to let up. Her name is Quincy, okay? We've gone out once, that's it. Stop acting like I'm about to walk down the aisle. Go out once and she's already been in 3 pictures, Eduardo says. The girl works fast. Lalo, as we call Eduardo, has always been protective of me and worried about the people who would use me. Normally, I appreciate it. This time it pisses me off. That's not what she's about, Lalo, I say, pointing a finger at him. She didn't even know about soccer until the second time I ran into her, and that was only because someone came up and asked for an autograph. He still eyes me skeptically. Seriously, she's never even been to a game. Really? Elizabeth asks as she refills the bowls of tortilla chips Aaron has been munching from. Really? She's a cool girl. But she has a baby. Erica brings up the one thing I was hoping no one would touch on again. I've always said I'd never date a woman with a kid because of the complications and because I saw how hard dating was for my sister Blanca after her divorce. I'm sure I'm in for a lecture when Mama can get me alone. It's her nephew. I really don't want to get into Quincy's personal business, especially since we've only been on 1 date. But now that the cat's out of the bag with my family, I don't have much of a choice. Her sister was killed in a car accident a couple months ago, so now she's raising him. I hear several people gasp. That poor girl, Mama says. Does she get a lot of help from her parents? Her dad is dead too, not sure where her mom is. Dios mío, Mama says, clutching her heart. You need to bring her here so we can feed her. I smirk. Maybe next time, Mama. Where's Blanca? I ask, trying desperately to change the subject. Aaron breaks away from the chips and guac to answer. She's in the other room. We're having a little trouble with Nicholas. How so? He pops another chip in his mouth before answering. Since he's been the man of the house for so long, he's having a hard time letting me step in since we got married. Homecoming is coming up, and he seems to think he's older than he is and should be able to stay out as late as he wants because he's a senior. Voices rise in the other room. Speaking of Blanca and Nicholas, Aaron sighs. I guess I should go in there and help mediate again. I'll go, I say, taking a swig of my beer. I need to say hi anyway. Maybe it'll distract them from their fight. I push through the swinging door in time to hear the last of their argument. You are not as big as you think you are, Nicky, Blanca yells. Nicholas makes the mistake of getting right up next to her and pointing in her face. I'm bigger than you. Before I can step in, Blanca has taken his finger and bent it so far back Nicholas is on his knees, squealing like a little girl. It takes everything in me not to laugh at how easily my sister can still prove she's in charge. You will not ever point at me like that again, young man. Do you understand me? She says. I decide it's time to break it up before she really lets loose. I kiss Blanca on the cheek. Hey, sis. Her eyes sparkle for a split second before she turns her attention back to her 17-year-old son. I grasp him by the back of the neck. Come on, Nicky. Let's go talk somewhere. He stands up, cradling his finger to his chest, and I lead him out the back door. Damn, that hurts. He shakes out his hand. I didn't know she could do that. We make ourselves comfortable on patio chairs. You're lucky it was only your finger. I've watched your abuela lead Lalo around the house by his chest hair one time when he mouthed off to her. The Zavaro women are known for playing dirty. You're telling me. What was that all about in there anyway? He pauses before answering. I can tell he's trying to decide what he wants to say and how much he wants to say it. How old were you when you first had sex? He asks. I cough on a sip of beer. It takes me a few seconds to pull myself back together. Damn, I wasn't expecting that question, I admit, still clearing my throat. How does that relate to you fighting with your mom? He sighs and looks off into the distance, obviously upset about his mom's involvement in whatever his sex life is. I want to go to Galveston after the homecoming dance and stay at a beach house with my friends, but she won't let me. She says I'm too young to be put in a position like that. Okay. But I'm not too young, he argues. I've been helping her raise Julian and Vanessa since my asshole dad left. You were in high school when you lost your virginity. She acts like I'm gonna sleep with every girl at the party. Wait, I say with my hands up. How do you know when I lost my virginity? He looks at me like I'm stupid. Please, I've grown up hearing you and all my other tios talking about your escapades in high school. He has a point. Okay, but I think the question is, are you planning to have sex after the dance? He looks at me with a shit-eating grin on his face. I take it that's a yes? He nods. I didn't know you even had a girlfriend. I don't. So who are you planning on having sex with? Her name is Tamala. I wait for more information, but that's all he gives me. Okay. How long have you known her? She's been in a couple of my classes, I guess. I wait again. I get the impression he wants to tell me more, but isn't quite sure how I'm going to react. Are you friends? He looks away. Not really. Are you at least taking her to the dance? He nods. I'm still confused, so I keep asking him questions, hoping to understand the situation better. Let me make sure I have this right. You're not friends, you may have a few classes together, but you asked her to the dance. He nods, and I sigh. It's like pulling fucking teeth with this kid. Okay, then why did you ask her to the dance? He has the decency to blush. Because she puts out. I sit back, trying to figure out how to proceed in this conversation. Before I can think of anything to say, Nicholas beats me to it. I'm tired of being a virgin. I want to know what all the fuss is about, you know? I do know. I take a deep breath. But let me ask you a question, man to man. Okay. Does this girl, Tamala, that's her name? He nods. Does Tamala know the only reason you asked her to the dance is so you can have sex with her? I don't know. I mean, everyone knows she'll pretty much sleep with anyone, so it can't be too much of a surprise. But does she know that's what you're expecting from her? Because I have to say, Nikki, if she thinks you asked her out because you actually like her, and she finds out at the dance that it's only because you want to get with her, that's a really dick move. His head snaps up. Oh, come on, Tio. You really gonna go there? I'm not stupid. I've seen pictures of all the women you're banging. You're with someone new every week. You can't get mad at me for wanting to do it once. I point a finger at him as I choose my words carefully. Don't you raise your voice at me, mijo. We may be the same height, but I am way stronger than you, and I'll happily take your ass down. He looks at his hands, clasped in his lap, visibly flustered at the way this conversation is going. First of all, just because there's a picture of me with someone in the newspaper doesn't mean I've ever been with them. It could be a friend, a co-worker, hell, someone who happens to be walking next to me on the street. So don't get caught up in that shit. And second, any woman I'm with, anyone I have sex with, it is made very clear from the beginning where we stand. You haven't taken the time to consider this girl might actually like you. What about that? Are you going to be the guy that disrespects a girl who has feelings for you? It's not like that, Tio. It's not? What's it like? She's the school slut! He yells, sitting up straight. It doesn't matter if she likes me! What the hell is wrong with you? I'm so angry I throw my beer against the brick wall, making him flinch. Weren't you there when your dad used to call your mom a whore and a slut? Don't you remember that? Weren't you there when he disrespected her in front of the family? Remember the look on your mama's face when he did that to her? And now you're willing to do that to some girl? It's not the same thing, he yells. It's worse, I scream back. You're believing rumors without any evidence, just like your mama's friends did, and you know better. You have the chance to take a girl who has been broken down by other guys and show her what it means to be treated right. Show her she has more to offer than just spreading her legs, but instead, you'd rather be like your dad. His eyes snap up to mine. It's a battle of wills to see who's going to look away first. Mijo, I say gently, trying to calm down. We all may talk big, but all of us, all of your tios, is just talk. I know you want to have sex, but to use some poor girl because she has a reputation? You know how easily rumors get started? Untrue rumors? You know better than to believe rumors are always truth. You're better than that. I stand up to go inside and squeeze him on the shoulder as I walk by. He needs time to think, and I need time not to beat his ass. As I go through the door, I see Blanca standing next to it. There's no doubt in my mind she heard the entire conversation. I pull her into my arms and kiss the top of her head. You weren't supposed to hear any of that, I say. That was man talk. She sighs. It sounded more like a man trying to tell a little boy how to act like a man. Something like that. I remember being that age and still a virgin. God, the hormones. I was so horny my skin practically itched. I'm not ready to have a sexually active teenage son. I'm not sure you have much of a choice in the matter. All you can do is hope you taught him how to make good decisions on his own. She pulls away and pats me on my cheek. Thank you for saying all that stuff about respecting that poor girl. I hope he does the right thing by her. He will. He wouldn't still be sitting there if he was okay with his original plan. We look through the glass and see Nicky staring off into space, biting his first finger like he always does when he's lost in thought. Don't forget your own words, she says, causing me to look at her. This girl you're seeing, the one with the baby, make sure you're both on the same page before she gets too involved. You can be more charming than you realize, and she has enough to worry about without you breaking her heart. I pull her in for another hug. She doesn't realize, but she has it sort of backward. I don't have any idea what's going on with Quincy. I'm attracted to her, sure, but I like her, too, which is something I haven't felt in years. It has me totally stumped. So, I'm taking it one day at a time.
Chapter 13. Quincy. The first thing I notice is all the red. It's everywhere. Red jerseys, red face paint, red stadium. The stadium where the Mutiny plays is impressive. Just outside downtown, it's almost shaped like the bottom half of a soccer ball. I can't believe this is your first soccer game, Jenny says as we walk with the crowd toward the front gates. They are so fun, like nothing you have ever experienced before. Like the majority of people around us, Jenny is showing her team spirit dressed in a tight-fitting Mutiny jersey and matching baseball cap, long red hair pulled through the back in a low ponytail. How come I didn't know you were such a huge soccer fan? I ask, looking down at my plain red t-shirt. I'm lucky I found something in the team colors in my closet. Because I'm not a super fan. I love coming to games, and I definitely keep up with all the single and available players, she says with a wink. But I don't watch on TV or pay close attention to their schedule or anything. You know I hate shelling out money for tickets. She's right. She's a total cheapskate. I'm always happy to come when I get free tickets, especially primo ones like these. We get in line and pull out our tickets. I've been to enough professional sports games to know not to bring a purse of any kind. Driver's license, debit card, my phone, and a ticket. Those are the only things I need to keep track of in a stadium full of people. That also gets us in the no-bag line at security, which moves a whole lot faster than the alternative. Here are your noisemakers, the attendant says after she scans our tickets, handing us what looks like deflated balloons. I gaze at her with a confused expression, so she continues. Just blow them up and tie it up at the bottom. They get really loud when you bang them together. I thank her, and we look for the signs pointing to our seats. From what Jenny has said, 100 level center field is an amazing place to sit during the game. I'll have to take her word for it. Ooh, I want a giant churro, Jenny says and practically bounces into the vendor line. You want one? Sure, as long as they have margaritas, too. She snorts. It's a soccer game. Of course there are margaritas. As we wait, I keep people watching. I've never seen so many flags and foam fingers and noisemakers in my life. The sound is almost deafening. I lean over. Is it always this loud? I yell in her ear. She beams at me before yelling back. This isn't even noisy yet. Just wait. We finally make it to the front of the line to get our churros and margaritas. I'd be excited about the food, but the drink. This isn't just a margarita. It's a yard-long margarita. Totally worth the $15 it cost me for a 3-foot-long plastic cup I'll never use again. As we walk through the tunnel and into the stands, I understand what Jenny meant by the noise level going up. If I thought it was practically deafening before, I was wrong. To the left, people are banging on drums, keeping beat with each other. Others are playing trumpets, and noisemakers are being clapped to the beat as well. Giant flags are waved back and forth, with no one complaining about sitting behind them. This is like no sporting event I've ever seen. The energy is exhilarating. It takes us a minute to find our seats because they're so close to the field. Second row, center field, to be exact. Jenny is ecstatic. Oh my God, I can't believe these seats. We'll be able to see everything from here. She takes a big bite of her snack and licks the sugar off her lips. Damn, if these are the comp tickets the team gets, I'm gonna need you to introduce me to some of Daniel's friends. Daniel? The girl in front of us turns around and asks, Daniel Zavaro? She'd be pretty if she wasn't giving us such a sneer. Long, glossy dark hair, big blue eyes ringed with black, pouty pink lips, and a killer rack. She looks like a supermodel. A bitchy one, but a supermodel nonetheless. Yeah, Jenny says with a smile. She either doesn't notice the death glares from this chick, or she's trying to kill her with kindness. My money is on the latter. He's dating my friend Quincy here. Dating? The girl asks, looking me up and down like she's sizing me up. The condescending tone isn't lost on me. Since when does Daniel Zavaro date? He fucks and runs, just so you know. I raise my eyebrows at Jenny, who is visibly trying to retract her claws. I would be offended by this girl's very obvious attitude, but I'm too interested to see what Jenny is about to do. She is normally pretty chill and lets things roll off her back, but the one thing she can't stand is people trying to intimidate her friends. Interesting. Hey, Quincy, she says, how many dates have you been on with Daniel? Just the one, I answer honestly, although I do toy with lying for a second. Huh. And did he fuck you and run? Nope, I answer. No fucking and no running. And yet, she says, looking like she's deep in thought, even though we all know she's over-exaggerating to make a point. He asked you to come to the game and provided you with these primo tickets and a parking pass and passes to get down to the tunnel after the game. But... She looks at me again with wide eyes. No fucking? No fucking, I say with a snigger. Jenny shrugs and smiles at the girl, who I realize is sitting with a friend who resembles her quite a lot. Same hair, same pouty lips, same rack. I would guess these girls are groupies, not girlfriends. That would account for their immediate dislike of someone dating one of the players. Looks like Daniel may be off the market now, since there's been no fucking or running. Sorry about that. The girl narrows her eyes, but Jenny doesn't notice. I'm Jenny, by the way. You already know Quincy. And you are... Tiffany. Oh, good. That'll be easy to remember. Tiffany's are a dime a dozen, just like groupies. Tiffany's friend chokes on her beer and starts coughing. Jenny ignores her and keeps going. I'd shake your hand, but mine are full, she says as she gestures to the snacks. And I don't know where yours has been. Tiffany glares. I can tell she wants to say something, but can't think as fast as Jenny. You can turn around now, Jenny says. Tiffany whips her head back around and pretends to ignore us, and Jenny just takes another bite out of her churro. I look around the stadium, taking it all in. It's a beautiful day, and I'm glad the roof is open. Lots of sunshine and a perfect breeze. The red seats are quickly filling up as more fans make their way in. It won't be long now, Jenny says, as an announcer comes over the loudspeaker. I can barely make out what's being said, but with names, pictures, and stats of all the players popping up on the lone Jumbotron screen, I'm guessing he's announcing all the players. Sure enough, I can barely make it out when the announcer yells, "And your captain, Daniel Zavaro!" But the crowd sure hears it, and they go wild as Daniel runs through a tunnel and onto the field, fists raised in the air and obviously excited for the game to start. The entire stadium is on their feet, clapping, cheering, and banging noisemakers together. Jenny was right. I've seen excitement at sporting events before, but never like this. For the next 90-plus minutes, the field is a flurry of men running back and forth. I have a hard time following the action because it just looks like a bunch of guys chasing a ball. I know there's more to it, but without knowing the rules, my brain just can't wrap around what's happening. Interestingly enough, Tiffany the groupie seems to be following it all just fine. She keeps yelling things like, "Offsides, ref! They're offsides!" and "Bend it, Anderson!" She's really into the game. I'm not sure if it surprises me that she knows so much, or that she really seems to be a fan, not just a groupie. I guess someone can be both. Are these guys really getting hurt? I yell in Jenny's ear after yet another player starts rolling around on the ground in distress. They seem to be a bunch of big babies to me. She yells back. They are a bunch of babies. That's part of the fun. It's almost like a contest to see who can convince the ref first that they are injured. I crinkle my eyes. Seems like unnecessary drama to me. Not if you can get a penalty kick out of it, she explains. We don't have time for much conversation. There's too much action and too much noise. Even though I don't know exactly what's going on, I enjoy absorbing the energy of the crowd and watching the game. I know enough, however, to realize our team is losing toward the end of the second half. By this time, everyone is on their feet, cheering. Tiffany looks nervous, hands clasped together and covering her mouth. Jenny has her arms crossed and is leaning forward. The crowd seems to sway with the motion of the ball. Come on, come on, come on! Jenny chants under her breath as players make their way to the opposite team's goalposts. Take the equalizer shot! Take the equalizer shot! Daniel comes out of nowhere, or so it seems to me, and crosses the field until he reaches the ball. He kicks it hard, and it sails through the air, arcs at the last second and goes right over the goalie's head into the goal. The crowd erupts into cheers, and I swear every musical instrument in the stadium plays at top volume. It's insane and invigorating. Less than a minute later, it happens again. The clock counts down a few seconds later, with the mutiny on the winning side after all. The crowd goes wild, and so does the team. Jerseys are ripped over heads, and the players throw them into the crowd. Daniel is hoisted into the air by several teammates as they celebrate the win. I'm practically frozen in place with a smile on my face, watching the antics on the field. I understand it now. I understand why he likes his job so much. It's a total rush. "That was awesome," Jenny squeals as we stand there observing. "Can you believe he scored the equalizer and go-ahead shots?" I giggle. "I have no idea what you just said." She throws her arms over my shoulders and squeezes. "He won the game, Quincy. Your man won the game." I pull my phone from my pocket, opening my text messages. "That was amazing. You are amazing to watch out there. Thank you for such an enjoyable day." It isn't until we get home and I'm settled that I get a response from Daniel. "I'm so glad you had fun, and just so you know, I was watching you, too." I bite back a smile. I've never dated a professional athlete before, but if this kind of thing happens often, this is gonna be fun.
Chapter 14. Daniel. You're right. That's all the text from Nicholas says. Despite its terseness, I know exactly what he's talking about. We haven't spoken since our conversation about homecoming a few weeks ago. I'd left him with lots to think about, but he's a good kid. His dad may be a dick, but stepdad Aaron's been around a while, and before that, my brothers and I made sure Nicky had good male role models. I text him back as soon as I pull into Quincy's lot and park my car. Me. I'm glad you think so. Now what are you going to do about it? Nicky. I asked her if she wanted to go on a real date with me, before the dance. Me. And? Nicky. And we're going to the movies tomorrow night. Me. No expectations of sex? Nicky. Nope. I've been sitting with her at lunch a couple times a week, and we've partnered up in biology. She's actually really cool. Me. I figured she probably was. Now treat her like a lady and get to know the person she is with her clothes on before you wonder what she's like with her clothes off. Nicky. Rolls eyes. Yes, Tio? Me. I gotta go. You're not the only one with a hot date. Nicky. Make sure you treat her like a lady. Me. LOL, always. Later, dude. Quincy and I have been dating for a few weeks now. That sounds weird because I don't date. But I have so much fun with Quincy, we just sort of fell into this weird relationship. Hell, I don't even know if it falls under the definition of dating. We don't do anything special. We go out to eat or hit some random tourist spot in town. We've even had a couple more midnight shopping trips. It all sort of depends on Chance's schedule, but I don't mind. I enjoy being with both of them. I can't remember the last time I've been out with someone more than once, and usually that ended with sex. But I haven't had sex in weeks, not even when we're on the road and partying after a game. I don't miss it as much as I thought I would. That's not what Quincy is about, and I've been too busy enjoying her to miss anything else. I knock on the door, and a few seconds later it flies open. Quincy stands there, flushed, like she just ran across the room. She's wearing short black shorts and a red mutiny t-shirt. Her long hair is down around her shoulders and looks soft, like she just finished blow-drying it and didn't put any hairspray or gel in it yet. There's no makeup on her face. She's beautiful. "Sorry," she says as she ushers me in. "I finally got Chance to sleep, and I was afraid if you knocked again he'd wake up." I kiss her quickly on the lips and shut the door behind me. "Would it be better if I text you when I get here?" "So much better. she says as we go to the living room. Popcorn and a couple of beers are on the coffee table. Before she can sit down, I seize her around the waist and pull her to me, making her squeak. "What are you doing?" she asks with a smile. "This?" I answer and kiss her like I've been wanting to all day. It's unhurried and thorough, and makes me remember things I haven't done in a while. I rub her back as I take a few minutes to enjoy the feeling of her mouth and her lips and her tongue before reluctantly pulling away. "I missed you," I say and smack her on the ass, making her squeak again. We break apart and walk straight to the couch. "How was the game?" she asks, tucking a foot underneath her and picking up a beer. I grip mine and take a sip. "You tell me. Did you like sitting in the box this time?" She smiles. "It was great. Everyone was so nice, and it was fun having the baby with me." "He flirted with all the other wags, didn't he?" I ask. That kid has turned out to be the biggest flirt. Whenever I'm around and a woman starts to talk to him, he'll completely ignore me while he coos at the woman. If I was his dad, I'd be really proud. Hell, I'm kind of proud of him anyway. Quincy furrows her eyes. "What's a wag?" I swallow more beer before answering. "It's an acronym. Stands for wives and girlfriends. That's who usually sit in the boxes. That and mothers and fathers and kids." "Well, I feel so honored for getting to sit with all the important people." I smile at her. "You're important to me, so—" She stares at me for a moment and bites her lip, neither of us speaking. After a few sexually charged moments, she clears her throat and looks away. "Anyway, thanks for letting us sit there. Jenny and I had a lot of fun." She picks up the remote and points it at the TV. "I hope you don't mind," she says, changing subjects and breaking the tension. "Before you called, I was going to catch up on Outlander. I'm several episodes behind." "Fine with me," I say. "I'm used to those soft porn shows." "Soft porn shows?" "You know, Outlander, Game of Thrones, True Blood. Soft porn." She scoffs at me. "We're watching Stars, Daniel, not pay-per-view." I lean back and put my feet up on the coffee table. "Baby, the only difference between Stars and porn is that actual porn doesn't have a plot or as big a budget." She rolls her eyes. "Whatever. Soft porn." She grumbles under her breath. She picks up the popcorn and puts it on the couch between us. I snap up a handful and toss some in my mouth as the review of the last episode plays and the credits roll. Adult language, adult situations, brief nudity. That's what the parental ratings warn us of. It is so wrong. The first thing that pops up on the screen is a woman on a bed and a man is with her, with his head between her legs for a very long time. And now there's nipples, lots and lots of nipples, and his head is still between her legs. "Still trying to convince yourself it's not high-budget porn?" I joke, trying to break the sexual tension that has sprung up again. "Oh my God, this is so awkward," she replies, eyes still on the screen. Her ears turn bright red, which is apparently her version of a blush. She looks so uncomfortable. I sip my beer and munch popcorn, ignoring the Woody in my pants from imagining that it's Quincy and me on the screen. When all else fails, insert humor. "Man, he's really going at it, isn't he?" "Would you shut up?" She laughs and smacks my arm. "This is weird enough without you making jokes." "Sorry, I'll just sit here quietly while we watch the non-porn." She rolls her eyes, but smiles anyway. 2 hours later, Jamie and Claire have gone at it multiple times, all while gallivanting through 18th century Scotland, dodging the horrible British soldiers. "I can't believe you just sat through 2 hours of Outlander," she says as she stands to take the empty popcorn bowl into the kitchen. I pick up the empty beer bottles by their necks and follow her. "I have 3 older sisters. By far, that wasn't the worst thing I've ever watched. Although, I have one problem with the whole thing." "Really?" she deadpans. "What could you possibly find wrong about Outlander? It's a great show." "Oh, I agree. Lots of action, lots of boobs." She smacks me playfully on the chest. "As a 20th century man, I can't even imagine the odor coming off those people. They never bathe." She leans against the counter, laughing. Why are you trying to ruin it for me? Let me live in my fantasy. Your fantasy is a man who runs around in a dress? It's a kilt, she argues. And I think it's kind of hot. You know what I think is kind of hot? What? She asks as she crosses her arms. You? We look each other in the eyes before I take 2 steps forward and put my hands on the counter behind her, essentially trapping her. Why do you look so surprised when I say that? She clears her throat. Because it's been a really long time since someone thought that about me? I doubt that. I rub my thumb down her cheek and across her jaw. She's so beautiful, fresh-faced and casual. It makes me hard, thinking about her like this. Just because no one has said it doesn't mean no one has thought it. Isn't that the same thing? She whispers. Not even close. I wrap a hand around the back of her neck and pull her to me, pressing my lips to hers. Her arms wrap around my waist and snake up my back so she can hold on to my shoulders. I take that as my cue to keep going. I take the kiss deeper, sucking on her tongue and gently nipping at her bottom lip. I slide my hands down and squeeze her ass, pulling her to me so she can feel what her kiss does to me. If I don't go now, I finally say between kisses, I'll never leave. What if I want you to stay? She pulls her hands back between us and gently caresses my face. Then I'll stay, but there's no way I'll be walking out of here before morning, I say honestly. Then stay until morning. She whispers against my lips, and I groan. I plunge my tongue in her mouth, mimicking what I wish my cock was doing inside her right now. Bedroom? I ask, not bothering to open my eyes or break away from what is turning into a frenzy. She walks backward with me, still holding onto my face, and guides us down the hallway and into a room. As soon as we cross the threshold, any semblance of restraint disappears. I rip her shirt over her head and throw it on the floor, and her hair falls back down around her shoulders. My shirt is quickly disposed of the same way and lands on top of hers. I lower myself to the floor in front of her and drag her shorts down, burying my nose in her panties, breathing deeply. Holy shit, you smell good. I kiss her stomach just above the waistband of her panties. Her head falls back and she moans. I kiss and taste back up her body, pausing when I get to her bra. Take it off, I growl. She undoes the clasp of her bra, sliding it down her arms and tossing it aside. It doesn't even hit the floor before I'm sucking on one of her tight, pink nipples. Her hands slide into my hair, and she continues to make small noises that make me even hornier. Before I can kiss my way up her neck, she surprises me and drops to her knees in front of me. She looks up at me with her hazel eyes, biting her bottom lip as she unbuttons my shorts and slides the zipper down. It is the sexiest thing I have ever seen in my life, and I've seen a lot of sexy. My shorts fall to the floor, followed quickly by my boxer briefs. Before my muddled brain can comprehend what's happening, my cock is in her warm, wet mouth. Holy shit, I groan. I run my fingers through her hair while my cock slides in and out of her mouth. It is a fucking fantasy come true. She is a fucking fantasy come true. She sucks and licks and massages my balls with her hand. It takes everything in me not to explode in her mouth, but I have something different in mind for our first orgasm. Stop, baby, I say quietly as I pull her to her feet. She looks at me with huge eyes. You're so beautiful. I cup her jaw and kiss her again, not just with passion, but with feeling. I haven't felt like this about someone since, well, maybe since ever. I wasn't looking for a woman to date long term, and I'm still not even sure how to define this one. But damn if I didn't find a good woman. I walk her back to the bed and turn her around. I move her hair over her shoulder and nip, kiss, bite, and suck my way down her neck, her spine, up and over her ribs, and around her waist. I push her down so she's bending over the bed and run my hands down her spine, hooking my fingers in her panties and dropping them to the floor while I drop to my knees. "Daniel," she breathes, "what are you doing?" "Worshipping every inch of you." I spread her thighs apart and get my first glimpse of her swollen pink lips. Before I can help myself, I'm kissing her between her legs. Not just any kind of kissing. Kissing and licking and plunging inside her. She tastes musky and salty, and I love every second of it. Quincy goes slack against the bed as she writhes against my face. I don't let up. I flick her clit, then thrust my tongue inside her, then flick her clit again, over and over until her taste begins to change, and I know she's about to come. "Daniel," she yells as she trembles. I continue flicking and plunging, licking and tasting, until she goes still. It takes a few minutes for her to catch her breath, during which I kiss up and down her legs and back. Finally, she's coherent enough to speak again. "That was," she says breathlessly. "That was amazing." I smile as I stand up and kiss the spot behind her ear, making her shiver. "That's just the beginning, too." "I guess it's my turn." I can hear the anticipation when she says it, but I have other things planned. "Nope," I say. "I'm not done with you yet." "Watching high-budget porn turns you on, huh?" She jokes, still bent over the bed. I love that she hasn't changed positions or tried to cover up. She's not ashamed of what we've done or wanting more. "Oh, it wasn't the porn. It was those damn shorts you had on." I kiss the back of her neck again, making her shiver. "And your soft, silky hair." I take a handful of it and pull her head back so I can kiss below her jaw, making her gasp. "And that sexy-ass jersey you had on." She giggles as I kiss her shoulder and over to her spine again, stroking down across her beautiful, perfect ass. "I knew that jersey would get you going." I stop what I'm doing in surprise. "You wore that jersey to make me horny?" She giggles again. "Of course I did. We've been dating for how long? You weren't making any moves on me. I had to do something drastic." "I was trying to be respectful of you." "Less respect, more dirty talk," she says. I chuckle. "Oh, babe, next time just ask and I'll be more than happy to help you out." "Noted," she breathes, and I continue my journey, kissing down her back. I rub her soft skin and then reach up to cup one of her breasts, pinching and twisting a nipple until it hardens and peaks. Her breathing becomes more rapid again, and I know she's almost ready for round two. I slide my hands down her soft, flat belly and dip my finger inside her. In and out I stroke, enjoying the feel of her wrapped around my finger and the sounds of her sighs. Removing my finger, I bring it around between her ass cheeks and use her natural wetness as a lube around her other entrance. She stiffens. "Daniel, what are you doing?" "Relax, baby," I say reassuringly. "It's not what you think. Well, not tonight, anyway." She chuckles and relaxes into the bed again. Condom, I remember suddenly and leave her momentarily to get one out of my wallet. She lifts her head and smiles at me over her shoulder. "I'm glad you came prepared. You must have been a Boy Scout?" I snort. No. I just know one too many people who have gotten themselves in bad situations." I roll the condom on and sweep more of her natural lubricant up behind her to no man's land. As I line up my cock with her core, I hear her gasp. "Are you ready?" I ask quietly. "Oh, God, I'm so ready," she answers with a moan. So I push slowly inside her, making us both groan with pleasure. "Oh, that feels so good," she says and pushes against me. We pick up the pace as we enjoy the feel of each other, both inside and out. I can tell she's getting close. I know I am. I run my thumb down the crack of her ass until I find my target. Carefully, so I don't hurt her, I push my thumb inside her. "Daniel," she says with a gasp. Her body resists the intrusion, but I continue to slowly work my way in until my thumb is buried up to my knuckle. Why does that feel so good? She asks, not sounding completely coherent. Hold on, baby, I say breathlessly. It's about to feel even better. I pull back and slam into her, making her call out. I do it a second time, and a third. Finally, on the fourth thrust, I push down with my thumb, tightening everything inside her. We both come almost immediately, and it goes on and on and on. She's groaning loudly while I clench my teeth so I don't roar like a fucking lion. And I would, because it's so good, I feel like the king of the world. As we begin our descent, we slow our pace until there's no movement between us except our breathing and the beat of our hearts. Quincy finally catches her breath. Wow, she says. It's the only thing she says for the next few minutes. That was amazing. Who knew the back door could do that? I laugh and pull both my cock and thumb out, making us both wince. I take it you've never tried ass play before? She shakes her head. Not like that, I haven't. She crawls onto the bed as I take the condom off, tie the end, and drop it into the trash can next to the dresser. I didn't know what I was missing. I chuckle as I visit the ensuite bathroom to wash my hands. Most men think you go for it the first time around. Not true. It's something to work up to. She yawns as I dry my hands and head back into her room and climb into bed with her. I pull her to me, tucking her head under my jaw and into my shoulder. I understand the appeal now, but don't expect to fuck me in the ass anytime soon. I laugh. I won't. Besides, there's too many other parts of your body to explore before then. She wraps an arm around my chest and snuggles in. We can do that in the morning, okay? She's fading fast. As much as I'd like a second round tonight, there's no way she'd make it through. And round 3, and round 4. Maybe a round 5, I say, but she doesn't say anything. Quincy? I ask. The only response I get is a soft snore. I startle awake when someone slaps me across the face. My eyes are open, but nothing around me is registering. A bedroom, not my bedroom, and not a hotel room. I get another smack, making me turn to look at my assailant. A toothless baby stares back at me, smiling and drooling. Last night comes back to me. We didn't have sex once. We didn't have it twice. No, we woke up 2 more times and ended up having sex 3 times. And it was all fucking fantastic, even when we were half asleep. I shouldn't think about that kind of thing with a baby staring at me. That's kind of creepy, even for me. Hey, kid, I say. He really is a cute kid. What are you doing in bed? Aren't you supposed to be in your crib? He waves his naked arms and legs excitedly, like he's swimming. He's wearing nothing but a diaper. That exciting, huh? He squeals. Tell you what, why don't we go find Quincy and see if I can't treat you guys to breakfast? What do you think of that? He farts. I laugh. I'll take that as a yes. I rub my face, pull him to my chest, and get off the bed. Chubby hands immediately snatch at my nose and eyebrows and chin. Have you had breakfast yet, big man? I ask as I carry the baby down the hall and into the living room. A quick glance in the kitchen turns up no Quincy. Where do you think she went? The telltale sounds of singing, a song that sounds suspiciously like a Taylor Swift hit, comes from a room off the small kitchen. I push the door open to see Quincy in a t-shirt and boy shorts. She's bent over, putting wet clothes into a dryer. I can't take my eyes off her ass. I look at Chance, who is staring at her ass too. You like what we're seeing, don't you? I ask him, making Quincy jump. I didn't know you were up, she says, hand clasped over her heart. You scared me. I wasn't, but this guy decided it was playtime. Bend over like that again and we'll see if he's right. I smile coyly, and she takes the baby out of my arms and into the kitchen, kissing his cheeks. I swear he's giving me a smug look over her shoulder. I'm sorry about that. She puts him in an exerciser. He usually gets in bed with me after his early morning feeding and stays asleep for a few hours afterward. It's not a problem, I assure her. Getting slapped by a baby isn't the worst way I've woken up before. Really? She asks as she moves back into the laundry room. What's worse than that? I pause to think, leaning against the door jamb and crossing my arms. Like that time the priest who worked with all the teenagers at church thought it would be fun to videotape us being woken up by them super early in the morning. It was still dark, so the light on the video camera is basically what woke us up. Are you serious? Yep. To a brain that's not quite awake yet, it looks like a train barreling into your room, scaring the shit out of you. And the best part is that they edited all the videos from all the different kids together and showed it at our next get-together. She coughs a laugh and works with her laundry again. Why would they do that? I shake my head. Team unity or some shit like that, I'm sure. To this day, I still have nightmares about being run over by a train in my sleep. Really? No. She nails me in the face with a pair of panties. Did you mean to throw a pair of... I stretch out the cloth. Lacy, red, thong underwear? She snatches it out of my hand and throws it in the washer. It was an accident. You accidentally threw a pair of underwear in my face, knowing I love the way you smell? I'd only caught a whiff, but it was enough to make me horny all over again, even after the sex marathon from last night. I stalk her. Look at what you already did to me. I point to my crotch, where my boxer briefs are doing nothing to hide the current situation. She's trying to ignore me getting closer, but I see the subtle change in the way she's breathing and how she's not quite as focused on measuring out laundry detergent. I put my hands on her waist as she closes the lid and starts the washing machine, turning her to face me. I cup her face. Good morning, beautiful, I say and kiss her. Good morning. I chuckle against her skin and move up inside her shirt. Did you sleep well? Better than I have in a long time. I glide my hands over her breasts, teasing her nipples with my palms. She shivers. I'm glad to hear it. I clutch her ass and whisper in her ear. Do you need a quick wake-me-up? What did you have in mind? She asks, as her fingers run through my hair and she leans her head to the side, giving me more access to her neck. Noted. She likes being kissed on the neck. I quickly lift her and sit her on the edge of the washing machine. Spin cycle sex? She throws her head back and laughs. Are you serious? Of course I am. Have you ever tried this before? Well, no, but theoretically it sounds like it should be amazing. She laughs again. It does sound fun, doesn't it? I murmur against her lips. Can you imagine? My cock inside you while the washing machine is going around and around and around? My hips are mimicking the motion I'm describing before I push my erection against her. She gasps. Okay, I'm game, she says. I stick a hand between her legs and move the satin crotch out of the way before plunging one finger deep inside her, making her gasp again. Oh my God, do that again, she says, this time with her eyes closed. Let's get these off you first. She lifts her butt to help me slide her panties down her legs before spreading her thighs wide. I quickly drop my athletic shorts to my ankles, line my cock up, and... Fuck, I don't have a condom. When was the last time you got checked? She asks, digging her fingernails into my shoulders as she squirms. It's taking everything in me to hold back. 2 weeks ago, clean bill of health. I'm on the pill. Get inside me. I don't waste any time sliding in as deep as I can get. We groan simultaneously. Shit, you feel good, she says, making me smile. I haven't even done anything yet. I spend the next several minutes teasing her with different kinds of thrusts. Some short, some long, some fast, some slow. Driving her insane is starting to drive me insane. And then it happens. The washing machine starts moving, the entire unit shaking. The extra motion, along with my alternating thrusts, create extra sensitive sensations. I move faster, too, thrusting in time with the sound the machine makes every time it hits the back of the wall. "Oh my God, harder!" she yells, clawing my back. "Daniel!" she yells, and her inner walls tighten around my cock. She comes and comes and comes until my balls tighten and the orgasm races up my spine, slamming into me. Oh, fuck! I ride it out, thrusting as much as I can for as long as I can before slowing to a stop. We're clinging to each other, panting heavily, when we hear a different kind of squeal. Chance, still in his exercaucer, is smiling at us. "Oh shit," Quincy says, going pale. "I can't believe I did that in front of him." She looks at me. "I'm the worst aunt/pseudo-mom ever." I pull out of her with a groan. I pick up a sock off the floor and clean myself off, throwing it into the dirty clothes basket. He's 6 months old. He has absolutely no idea what just happened. And he has the attention span of the hyper-hypo. "The what? Hand me a sock, please." "The hyper-hypo?" She gives me a blank stare. "Mike Myers on Saturday Night Live?" She shakes her head, jumps off the washing machine, and throws the sock in the basket. I rub my face in disappointment. "Oh, geez, woman, it's a classic skit. I'll be finding that, and you will be watching it. You'll understand what I mean about the baby when you do." She pulls up her panties and puts her hands on her hips. "You sure he'll be okay? We didn't, scar him for life or anything?" "I have more than a dozen nieces and nephews," I say and kiss the top of her head. "I guarantee he'll be fine. Now, if he was a year or two older, we might have a problem." "I'll keep that in mind." She smiles sweetly at me. "Breakfast?" she asks as she goes into the kitchen and opens the fridge. "I make a mean fried egg." "Sounds perfect," I respond. "Let me go jump in the shower real quick, and I'll be back to help you out." "Sounds good." I squat next to the kid. That, my friend, is how you do it. When you find a good woman, make sure she's your #1 priority in bed, and things like that will just happen. Chance smiles at me and smacks his toy in excitement, making it light up again.
Chapter 15. Quincy. It feels like there's a sledgehammer in my head, and it's trying to demolish something, although I'm not sure what. Peeling my eyes open, the single ray of sunlight coming through my blinds makes the pounding worse. But something feels off, so I power through it. I vaguely remember falling asleep while snuggling with Daniel on the couch, and then waking up in the middle of the night to throw up. But the memory is blurry. Could it have been a dream? I roll over and look at the clock. 2:37 p.m. Not only have I been asleep all day, I was asleep all night. That means Chance hasn't eaten in maybe as long as 18 hours. Oh no! I jump out of bed, which, feeling like I do, means I drag my feet over the side, try desperately not to vomit, and shuffle my way to the door. He's not crying, which makes my heart pound even harder. Oh God, I hope he's okay. How did I sleep so long? What is wrong with me? Maybe that blurry memory wasn't a dream after all. It's hard to think with my head pounding like this. I peek in his room and find his crib empty. Where the hell is the baby? I'm confused and feel feverish. Was I drugged? Did Daniel drug me and steal my baby? No, that doesn't make sense. Did someone else drug me and steal my baby? Am I having fever hallucinations? That makes more sense. The only thing I know for sure is I need water or coffee or juice, something to get this terrible, funky feeling out of my mouth, and maybe get rid of some of the cotton mouth in case I have to make some calls to find my child. Where is my phone? It takes a few minutes to locate it, but there it is, sitting on the counter next to a bottle of water, a bottle of Tylenol, some saltine crackers, and a note. I sink down onto the bar stool and take a swig of the water, which feels really cold in my mouth. That's strange, considering it's probably room temperature. I swallow a couple pills and start to nibble on a cracker, hoping it settles my stomach. I need to find my baby. He's probably hungry. I'm a terrible pseudo-mom. I pick up the note. Quincy, your fever was finally coming down when I left for practice, but you were still kind of out of it. The flu came on fast last night, so I'm guessing your memories are foggy. First of all, calm down. Chance is fine. He's at daycare right now. Oh, good. They're probably feeding him. Jenny canceled all your clients for today and tomorrow. Take 2 of these pills, drink the whole bottle of water, and go back to bed. I'll pick up the baby and dinner and be back by 6. Dinner. Just the thought makes my stomach roll. Hope you're feeling better. You had me worried for a while. Chance and I had fun, though. And my mama loves him. Text me when you wake up. Daniel. Oh, shit! His mother met Chance. That means his mother came over here. I look around my small apartment, wondering what she may have thought of it. It's not the fanciest thing. Surely not as nice as where Daniel lives. But it's clean. It's in a decent neighborhood. I sigh. Definitely not the way I wanted to introduce my family to my boyfriend's family. I'm not sure I was ready for that anyway. I don't even know if he's my boyfriend. Why am I trying to think through this when my head feels like it's about to split down the middle? After a few minutes of sitting and staring, I feel a little less foggy, so I take stock of how the rest of me feels while I follow Daniel's orders and drink the rest of the water. My head still pounds. My stomach doesn't feel great. My throat hurts a lot, but mostly like I've been throwing up, which makes sense since I have some vague memories of puking several times. And I definitely have a fever. I'm clammy and sticky, and I'm sure I stink. I really want to lie down, but if Daniel is going to be back in a couple of hours, I need to shower first. No, first I need to make a phone call. Thank you for calling Child Life. This is Haley. How can I help you? She says. I clear my throat. Hi, Haley. It's Quincy Watson. I clasp my head with my hand. The sound of my own voice makes me hurt worse. Oh, Quincy, she says loudly. Way too loudly. You sound awful. How do you feel? I want to laugh that she answered her own question, but I can't. I think I might hurl again. Pretty terrible. How's the baby? Is he okay? He's great, she says. I'm holding the phone away from my ear so I don't hear her screeching at me. I don't think she's actually screeching, but my poor brain can't tell the difference. No problems at all. Daniel said he only woke up once in the middle of the night to eat. Speaking of... Girl, you've been holding out on me. How did you meet Daniel Zavaro? It takes a minute for her words to register. Wait, he spent the night last night? That's what he said. You must have had a way higher fever than you know to not realize that hunk of hotness stayed with you all night. You must have the flu. It's brutal this year. I take a deep breath. This conversation has worn me out. Okay, I'm gonna go lie down now, Haley. Take care of yourself. She giggles. We'll talk more about your new man later. I try to roll my eyes, but it takes too much effort. As soon as I hang up, I text Daniel like he asked. Awake, wishing for death. I press send and lay my head down for a few minutes. The coolness of the counter feels good against my cheek. I try concentrating on my breathing, willing the nausea away. I haven't been sick like this in years. Next year, I might actually bite the bullet and get a flu shot. A few minutes later, a beep causes me to raise my head. I've missed 2 phone calls and 3 text messages. That and the drool spot where my head was tells me I haven't been relaxing here for only a few minutes. It's almost 5. I look at Jenny's text first. All your clients are canceled through tomorrow. Let me know if you need to reschedule the rest of the week. Love you. The missed calls are from Daniel, as are the other 2 texts. Go back to sleep. Sleep will help the death wish go away. The second one is from just a few minutes ago. Picking up Chance now. We'll be back soon. Stay in bed. As I move to stand up, I catch a whiff of myself. I need a shower first. To get from the kitchen to my bathroom and under the water normally takes a few minutes. This time it takes days. The water feels like pins and needles on my skin, but the cool temperature is a small relief from what must be a monster fever. The effort to scrub myself with my loofah and my favorite body wash is ridiculous, and I finally give up and sit down on the floor of the tub. Chills overtake my body, and I get the telltale signs of overactive salivary glands. I don't even think about getting out. I lean over and throw up all over the tub.
Chapter 16. Daniel. Okay, buddy, give me 1 second and I'll get you a new bottle. I shift him on my hip as I balance his diaper bag, my gym bag, and the key to unlock the door to Quincy's apartment. He squeals and gets a hold of my nose. Yes, I know it's big, but it's not a toy. He lets go and his attention is diverted somewhere else as the door opens. Here, I say as I throw everything on the couch and get him situated in his extra saucer. You need to get some energy out. How about you bounce up and down for a while? Sure enough, as soon as his feet hit the floor, he starts moving them as fast as he can. It looks like he's running without actually going anywhere. One of my nephews used to do that. It cracks me up. Quincy, I call. I check her bedroom. The shower is running, so I assume she's feeling well enough to clean up. That's a good sign. I strip the sheets off the bed and throw them in the washer, making faces and farty noises at the baby when I walk by. We're guys. I know how to entertain him. Once the washer is going and I know the baby is still entertained, I check on Quincy again. The water is still running, but she's still not responding to me calling her name. Yes, I've seen her naked and in many, many different positions. Thinking about it even briefly gives me a hard-on. I also know women can be a little more modest when they're sick, and I've been trying to respect that. But now that we've been here for a while and she's still not done showering, my desire to respect her modesty is over. Quincy, I say again as I push through the bathroom door. Are you okay, babe? I hear a moan from the shower and peek behind the curtain. She's crumpled on the floor, holding her knees to her chest. The water is lukewarm, which is a good thing, but it's obvious she's thrown up again. Maybe more than once. That's not a good thing. I quickly strip out of my clothes and climb in with her. Daniel, she says quietly as I shift her away from the spray of the water. I don't feel good. I smile. I know, baby, it's okay. I'll take care of you. Despite the water temp, she's still burning up. I thank my lucky stars flu shots are a team requirement. I don't do sick well, and this looks worse than normal. I quickly make sure any remaining soap from her attempts at washing are rinsed off, and that she didn't accidentally get vomit in her hair. Once I'm satisfied with my efforts, I shut the water off and pick her up, carrying her out of the bathroom and down the hall to the living room. Snagging a bath towel on my way past the rack, I make a mental note to clean up the water I'm dripping everywhere. Normally, I would make sure not to leave water footprints on the carpet, but there's not a lot I can do until I have her settled on the couch. As I lay the towel down and her on top of it, I look over at Chance. He's not smiling, but he's not frowning either. More like he's trying to figure out what's going on with his mom, or aunt, or... I really need to ask what he calls her. "She's okay, buddy," I say to him as I get a flat sheet from the linen closet to drape over her. No point in using a blanket with a fever this high. "She just doesn't feel well. She'll be better tomorrow." When she doesn't respond to him, he quickly loses interest and goes back to smacking some light-up toy. 10 minutes later, I'm dressed, the bathroom is cleaned up, and my mom is on her way with homemade chicken soup. She swears it's the cure for the flu, and frankly, I'm starving, so we'll take it. I sit next to her on the couch, medicine in hand. Her cheeks are flushed, and her skin looks clammy. I wish I could say she looks beautiful, but she looks more miserable than anything. "Baby, can you open up and take this for me?" She turns her head to look at me and opens her mouth after I help her sit up. She coughs after taking the medicine, and I encourage her to drink some Gatorade. "Where's the baby?" she asks weakly as she lays back down. "Right there." I nod toward Chance as I tuck the sheet in under her arms so she's covered up but will still stay relatively cool. She looks over at him and smiles. "Hey, little man." He grins widely and starts running again. Oh yeah, he misses her. "What are you doing all the way over there?" "Babe, did he get a flu shot? I don't want him to get too close to you while you have a fever." She swallows, eyes closed. "He got one when he got his 6-month shots. I didn't want to take my chances with daycare." "But you didn't get one?" "I don't go to daycare." I kiss her on the forehead. "Good point. I'm going to get a cool rag. You hang out here with him." I drag the baby, still in the extra-saucer, closer to the couch. By the time I'm done, they are already reaching for each other. I can't help but feel good about how much progress they've made since the first time I met them. They've really bonded in the few months since she took custody. If I didn't know the situation, I would assume she's always been his mom. My phone rings as I pull a washcloth from the drawer. I swipe my finger across the screen and bring it to my ear. "Hey, Jenny." "Hello, handsome," she says in a flirty tone. If we hadn't spoken multiple times over the past couple of days, I might be concerned she's trying to move in on her best friend's territory. But my gut tells me she's a harmless flirt. "How's our patient doing?" "Not well," I admit as I get the washcloth wet. "I found her sick in the shower." "Sick as in?" "Yep, all over the bottom of the tub." "Ew," she says. "Glad it was you there and not me." I laugh. "I'm sure you are. Hopefully she'll feel better by morning, but I can pretty much guarantee you she's going to need the whole week off." "I figured as much. I already started canceling the rest of her appointments. As long as she has a fever, I don't want her anywhere near me." I chuckle. "You didn't get a flu shot either?" "Oh, I did," she says. "But you know why she didn't, don't you?" "No." "Apparently they guess what strain of flu is going to be active each year and make the vaccinations accordingly. She'd rather spend $20 on going out than on a flu shot." I pick up the now wet washcloth and make my way back over to the couch. The medicine and thermometer are still sitting on the end table where I left them this morning. "Quincy?" I gently nudge her awake. "Quincy, baby, put this under your tongue. I need to take your temperature." "Aw," I hear coming from the other end of the phone. "You're so cute with her. Did she do it? Did she listen to you?" "Yep," I say as I hold the thermometer in one hand and put the washcloth down on her forehead with the other. "Taking her temp right now." "Are you spending the night again, lover boy, or do I need to come relieve you?" Her question gives me pause. I know I should want Jenny to come over and relieve me as soon as she can. I mean, I have to work again tomorrow, and we're just dating, not in an official relationship or anything. But strangely, I don't want to leave her like this. I want to stay and take care of her and the baby. It's a strange feeling. I think we'll be okay for one more night. I have an out-of-town game this weekend, so I definitely can't stay past tomorrow." "I'll take over for you starting tomorrow night. Will that work?" "Perfect." The thermometer beeps, and I pull it out of Quincy's mouth. She settles in on the couch again as I read it out loud. 102.7. "Damn," Jenny says. I gotta go. I need to get some more medicine in our girl and feed the baby before my mom gets here with dinner. Your mom is bringing you guys dinner? Jenny sounds overly excited by this tidbit of information. Her chicken noodle soup? Jenny laughs. Quincy is gonna kill you when she's coherent enough. Why? Your mother meeting her for the first time when she's got the flu and she looks like death? Oh, Daniel, you really haven't dated in years, have you? I snort a laugh. She's gonna have to get over it. Yes, she looks like death. Jenny laughs again. But this boy needs to eat, and there's nothing my mom loves better than taking care of a sick person. This will totally buy Quincy brownie points with her. Whatever you say, lover boy. Now go take care of my girl. We say our goodbyes and hang up. Quincy barely opens her eyes when I give her Tylenol and Motrin, but Chance makes it clear he's not happy he's still waiting for dinner. Okay, dude, what'll it be? I ask him as I look at the jars of baby food on the counter. You can have squash or mixed vegetables. He lets out a frustrated squeal as the doorbell rings. I know. Those choices suck. I'll look for bananas in a minute. I lift him out of the extra saucer and go to the front door. He gets his mitts on my nose again. You're starting to make me feel self-conscious, I say to him. Is it really big enough for you to get your uncoordinated little hands on all the time? I swing the door open. Hi, Mama. Hi, mijo. She whisks through the door, shoving a tote bag full of food at me and snatches the baby out of my hands. Mi chiquito, how are you, baby boy? Daniel, put that in the kitchen. She vaguely gives me instructions on how to finish preparing the food, busy getting wet, slobbery baby kisses from a very squealy and happy baby. Since you're having so much fun in abuela mode, can you put him in his high chair and give him some dinner? I would offer to feed him myself, but I know my mother. Once a baby is in the room, the rest of us may as well not exist. Of course, mijo, she answers nicely. I'm not fooled. She's not doing it to help me, she's doing it to spend more time in babyland. After putting hot soup in a mug, I return to Quincy. She still feels feverish, but nothing like she did a while ago. Hey, baby, I say, pushing her bangs off her forehead. She stirs a bit. I need you to sit up. She asks, barely cracking her eyes open. Let's sit up for a minute, I say, helping keep the sheet in position over her. If it was just me, I'd let it fall, but I don't need my mom accusing me of doing it on purpose so I can get an eyeful. She knows me well enough, she just might. I need you to drink some of this. What is it? She croaks. My throat really hurts. I know, baby. It's my mom's famous soup. She swears it'll cure you. I wrap her hands around the mug and help her lift it so she can take small sips. The first couple of sips are slow going, but once she gets a little of the broth in her system, she easily finishes the whole thing. Good. We'll see how you hold that down. You lay down again and rest some more. Okay, she says, eyes closed and already snuggling into the pillow. I turn around to go back to the kitchen, and my mom is standing there with a strange look on her face. What? I cock my head. She grins at me. You like her. I crinkle my brow. You already knew this. No, mijo, she says, grinning even wider. You really like her. I haven't seen you act like that with someone since, well, since you ended up with your sister at the hospital the day she had Vanessa. I purse my lips and walk past her to the kitchen. She's sick, Ma. She has no one. What else was I going to do? She makes a noise in the back of her throat, like she's disagreeing with me. I try to ignore her as I dish out some soup for myself, but she makes it almost impossible. You fed her and you kept her covered out of respect for her. I pick up a spoon from the drawer and try to dismiss her claims. I didn't think she'd appreciate you seeing her half naked before you become formally introduced. I pull out a soft carrot and blow on it before putting it on Chance's tray. He eyes it skeptically before doing his best to pick it up, but the carrot keeps getting away. You really like her, she says, coming around the counter and putting her arms around my waist. There's nothing wrong with that, mijo. I relax and hug her back. I know, Mama. We're just hanging out right now, being friends and dating. Don't get all excited. She pats my cheeks. Just don't hurt her, she says and walks away. Why does everyone keep saying that to me?
Chapter 17. Quincy. I'm so glad I got my flu shot, Jenny says over the sound of her clippers. You looked terrible. Uh-huh. I pretend to ignore her and sweep the hair from my last client into a pile on the floor. Jenny's been making it a point to lecture me all week about how dumb it was to not get vaccinated. Never mind that it's the only time I've been sick the entire 5 years I've known and worked with her. I'm serious, she says. I've never seen you look so bad. You're lucky Daniel was there to... Her voice is drowned out when I start up the vacuum to get rid of the hair. The timing doesn't go unnoticed by her, and she glares at me. I glare right back. I'm just saying, she says, as soon as the noise dies down, making me huff in annoyance. She's not going to let this go. It's a good thing Daniel was there to take care of you. I don't know how I would have been able to do it without him. Don't you think it was dumb for her not to get her flu shot? She asks her client, Mike. I haven't had a flu shot in 27 years, he says in a southern drawl. Never had the flu. Humph, Jenny says. You got lucky. He also saved himself about $540 in copays, I say snottily. Flu shots don't have a copay, he says. See? Jenny says. But that's 27 times I haven't been poked with a needle, he continues. See? I say. Humph, she says again. As much as I'd love to continue this delightful conversation, I say sarcastically, I have a new client I need to greet. I do a final check to make sure my workstation is presentable and move to the front of the salon. There's only one person sitting on the bench, so I walk right up to her, assuming she's my new client. Mary? I ask. She jumps up with a bright smile on her face. I'm Quincy, I say, and reach my hand out to shake hers. It's so nice to meet you, she says enthusiastically. I've been really looking forward to this. Her hair looks like it's been recently colored and like it doesn't need much of a trim, and I wonder what she's doing here. But clients fire their hairdressers all the time. Maybe she wants a different color. I take her back to my station. We spend several minutes discussing the chestnut lowlights she wants, but didn't get last time, and how she's hoping for a more choppy, stylish cut. Once I get her colors mixed and set to go, we begin the tedious and time-consuming process of painting it on her hair. I can't wait for my boyfriend to see my new hair, Mary says excitedly. I just knew when I made an appointment with you, you'd know exactly what a man likes. I crinkle my brow but smile as I fold a foil around one of her locks. I wouldn't say I necessarily know what a man likes, but I like to think I know what will look best on my client. She waves at me dismissively. That's the same thing. I was just so surprised I could get in with you. I pull up another portion of her hair with my comb and paint the color on all the way from root to tip. I have some steady clients, but I'm not that hard to get an appointment with. Really? She asks with a look of disbelief. I would have thought Daniel Zavaro's girlfriend would be booked up months in advance. My whole body goes still. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Jenny freeze as well. I try to regain my composure and focus on the work in front of me. I wouldn't call myself his girlfriend. Jenny snorts. I shoot her a dirty look. Oh. Mary looks crestfallen, but quickly brightens up again. But you are dating him, right? Just not at that point yet. I look at Jenny, whose eyes are as wide as mine feel. I have no idea where this girl came from or how she knows anything about my relationship with Daniel, and it's a little unnerving. We're friends, I say vaguely. But how do you know anything about that? I saw your picture in the paper. I spend the next 30 minutes trying to concentrate on getting the right color on the right sections of hair, all while trying to field questions about the mutiny players I know, which is one, and keep all my answers short. It's more exhausting than a normal low light would be. Once I get her situated under the dryer, and before I attend to a client who needs a touch-up, I race back to Jenny's station. What the fuck was that about? I hiss in her ear. I don't know, she hisses back, folding foil on the top of her client's head. Daniel was recognizable in those pictures, but I didn't know you'd been identified too. I appreciate having new clients, but really? Like this? Jenny shakes her head. I don't know, babe. I'm just as shocked as you are. Thank goodness Sue is next. I quickly clean up the bowls and brushes, all the while wondering how many new clients I'm going to run into who have figured out my relationship with Daniel. How many of them would have made an appointment with me if Daniel wasn't in the picture? I understand now why professional athletes are always complaining about never knowing if people like them for themselves or for their profession. I also understand one of the reasons why Daniel and I may have clicked in the beginning. There must have been something nice about me having no idea who he was when we first met. I wave Sue over when I see her check in at the front. She strides over like she's on a mission, newspaper in hand. Girl, you are the talk of the town right now, she exclaims, and plops herself down in my chair. I wrap the cape around her neck and start brushing out her hair. Nice to see you too, Sue, I deadpan. And what are you talking about? You haven't seen yesterday's newspaper? No one reads the newspaper anymore, Sue. Well, maybe you should, she says, pulling the paper out from under the cape. Since you're the star of a giant expose. I look over her shoulder, and there it is, the answer to why my new client knows about my relationship with Daniel. Houston's latest heartthrob, the woman who keeps Daniel Zavaro warm between the cleats. I snatch the paper from her and scan the article, vaguely aware Jenny is reading over my shoulder. Step back, ladies. It appears Daniel Zavaro is off the market, maybe even for good. Last week, the 29-year-old captain of the Texas Mutiny and one of last year's most eligible bachelors was spotted in the company of 25-year-old Quincy Watson, a local hairdresser. Seeing Zavaro with a beautiful woman on his arm isn't anything new, but what is new is his relationship with the 7-month-old nephew Watson has full custody of. Sources tell us that last week, while Watson was apparently recuperating from the flu, Zavaro spent all his free time with the tiny tot, including dropping him off and picking him up from daycare. He was a real sweetheart, our anonymous source said in a phone interview. He doted on baby Chance like he was his own son. Who is this new woman in Zavaro's life? We did a little digging. Haley, I grumble to myself. You are in so much trouble. The article gives the details of my job, including which salon I work at, and goes into detail about my work history. It covers Sarah's death and my subsequent custody of Chance. It even covers my dad's death and my mom ditching us. There are pictures of Daniel going in and out of my apartment, Chance in tow. Them at the daycare, me walking into work. By the time I'm done reading, Sue and I have switched spots. me in the chair and her standing next to me. "Well," Jenny says, looking as shell-shocked as I feel, "that's not an annoying invasion of privacy or anything." "Invasion of privacy or not, you come out looking like a wonderful human being," Sue says, patting me on the shoulder. I guess this explains that weird feeling I had of being watched the other day, and all the new clients I have booked for the next couple of weeks, I say, rubbing my temples. And here I thought word of mouth was getting out and people were hiring me because of my work. Jenny walks around and stands in front of me, leaning against the full-length mirror on the wall. "Honey, are you okay?" I wave her off. They didn't say anything that's not already public information, although Haley and I are going to have words when I pick him up at daycare tonight. Jenny and Sue both nod. But I'm not distraught or anything. I don't know, I say, standing up and ushering Sue back into the chair. I'm a little stunned to see my entire life history in the newspaper. I think I feel more sorry for Daniel than anything, though. Can you imagine having your private life in the news every single day? You want the same color, right, Sue? Yep, just a touch-up. She settles in, and I collect the colors I already had set aside for her. I'm sure it's something he's used to by now, but can you get used to it too? That's the thing. I get my gloves on and stir the colors together. I don't know if I'm going to need to get used to it. Maybe that's why it's so jarring. I don't even know what's going on between me and Daniel, and now this giant newspaper practically has us engaged. What do you mean you don't know what's going on between you two? Sue asks. If any other client asked me that, I might be upset by the personal nature of the question, but it's Sue. I thought you guys were dating. We are. Jenny laughs from her station. Shut up, Jenny. What I mean is, we haven't really talked about it. Please, Jenny interrupts. His mother dropped off food several times and played with the baby while she was sick. Sue's eyebrows raise in interest. I try to downplay it. She's a nice woman who loves babies and thinks her soup is the magic cure for illness. And she wants you to marry her son, Jenny sing-songs. I shake my head in amusement. I think you're getting a little ahead of yourself, Jenny. She shrugs. I call it like I see it. You and the newspaper. I grumble under my breath. Luckily, Sue shifts the conversation to talking about her grandbabies and gives me a reprieve from discussing my love life. Temporarily. All too soon, her touch-up is ready to set, and I have to retrieve Mary and field more questions. But now I'm ready for them. So, you really have custody of your nephew, huh? I glance in the mirror and see Jenny trying to discreetly take calming breaths. I know she's biting her tongue, too. Uh-huh. That's the only answer she's going to get. That must really suck, Mary continues. Not really. I'm trying to get her cut done as quickly as possible so I can usher her out of here. Daniel seems really good with him. He is. Now that I know why Mary chose me, I have almost no interest in conversation, but I also know it's part of my job. I try a new tactic and switch the conversation to her. How long have you and your boyfriend been dating? Over a year now. Her eyes brighten, and I know we're in the clear for a while. She talks almost exclusively for the remainder of her haircut, and before I know it, I'm letting her out of the chair and walking her to the door. It was really nice meeting you, Mary, I say, and get ready to walk away. Before I can turn, she pulls me into a giant hug. It was good meeting you too, Quincy. Oh, she exclaims, and lets me go to pull her phone out of her back pocket. Can we take a picture? My friends are going to die when they see you're the one who did my hair. I oblige, secretly wondering how quickly it'll end up on Instagram and hoping my hair is still holding up from when I did it this morning. The receptionist gives me a questioning look, but I ignore her. I finally get back to my station and start cleaning up. Jenny is in between clients, sitting in her chair reading the article again. That was one weird, uncomfortable haircut, she says. Tell me about it, I reply. This is going to be a long week.
Chapter 18. Daniel. I feel really bad about the article in the newspaper. Quincy is taking it like a champ and doesn't seem all that fazed by it, even though I know she's annoyed that several of her new clients seem to be fans. One actually had the nerve to ask her for tickets to a game. Most times fans are great, but in general, people really suck. I was relieved to find out that most of the source information came from that Haley girl at Chance's daycare. Quincy said she called a meeting with the director of the facility, and Haley ended up confessing to the whole thing. She was given a final written warning for her job. That was good enough for Quincy. She didn't want the girl to lose her job, but needed to make sure the point about privacy was made. Frankly, I agree with her, and it makes me trust her friendship that much more. Not that I didn't trust her to begin with. It just drives the point home to me again. I can't help feeling partly responsible for the whole thing. I could have let Jenny help take care of them when Quincy was sick, but honestly, I was having too much fun playing house. I'm still not sure why that is. I've never enjoyed going home to someone or spent half the day thinking about how I can lighten the load. Maybe I miss being around my nieces and nephews too much. No matter what it is, Quincy needs to get out of the house and go somewhere no one will judge her based on a fucking newspaper article. A place where everyone knows you can't believe everything you read on the internet. A place I need to go before my mother makes good on her threats to show up at my next practice if I don't. I'm bringing Quincy home. I can't believe I let you talk me into this, Quincy says as she tugs at the skirt of her white sundress. It's not budging since she has a baby on her hip, but she keeps trying. Would you relax? I shift the diaper bag over my shoulder and stop on the front stoop. You know my mama threatened to hang me up on my gonads if I didn't bring you over here for a family dinner once you were feeling better. So this isn't about introducing you to anyone. It's about protecting the family jewels. She tugs again. That's another thing. Thanks a lot for letting her see me half naked while I had the flu. That's not embarrassing or anything. She has 6 adult children and 14 grandchildren. She's been in the room when every single one of them was born. There's not a lot she hasn't seen. Ew. She crinkles her nose in disgust. Why would you want to be in the room for that? No idea. I try to stay as far away as possible when one of these crazy women hits the 9-month mark. I miscalculated with Blanca for one of them. That was enough for me. I open the door, and there's Blanca, locked in yet another standoff with Nicholas. You will not get in my face, Nikki, she says as he challenges her by going toe-to-toe with her. I'm still bigger than you, he starts, but before he can finish his sentence, she has him by his ear, twists, and he's down on his knees, squealing like a piglet. I sigh. At least he learned not to point in her face this time. Quincy's face lights up with humor for a second. I hand her the diaper bag and quickly make my way over. Okay, you two, break it up, I say, reaching down to pry Blanca's fingers from Nicky's ear and help him back on his feet. Why don't you take a walk outside and cool off, I say to Nicky and slap him on the shoulder as he turns to walk away, holding his ear. Damn, Mom, that hurt, he grumbles. Don't you cuss at me, Blanca yells after him. Let him go, I say, blocking her from following him and putting my hands on her shoulders. What the hell was that about? It's that same damn fight about staying out after homecoming. She watches him over my shoulder, gesturing wildly. He won't let it go. I keep saying he can't stay out all night. He keeps saying I can't stop him. He's making me crazy. What? He's still talking about that? I pull her into a hug, rubbing up and down her back. I have learned over the years the best way to calm my sister down when she's riled up is to hug and rub. She snorts, but melts into me. Now that he's going steady with that girl, she's all he talks about. Over my dead body, is he going to lose his virginity after a high school dance? I step back. She's his girlfriend now? Blanca nods. The girl he invited to the dance? She nods again. I laugh. Good luck keeping her from popping his cherry. She slugs me in the shoulder. Shut up, Daniel, she says with irritation. I'm not stupid, but I'm not going to encourage it either. You're not going to give him the talk and embarrass the hell out of him by giving him a bunch of condoms? I guffaw at the thought. I can't wait to do that to my kids someday. Hell no, she says as she smooths her hair down, finally calm enough to worry about her appearance again. He can sneak around and hide it from me and feel guilty about sneaking around like the rest of us did in high school. That's the way God intended it to be. I kiss her forehead, hear a throat clear, and see Quincy standing in the doorway, holding Chance on her hip. I didn't forget about you, I say, and walk over to take the baby out of her arms. Come here, little guy. I guarantee you're going to be passed around the family today, so you may as well get used to not being held by your I pause for a second before looking at Quincy. What the hell does he call you anyway? He doesn't call me anything right now. He'll decide who I am to him at some point, and I'll follow his lead. Quincy, this is my sister Blanca. Blanca, this is Quincy, and this is baby Chance. It's nice to meet you, Quincy, she says with a wave. Sorry you walked in on that. It's no problem, Quincy says. I raised my sister through her teenage years. I totally understand. Oh, that's right, Blanca says. I forgot about that. You knew I raised my sister? It was in that article in the newspaper. Good coverage, by the way. Blanca, I say with indignation. She looks at me. The whole reason I brought her here is so she could hang out with people who know not to believe everything they read in the news. I didn't believe everything, she responds and moves to take the baby from me. I let her, because I'm sure she's the first of many. Especially the part about you cooking for Quincy while she was sick. I've eaten your cooking, and it doesn't look like she has food poisoning, but I figured the part about her sister was probably fairly accurate. With that, she turns and heads to the kitchen, where I can hear the rest of the family gossiping and talking over appetizers. Sorry about that, I say to Quincy once Blanca is out of earshot. I thought for sure she'd be the first one to shy away from that article after some of the things that have been written about me. Quincy tries to make light of it. So she's curious about me. That's okay. I'd probably read an article about her, too. Are you ready for the madness? I ask and take her hand. She yanks her dress down again. No, but your sister stole my baby, so I don't have much choice now. I chuckle and lead her into the kitchen. We walk through the door to a chorus of, Hey, you made it, and You owe me money, pendejo. That would be my brother, Giovanni, who swears I lost a bet to him the other day. Mama, I say, pulling her into a big hug. Mijo, she says, kissing me on my cheek. I'm so glad you could be here. She lets me go and immediately turns to Quincy, hugging her too. And Quincy, welcome. You look so much better. She does a quick head-to-toe scan. No fever anymore? You're eating and sleeping well? Quincy smiles affectionately. Yes, Mrs. Alvaro, I'm so much better. I think that soup of yours did the trick. Mama pats her cheek, then points at me, giving me a look that says, I like this one. As she turns back to the stove to hand-fry tortillas, I introduce Quincy to the rest of the family. It's obvious she can't keep up with everyone's names, but I wouldn't expect her to. Half the time, I'm not even sure who is who. After beers are passed out and we all engage in some idle chit-chat, Eduardo unexpectedly decides to go big brother on us. "Let's cut to the chase," he says, crossing his arms. "Lalo?" Mama admonishes. "Here we go," Giovanni mumbles under his breath. Everyone else clears their throats or stares at the ground. "What chase are you talking about, Lalo?" I feel like I should be on alert, but not really sure why. "Quincy," he begins, "how do you know my brother?" "Oh, Jesus," I mutter, looking at Quincy. She has a stunned look on her face. "Don't answer that," I tell her. "Back off, Eduardo," I say, turning. "I didn't bring her here to be interrogated by you. You're fucking psycho, you know that?" "Boys," Mama yells. "I'm sorry, am I missing something?" Quincy says with obvious confusion. I sigh. "My brother here is a paranoid freak," I say, and he narrows his eyes at me. "He seems to think our relationship is some sort of scam on your part because of my job." "What?" she asks. "Why?" She looks at him. "Why would you think that about me?" "He thinks it about everybody," I say, staring at him. "Somehow he got it in his mind I can't have any friends or ever date anyone without them having nefarious intentions." "He's only trying to protect you," my sister Erica says softly from across the room. "By embarrassing a guest I bring in Mama's house?" I argue. "A guest Mama herself invited? Nice way to do it." Quincy puts a hand on my arm, stopping me. "I'm more than happy to answer any of your questions, Eduardo," she says. "I don't have anything to hide from you or anyone else." She takes Chance out of Elizabeth's arms. She's been swaying and bouncing him for the last several minutes. Chance immediately smiles, patting Quincy's cheeks, and lays a big slobbery kiss on her. She smiles at him. "So what do you want to know, Eduardo?" He looks almost startled that she would be willing to answer questions. Her unexpectedly amenable attitude makes me gloat a little. Well, it's unexpected on his part, not on mine. He recovers enough to start the interrogation. "Where did you two meet?" "At Walmart," she says without looking at him, still smiling at Chance. "About 6 or 7 months ago. The night my sister died." Eduardo stiffens a bit as he realizes he's already touched on a sensitive topic. He clears his throat, though, and keeps going. "I'm sorry about that, but that doesn't explain how you ended up meeting the captain of the mutiny." I huff loudly and shake my head in disbelief, but Quincy doesn't flinch. "I was having trouble figuring out what formula and bottles and diapers to get. I had just gotten custody of Chance, and not having been around many babies, I was really lost. Daniel saw I was having a hard time and offered to help me." She looks at Eduardo with challenge in her eyes. "In case you didn't catch that, he approached me?" Elizabeth decides it's time to speak up. "Lalo, maybe you need to stop now." He holds up a hand to shut her up. "It seems awfully suspicious to me that all of a sudden you have the responsibility of raising this baby on your salary, and along comes Daniel, a professional athlete." Several people gasp at the accusation. "I'm not saying you're lying about how you met, but once you figured out who he was and what a sucker he is for family, well, you know what I'm implying." I'm shocked he would jump to conclusions. I'm even more shocked my family would sit by and let him. As much as I love them, apparently we're more dysfunctional than I thought. Ever since my dad left my mama 10 years ago, Eduardo has taken on this role of protector. It pisses me off, and I'm done with letting him get away with it. I get right in his face and speak in the most menacing tone I can muster. "Back off. That completely crossed the line, and we're done with this. Daniel, I'm just trying to protect you," I cut him off. "I didn't ask you to protect me." His eyes widen at the volume I'm using, and Giovanni and Aaron walk over to us in case fists are thrown. It's possible they will be. It's happened before. "I'm not your son, Lalo. I'm a grown man. Who I date and whether or not they screw me over has nothing to do with you." I back up, still glaring at him, and stand beside Quincy. "I'm embarrassed by all of you tonight," I say, looking around the room. "Every single one of you owes Quincy an apology. Until she gets it, you won't be seeing me here again." "Daniel," Mama pleads. "No, Mama," I say. You know this was wrong. I won't have any of my friends treated like this. I take Quincy's hand and start to pull her out of the room. She tugs me to a stop and turns to face my family. Eduardo, can I ask you a question? His eyes narrow slightly, but he nods. How much does Daniel make? You know, his salary? Eduardo doesn't answer. Because I don't know. I've never asked. It seems to me you're more interested in his money than I am. Her attention shifts to my mother. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you again for the soup last week. We walk out the door, not looking back.
Chapter 19. Quincy. After the nightmare that was meeting Daniel's family, we went back to my place to watch Netflix and chill. And by that, I mean we talked, put the baby down for the night, and had sex. Lots of sex. The kind of toe-curling, mind-blowing sex romance novels are made of. And Daniel apologized. A lot. I'm slightly embarrassed by the whole thing, sure. I was nervous about meeting them, and now, knowing what they think of me, I have no desire to see any of them again. But I'm not really mad. Jenny has told me all about the cleat chasers. Why would his family assume I was anything different? When I expressed that to Daniel and told him none of it was a deal-breaker for me, he got the strangest look on his face, almost a mixture of disbelief and awe. Maybe I'm not freaked out about it enough, but I have more important things to do with my time than worry about what his family thinks. I'm not marrying the guy. We're just dating. Actually, I don't really know what we're doing, except hanging out and having awesome sex. We haven't ever talked about it, so I'm not sure what our status is. But he's become a good friend, and we enjoy each other's company. That's all I really need at this point in my life. That and more free tickets to see the Mutiny play, which is why I jumped at the chance when he offered me tickets to today's game. If this is his way of apologizing, I'll take it. I'm gonna guess that's the end of dinners with his family? Jenny asks as we trot down the steps to our seats, yard-long margaritas in hand. No idea. I assume he doesn't want to take me to his mother's house anymore. Are we in the same row as before? I ask, trying to balance my drink, nachos, and ticket at the same time. No, we're down one more row. She's having no problem with the balancing act. Right here. We find ourselves sitting next to Tiffany, the groupie. Jenny rolls her eyes when she sees her already sitting down, mirror in hand, putting on lip gloss. Hey, Tiffany, I say politely. She glances at me, making no attempt to hide her once-over. You're back, she says in surprise. So are you, Jenny retorts, gazing at the players warming up on the field. Tiffany leans over me to talk directly to Jenny. Yes, but I'm friends with the team. Jenny glares at her. If by friends with the team you mean groupie whore, why yes, you are. Jenny! I exclaim as Tiffany turns bright red and faces front again. Stop it! I whisper in reprimand. What? She whispers back. If she doesn't want to be called out, she needs to not be a bitch. She's not being a bitch. She's being... I don't know, but don't feed into it. Whatever, Jenny replies dismissively and takes a long sip of her drink. Anyway, no more dinners at the Zavaro household then. How is Daniel feeling about the whole thing? He was pretty upset that night, I say, licking nacho cheese off my finger. But what's he going to do about it? I mean, it's his family. They're just worried about him. Pfft. They're worried about you taking advantage of him? You told them you didn't even know who he was when you met him, right? I told them, but who knows if they believed me. I totally get why they are worried about some gold-digging whore coming along. She leans over and glares at Tiffany as she voices the insult without losing her train of thought. And tricking him into marriage or something. But honestly, Quinn, I'm more worried about you getting hurt than him. I look at her quizzically. Me? Why? We're not betrothed or anything. Honey, I love you, Jenny says, putting an arm around my shoulders. But look around this section of the stadium. You see all these beautiful women? I've never noticed. There are quite a few beautiful, well-built 20-something women sitting in the stands. The ratio of hot to not is different over here, and it makes sense. This section is reserved for the people who get comp tickets from the players. I can't believe I'm saying this, Tiffany butts in. But she's right. I know these guys pretty well. I can count on one hand how many of them are faithful to their women. I have a sinking feeling in my stomach. I wouldn't say it's a feeling of dread, but it certainly makes me think twice about the fact that Daniel and I have never discussed what our relationship is. Jenny raises an eyebrow and makes a humph sound. I'm curious how you know that. Is it because you are the one they cheat with? Tiffany narrows her eyes at Jenny. Why are you so worried about my sex life, huh? Are you so hard up yourself you have to worry about mine all the time? Jenny gives her a look. I've seen this look before. The verbal sparring is about to be taken to a whole new level. I know all about you, Tiffany, she says. I've seen the pictures. It's interesting how many times you're in the background of candid pictures of the team coming out of a hotel room, and yet you're never, ever with the same player. Tiffany scowls but doesn't say a word as Jenny continues. The thing is, she says, the dynamic of a groupie fascinates me. I've done a lot of reading about them. It's so funny the things you can find on the internet. Tell me, which is your favorite activity? Blowjob races, sex trains, or circle jerks? My jaw drops. Are those real things? I ask Jenny. I don't know, she says, never taking her eyes off of Tiffany. Why don't you ask our friend here? I swivel in my chair. Tiffany is shooting figurative daggers at Jenny. I can't tell if her lack of response is because she's in shock over the idea of this type of activity, or an admission that it actually happens and she's been a part of it. Before I can think of any questions to ask, Tiffany's friend grabs her by the arm, pulling her out of her chair. Come on, you don't need this, she says, and they walk away. I swivel to Jenny again. Is that true? I ask. Does that really happen? According to multiple bloggers who used to be groupies, it happens all the time. My brain is spinning. But why would Daniel... I mean... I stutter, not able to bring my thoughts together. Do I think Daniel is participating in that kind of thing? She asks, saving me from my inability to speak. I nod quickly. I don't know. I'd like to say I doubt it because he's a nice guy, but you heard her. She can count on one hand how many of these guys are faithful to their wives. So why would any of them be faithful to someone they're dating? Our conversation is interrupted when the announcers begin introducing the teams. When Daniel's name is called, he runs onto the field, and the cheers in the crowd get louder. As he runs by our section, he makes eye contact with me and points at me in the stands. I smile and wave, but it's more a forced response than genuine acknowledgement we know each other. As the game starts, the drums and horns are so loud, Jenny and I can't talk anymore, which is fine with me. I don't really feel like carrying on a conversation anyway. Does he actually participate in group sex parties? More importantly, has he been doing it since we started sleeping together? I'm not sure what I think of this bomb that's been dropped on me. On the one hand, we've never established what our relationship is. On the other hand, ew. My thoughts continue to spin, but the one thing I know for sure, I've got to confront Daniel about this, because this might be a deal breaker for me.
Chapter 20. Daniel. We won. Took out the Galaxy 5-4. Except for our sweeper rolling his ankle when he came down wrong during a headshot, the game went fine. It wasn't necessarily pretty, but we got the job done. I might have had more enthusiasm if I hadn't still been pissed at my family. It's been a week since the showdown at my mom's house, and the only two people to even try to apologize were Blanca and Giovanni. This doesn't surprise me. Giovanni isn't just my big brother. He's one of my best friends. He knows I'm smarter than everyone gives me credit for. Blanca, well, she knows better than to believe everything you hear. Her ex-husband blasted her publicly, not that most people cared, but she lost a lot of friends over his lies about her being a gold-digging whore and cheater. None of it was true, and he basically said as much in court when the divorce finally went through, but the damage had been done. Since then, she's way less quick to judge people, especially other women. Eduardo, though, is a totally different story. I know my brother. After my dad left, he tried to take over as the man of the house. Never mind that at 18, I was the youngest when he left. We were adults, most of us in our 20s when it happened. Lalo decided someone had to take on that role. It has led to many arguments, but he can't seem to ease up, and for whatever reason, my mother lets him get away with it. We all deal with my father's betrayal in different ways. Eduardo's way of doing it always leads to a fight. "You going to party with us tonight, Zavaro?" Max Shivel asks, slapping me on the shoulder as he passes me on the way to his locker. "Tiffany's bringing the girls to my place, so there will be lots of free pussy." Rowan, our rookie, tenses as Shivel keeps blathering on about the queen bee of the groupies. I hope there isn't going to be a conflict there. Shivel's an idiot, but he's even worse when someone bucks up against him. This is why Coach and I have talked about quietly grooming the rookie to take his spot. If he catches on, coming to work is going to suck until he's gone. "Nah, man," I say, tugging my jeans on over my hips. "I've got plans tonight." "You seeing your girl again?" Christian asks as he walks over, fresh from the shower. "I wouldn't exactly call her my girl." I pull my shirt from my locker and roll it up before pulling it over my head. "We're just hanging out, but yeah, she's coming over tonight." "Aww," Shivel yells. "No wonder you're not partying with us. You've got yourself a sure thing, don't you? Who needs a cleat chaser when you've got a classy act like that all to yourself?" A locker slams in the background. "You're a dick, Shivel," I snap. "Just because I have plans with a woman doesn't mean I'm going to fuck her. I can have fun with more than my dick, you know." "No," he says, "you can't. None of us can. Soccer and pussy, they're the only things we need." Several of my teammates snicker, and I wonder how I've never noticed what fucking cavemen half these guys are. I've never been one to party with them anyway, but I know what they do behind closed doors, and I'd be lying if I said it didn't give me pause sometimes and wonder why they think it's okay to participate in activities like that. Shivel makes his way around the room, inviting more of the guys to his place, and I turn to Christian. "He's such a dick," he says under his breath. "Yep." Please tell me we're getting rid of him, he whispers, knowing full well I'm not going to answer him. I look him straight in the eye and give him more information than I should. Just keep doing your job, and it'll all shake out the way it's supposed to. Christian gives me a tiny thumbs up and drops his towel to pull on his boxer briefs. So, you and this girl? He says as I find my shoes and socks and sit down on the bench to put them on. You guys have been spending a lot of time together. Yes. You like her? Of course I like her, I say as I pull my socks on. I wouldn't keep hanging out with her if I didn't like her. He nods and contemplates his next comment. What's the problem then? With what? I finish tying my shoes, stand up, and gather my stuff out of my locker, taking the cap off my deodorant and swiping some on under my shirt. You're awfully quick to dismiss her as your girl. Just wanted to clarify. I slam my locker door. No reason to clarify, man. She's a great person. I like her. We've become really good friends. That's that. I hitch my bag over his shoulder. I'm out of here. I'll see you Tuesday. I say goodbye to the rest of the team and leave the locker room. Quincy is leaning against the wall, holding an overnight bag and looking at her phone intently. She doesn't even notice me come out. Once again, it strikes me how beautiful she is. Not glam like a lot of the groupies try to be, just girl next door beautiful. I feel that familiar stir in my pants. I sneak up on her and kiss her on the neck, startling her. Oh, she says, holding a hand across her chest. You scared me. Sorry. I lead her out of the tunnel toward the parking lot. You were awfully engrossed in your phone. What were you looking at? Nothing exciting, she says dismissively. Just catching up on my soccer trivia. Oh, really? I say with a smile. Learn anything exciting? She shrugs. Did you enjoy the game? Yeah, it was good, she says. Her enthusiasm doesn't quite match what she's saying. Is that guy who got hurt all right? Marshall, our sweeper? She gives me a questioning look. The guy who plays right in front of the goalie? Yeah, him, she says. It seemed he was in a lot of pain. We soccer players always look like we're in pain. It's part of the game. She snickers. I have noticed most of you are a bunch of babies on the field. Even the tiniest bump throws you into some serious dramatics. I smile because she's right. Hey now, games are made on penalties. If we can get the ref to yellow card someone for a tiny bump, we've done our job right. During the drive home, I notice that Quincy is unusually quiet. Normally the conversation flows freely. Where's Chance tonight? I ask, trying to get her to open up. He's having some Aunt Jenny time, she says. She seems to think I needed to get some uninterrupted sleep for once. I chuckle and stop at a red light. You're spending the night at my place, right? She nods. Then Jenny picked the wrong night to babysit, because you won't be getting much sleep. I waggle my eyebrows at her. She smiles back, but it's not the wide-open grin she normally throws my direction. I accelerate through the green light. Are you okay? Sure. Why? I get the impression you have something on your mind. I hit the highway and we zip toward the exit to my apartment building. Are you worried about the baby? What? Oh, no, she says with a wave of dismissal. I'm just distracted is all. We are silent while I park in the lot at my building. My place is only 10 minutes from the stadium. It's not the fanciest apartment complex, but rent in Houston is really expensive, especially inside the Loop. I'm lucky I can afford it. Not all soccer players can. I'm pretty sure the rookies are all driving from at least 30 minutes away and have roommates. So here we are, I say, turning off the engine. No underground parking with a secret passcode to get in? She jests. I'm shocked there's not more security. I snicker. Professional soccer players don't need much security in the States. In Europe or South America, hell yeah, but here, people are more interested in football players. I get out of the car and make my way around to the other side. She's already climbing out, but I take her overnight bag in hand when she shuts the door. I have an alarm and everything. Can't be too careful, but I've never had any problems. It's the first time she's been here. She says, taking it all in. I'm surprised. A super famous athlete like yourself, I'd expect at least one crazy fan stalking you. I'm sure I'll have one eventually, but right now, I don't think my neighbors even know what I do for a living. We walk up the steps to my second-floor apartment and I unlock my door, pushing it open for her. I step in behind her. After disarming the security system, I put the bags in my room and give her a chance to acclimate to this new environment. You have a really big family, she says when I come back into the room. She's looking at one of the last pictures taken as a family before my dad left. I try not to look at that photo very often. It's missing a couple of my nieces and nephews, and my dad's in it. I'm not really sure why I keep it, but the thought of taking it down gives me anxiety, so I leave it on the shelf and ignore it. I feel bad that you haven't talked to them since we were there. Don't. They were out of line. Lalo especially. She puts the frame down. They were just looking out for you. They're your family. You don't want to lose them over someone like me. I furrow my eyebrows. What do you mean, someone like you? She walks to the window that looks out over the pool. What are we doing here, Daniel? I cock my head. We're hanging out. Yeah, but what does that mean? I straighten, not quite sure what to say. If this is the commitment discussion and how she needs more, it's really gonna suck. I can't give her that, which means this will have to end, and I don't want it to end yet. Quincy, I thought we were having fun, I say quietly. I can't give you any more right now. She sits on the couch, a look of frustration on her face. We haven't been dating that long, and we're both busy. Hanging out is fine, What? I ask, sitting next to her. I'm kind of confused. So am I. She blows out a breath and clasps her hands, resting them between her knees. I sat next to this girl Tiffany at the stadium. Uh-huh. She whips her head up to look at me. You know her? Everyone knows her. She comes to all the games and parties with the team. Quincy stares at me. Her expression is a mixture of disappointment and disbelief. You know her? I'm not sure what you're asking me. She averts her eyes. She's a groupie, right? And she does groupie things? Hold on. I feel really stupid. I should have known what she was getting at. Quincy, I know Tiffany, but I don't know Tiffany. Not intimately. You don't? She asks, looking relieved. No way. I've heard the stories about what goes on between the groupies and my teammates. Even walked in on things a couple of times. But that whole scene, it's not my thing at all. It's not? Oh, hell no, I say firmly. I have never been part of that scene. Can you imagine if that got out to the press? My mama would have my ass if I got involved with stuff like that. She smiles. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a prince by any stretch. I've enjoyed my fair share of women, but not those ladies. Since we're on the topic, what kind of women have you had your fair share of? She looks at me, and I know I've dodged a bullet with the groupie talk, but I have a feeling the serious conversation isn't quite over yet. I relax into the back of the couch and put my feet up on the coffee table. Mostly it's been fans, almost like groupies, but only looking for a normal one-night stand. None of that kinky voyeuristic shit, and never the same one twice. It's very clear from the beginning it's no strings attached sex, and I never see the person again. I usually don't even know their name. I feel a little embarrassed. It works for me. She gets quiet. I can practically hear the wheels moving in her head, so I give her time to process. She gestures between us. You know my name. We've had sex multiple times. We see each other all the time. I'm not asking for a defined relationship, but I need to know. What is this? You need to know I'm not sleeping with anyone else. Yes. That single word rushes out of her in a deep exhale. I hope that doesn't sound crazy or relationship-y, but I can't be doing this if it's not monogamous. It's not how I'm wired. I understand. I won't define this because I honestly don't know how. I genuinely like you as a person. You're my friend, But I'm also very, very attracted to you in a more than friends kind of way. So if it's okay with you, I want to keep doing what we're doing. I wink at her, and she punches me playfully in the arm. That makes sense, she says. I feel the same way. Like we're friends with benefits, but that's not quite it either. Just do me a favor, please. What's that? I ask, wrapping a lock of her hair around my finger. All this sex talk, combined with the high of today's win, is making me horny. If you end up seriously attracted to someone else, or if you hook up with a groupie on the road, please respect me enough to let me know. I like being friends with you, and that can't happen if you're sleeping with more than just me. That feels disrespectful to me, and I just can't do it. I promise, I say, and lean toward her. But I don't see that happening anytime soon. There's something freeing about our situation, don't you think? We enjoy each other's company, the sex is fucking fantastic. I don't feel the pressure to make nice with other people so I can get laid. She laughs and grabs the back of my head, pulling my face toward hers. You're such a pig. Never said I wasn't. I kiss her, gently at first, then taking it deeper when she starts to moan against my lips. I feel like this conversation didn't exactly clarify what is happening here, but gives Quincy the peace of mind that I won't lie or cheat on her. And really, what else does a woman really want? I finally break away when I feel the hunger pangs in my stomach. Since you're here for the night, let's eat. Want to watch some Netflix and chill? I'm sure I can find some more high-budget porn for us to watch. She snort laughs, but she doesn't protest. Not when I bake a frozen pizza for us to eat. Not when I actually turn on Netflix so we can actually chill. And not when she rides me on my couch, back arched, tits bouncing in my face, until she's satisfied multiple times over. I'd say this arrangement works for the both of us. Whatever it is.
Chapter 21. Quincy. I can't believe Daniel convinced me to do this, I grumble as I push a stroller, carry a collapsible chair over my shoulder, and drag a small cooler through the crowd, trying to find his sister, Blanca. The sister I've only met once. The sister that stood there while her other brother berated me. But Daniel agreed to be in his nephew's high school homecoming parade as the master of ceremonies, and he thought the baby would enjoy it. So here we are. I sigh. Okay, Lucky Ducky. Let me know if you see her, I say to Chance, lifting one shoulder to keep from dropping the chair on my toe again. I feel like an idiot bringing so much stuff with me, but it's October in Houston. That means it's hot and humid, so I need a lot of supplies. I've read that babies can dehydrate very quickly, and there wasn't enough room in the bottom of the stroller to pack diapers, wipes, changing pad, change of clothes, toys, formula, sunscreen, hats, and several bottles of water. I've turned into a freaking pack mule. The front wheels of the stroller get caught on a crack in the sidewalk that isn't level, and I almost face-plant us both when the stroller stops suddenly. I'm sure I look like a fool, but it works to my advantage because that's what catches Blanca's attention. Quincy! She shouts from her location and waves both hands at me. Quincy, we're over here! I take a deep breath. Here we go, little man, I say quietly, and plaster a smile on my face. It's not that I'm upset to be hanging out with Blanca while we watch the parade, but I can just think of a bunch of other ways to spend my Saturday morning, especially when I have to work this afternoon. I'm so glad you found us, Blanca says, wrapping me in a hug. The crowd can get pretty big at this thing, surprisingly enough. I reach over my shoulder, collect my chair, and unfold it next to hers. For a high school homecoming parade, I'm pretty impressed by how many people are here. She gathers the cooler and rolls it in between us. I know. You wouldn't think people would be so interested. I suspect it has less to do with the parade and more to do with the whole Texas high school football rivalry thing. I sit and pull out a bottle of water. She's right. High school football is huge in this area. There are local TV shows dedicated to analyzing the games. I've never quite understood it, but it doesn't surprise me either. I'm glad you could come, she says. Thanks, I smile at her, and then, feeling very uncomfortable about the lull in the conversation, get Chance out of the stroller. He's getting big so fast. I can see her watching me out of the corner of my eye. He's changed so much, even just in the last couple of weeks. He's working on crawling now, so I'm sure he's slimming down. Blanca's 2 youngest kids are skipping up and down the street with their friends. Won't be long until he's running around with all the other children. Don't I know it, she says wistfully, watching her kids play. It seems like Vanessa was born last week, and now she's 5. It blows my mind. Just then, Vanessa and her older brother Julio come racing up. Mama! Mama! Vanessa yells. Is it almost time? Are they gonna throw us candy? Speak quieter, mija, Blanca says, holding Vanessa around the waist. It'll start in a couple of minutes, and then it will come all the way down this street. She points from one end to the other, accentuating how long the parade is going to be. You'll get to pick up lots of candy. The little girl jumps up and down, brown curls bouncing all over her head. And we'll see Tio Daniel and Nikki? Yep, Blanca says. Nikki is going to be with all the football players, and Tio will be riding in the very last car. I'm gonna yell real loud so they throw me all their candy. I remember when Sarah and I used to go to parades just for the candy. Dad used to tell us we were going to get run over if we didn't stop darting into the street. Sarah argued no one looks both ways when diving for candy at a parade. You miss out on half the loot that way. I find myself smiling at the memory. It's a strange feeling. For so long, when I would have memories of my childhood with Sarah, or even about my dad, it would come with a deep sense of grief and sometimes the remaining guilt. But this time it actually felt nice. Knowing I'm healing makes me smile even more. Vanessa, Blanca says, this is Tio's friend, Quincy, and her baby Chance. Can you say hi? Hi, she says. She's missing a tooth right in front. Are you the lady that was in the newspaper with Tio? I laugh, knowing that article is responsible for making this situation uncomfortable. Blanca sighs and shakes her head in resignation. You're too smart for your own good. Go play with your brother. She swats Vanessa on the bottom as the little girl skips away. I'm sorry about that, she says. She didn't say anything wrong. I am the lady from the article. Not about Vanessa, she says carefully. I'm sorry about the way my family handled Eduardo the other day at my mama's house. It should never have happened in the first place, but we certainly should have spoken up when it did. I hope you'll be able to forgive us. Me especially. I know better. I think about how to phrase my words. I don't want to make her uncomfortable, but she needs to know I'm not a doormat either. I have no problem never seeing any of them again if that's what it comes to. Daniel and I have a very interesting relationship, I start. I've noticed. She tucks one leg under. Daniel's never brought a girl home to meet the family. Well, maybe once in high school, but that was high school. I mean, as an adult. He's my friend, first and foremost. Will it become something more? I think it already has, but I just enjoy hanging out with him. If all we remain is good friends, that's good enough for me. As soon as the words come out of my mouth, I know I'm lying to her. I want to believe what I just said, but I'm lying to myself, too. Yes, I love Daniel as my friend, but the way he makes me feel... I've never felt so safe and happy and loved before. Not by anyone other than my family and Jenny. Blanca glances at her kids again, like mothers do when they keep tabs on them in a crowd. I don't know if Daniel will ever be able to commit to anything more than what you're doing right now. I stay silent as my heart drops. I'm not asking for anything right now. It's too soon. We both have fears, but to hear someone he's close to say he may never be ready for something more is jarring. When my dad left my mom, 10 years ago? 11? Wow, I didn't realize it had been that long. She clears her throat. Anyway, it threw our family into this weird chaos, especially the boys. They all looked up to my dad, thought he was practically a god among men. So him revealing he was a lying, deceiving, cheating human the whole time, well, you can imagine how well that went over. I'm sure. Add on to that, my mother is really close to her boys. She twirls her ponytail around her finger. She's close to all of us, but Daniel and Giovanni the most. They're her babies, you know? Ever since then, Daniel has made it very clear over the years he has zero interest in commitments. Says he refuses to settle down until he is 100% sure he's got the right person, because he'll never do what Dad did. Shouldn't he be 100% sure anyway? I ask, as I stand Chance up on his feet. Can you ever be 100% sure of anything? Life happens. I think everyone sort of has a default mode, if you will. When the hardest things in life hit, they throw you back into your default. I look at her. I'd never thought about it that way before. For my dad, it was to lie and cheat. For my mama, it was to push her own hurt aside and focus on caring for others. For Daniel, it was to go into self-protection mode. And for Eduardo... She pauses, like she's making sure I'm listening. For Eduardo, it was to go into protection mode of everyone else, not himself. What's your default? I ask, genuinely curious. She smiles at me. To cling to my loved ones and refuse to let go. That sounds like a good default mode. It can be. She puts her leg down and shifts on her chair, reaching for Chance. It's also how I ended up staying with a man who never loved me and having 2 more babies to try and make the marriage work. Can I hold him? I hand him over to her. So what are you trying to say by telling me all this? She smiles at Chance, making him smile and reach for her cheeks. Just to please understand that I come from a really wonderful family, but we have our issues and dysfunctions like everyone else. Don't take Lalo personally. Frankly, I was really impressed with the way you stood up to him. She sits Chance down facing the street as the first of the floats start rolling by. Quite a few of us said we were glad someone finally had the cojones to stand up to him. They also said we should have done it years ago. For not doing that, I'm really sorry. She looks at me with such sincerity, I can't not forgive her. And them. I really appreciate that, I say, giving her the first genuine smile I've felt since I've been here. I wasn't mad or anything. I understand this desire to protect your baby brother. I do. I was the oldest. I know. But it's just not like that for me. I rummaged through the cooler for a bottle so Chance can have a drink. He's not hungry, but I can already see beads of sweat on his little brow. When my mom left when I was a kid, we struggled for money. But my dad, he was fantastic. We never felt like we were missing out on anything. He always found a way to make things special for us, so money isn't that important to me. Good, because you know soccer players don't make that much, right? She asks. I laugh. Eduardo made me curious that night, so I did a little Googling. And what did you find? That if I'm looking to trap a man for his money, I'm hanging out in the wrong sport. Blanca barks a laugh, then shifts her attention to her kids when the first candy gets thrown to the crowd and they start squealing. Chance bounces again, a big, slobbery grin on his face as he observes the delighted look on all the kids' faces. I like you, Blanca says a few minutes later, after the marching band goes by. I see why Daniel is attracted to you. I look away in embarrassment. I hope you stick around. Daniel needs someone down to earth like you. Too many people blow smoke up his ass. My thoughts are far from the festivities. I realize I need to prepare myself, or be prepared to deal with heartbreak. Because if life has proven anything to me, stressful situations come out of nowhere, and I have serious doubts that Daniel's default mode can handle stress and me at the same time.
Chapter 22. Daniel. We played a shitty game. Really shitty. Not only did our sweeper get hurt again, Max Shivel decided to be a dick and taunt a forward from the other team. Finally, the ref had enough of his shit, and he ended up with a yellow card. Twice. Pissed me off and pretty much ruined the flow we had going, which led to the loss. I'd say we went down in a blaze of glory, but it wasn't even that good. Not to mention I'm still struggling with my corner kick. Christian is having trouble with his back, and it's becoming clear to the rest of the team the rookie is being set up to be a starter. That's probably part of what made Shivel act out in the first place. So yeah, no matter where I turned, today's game was just shitty. Add that to the fact that my family still hasn't apologized, and to say I'm pissed off is an understatement. A bunch of us are going out for drinks to cool off if you want to come with us, Christian says. I walk over to my locker from the showers, towel wrapped around my waist. Everyone else is almost dressed. But me, I took an extra long shower as I tried to get my anger under control. I really want to blame today's loss on Shivel, but that won't be helpful to anyone. The reality is, we could have ignored him and risen above his douchebaggery, but we didn't. Quincy and the baby are here, I respond, snatching up my deodorant and swiping some on. Not sure I'd be good company. I'm not in the best mood. None of us are, he says, lacing up his shoes. We played like shit. I'm pretty sure we'll either be talking shop the whole time we're drinking or end up at a titty bar trying to get our mind off it. I grimace. I'm guessing the titty bar is more likely. Sporting a shit-eating grin, he stands and smooths his shirt. You know us too well. I think the bar is only a first stop to see who's coming to the strip club. You sure you're not interested? Nah. I drop the towel and pull on my boxer briefs. I think I want to go home, sit on my couch with a beer, and watch some mindless television. You know mindless television doesn't work on you, right? As long as I've known you, all you do is stare at the screen and stew. I chuckle. It's not that different than what you guys will be doing, except I get to sleep with the woman in the room. You guys get to go home hard. Spoken like a true pussy-whipped fellow. He slaps me on the shoulder and strolls out the door. See you in a couple days. Be careful tonight, I call after him. I don't want to see your ugly mug in the paper tomorrow morning. He gives me the one-finger salute over his shoulder, not bothering to turn around. Quincy is still waiting for me when I join her in the box seat. Most of the wags wait for their person there. It's easier than having them brave the crowds and mess with security to get to the tunnel. By now, almost everyone is cleared out of the stadium anyway, with the exception of a fan or two. The baby is with her. It's just easier to meet her in the box. Quincy and I had talked about ordering takeout somewhere and heading over to her place. She tries to be understanding that I'm usually a little sore after a game, and that works fine with me. "Hey, I was just starting to worry about you," she says when I walk into the box. "You're the last one." "Sorry," I say, kissing her on the lips. After a game like that, I like to take my time leaving so I don't run into any fans while I'm in a bad mood. "Aw, that's really considerate of you." I drop my bag on the floor when she wraps her arms around my waist and smiles up at me. "But it really wasn't that bad a game, from this viewpoint anyway." I huff in disagreement. Well, from the viewpoint down there, we were off our game completely. We didn't lose because the other team was better. We lost because we fucking gave it to them. "If it makes you feel better, everyone up here was talking about what a good job you were doing trying to keep everyone cohesive. Shows what a good captain you are." I sneer, knowing those are the same people that were talking shit about me the last time we had a few team cuts. But she doesn't need to know that. I hug her and look around for the baby. "Oh, hey, he kept the earmuffs on," I say. He's sitting on the floor in a corner, holding tightly to a noisemaker he's waving around. He's got bright green noise reduction headphones on. I found them at a sporting goods store and figured he'd need them if he ever came to a game. "He did," Quincy says, letting me go. "He cries when I try to take them off. It's pretty funny." She scoops him up in her arms. He makes an unhappy sound when his noisemaker falls to the floor, but Quincy ignores him and collects her purse off a chair before making her way back to me. Chance finally gets distracted from his lost toy and looks up at me. As soon as he catches my eye, he gets a giant grin on his face. "Hey, buddy," I say with a smile. "Did you like the game?" "Da, da, da," he yells, bouncing up and down in Quincy's arms, reaching for me. Quincy stops dead in her tracks, eyes wide. I'm pretty sure I look the exact same way, except I feel pale. Chance reaches for me, and he's stretched so far I'm afraid he's going to fall, so I take him from her. He immediately gives me a big slobbery kiss. I chuckle, but inside I'm panicking. He called me Dada. He thinks I'm his dad. Holy shit, the kid thinks I'm his dad. How do you explain to a 10-month-old that I'm just his mom's friend, or his aunt's friend, or how can anyone explain any of this to him? "He was probably trying to say Daniel," Quincy says quietly, watching me to gauge my reaction. I'm trying really hard not to worry her, because there's nothing to worry about. Right? "Yeah, that's probably it." I clear my throat and hand him back to her, and then I lie through my teeth. "So, listen, I know we made plans tonight, but after a game like this one, I like to get together with my team so we can talk shop and figure out some of the kinks over a beer. Can we take a rain check?" I see the hurt cross her face immediately. She knows I'm lying. She's known me long enough to be able to see through my bullshit. But she doesn't let on, just graciously accepts my freak-out. "Sure," she says. "I need to get him home and work on his nighttime routine anyway." "Quincy," I say, stopping her, but when she turns, I don't know what to say to her. That it's okay? It's not. That I'm not freaked out? I am. That I can pretend this whole thing didn't happen? I can't. So I sigh and try for the next best thing. "I'll walk you to your car." She nods once and turns away from me again. I snag my bag from the floor and follow her. The walk to the parking lot is quiet, except for Chance's constant babble. Every once in a while he looks over at me and yells, "Da, da, da," or some variation of it, and I cringe. Quincy never makes eye contact with me. She knows thoughts are racing through my brain. I swore I would never date a single mom for this reason. Just because she's an aunt doesn't make her any less of a single mom. Would it be so bad if we kept dating? Would Chance eventually understand? What if we broke up? How could I break his heart like my dad broke mine? And would it break my heart to lose him too, if I spent that long helping raise him? Quincy makes quick work of getting Chance in his car seat. She hands him a blue squishy book, and he squeals in delight, immediately putting it in his mouth. She shuts the door and turns to face me, leaning against the car. So I guess I'll talk to you later. Yeah, I say, and kiss her quickly. I'll call you. She nods sadly and walks around the car to the driver's side. Before getting in, she gazes at me over the hood. It looks like she's about to say something, but she doesn't. She shakes her head and climbs in, closing the door and cranking the engine. I look through the passenger window at the baby, and he smiles when he catches my eye. I smile back, but it feels fake. I keep my eyes on him until Quincy backs up out of the parking space, and I can't see him anymore. What do I do now? Do I keep hanging out with the woman who has become one of my best friends? Or do I call it quits? I honestly don't know the answers to my questions, but I know something that will get my mind off this clusterfuck. I pull out my phone and send a text to Christian. Where you guys at? I'm in.
Chapter 23. Quincy. I stare at the TV, Jamie Fraser's naked butt strolling by. That alone should hold my attention, but I can't concentrate on the most recent episode of Outlander. All I can think about is how it's been more than a week since I've heard from Daniel, and how it's pissing me off. I texted him once. He never texted me back. I'm not surprised. I knew this was coming as soon as Chance called him Dada. It was written all over his face. It scared the shit out of him and threw him right back into that default mode Blanca talked about. He'd tried to cover it well, but the fear was so obvious. The next morning, I saw his picture online. He and his teammates were coming out of some strip club at 4 a.m. There's no way to convince me they went to Purple Palace to have a team meeting. So not only did he get freaked out, he lied to me and immediately ran to the safety of other women. Distant women. Women whose names he will never know and he doesn't have to worry about getting close to. Pissed off doesn't even begin to cover the amount of anger I feel. I try to concentrate on Outlander while Chance naps, jumping every time my phone alerts me of a text because I keep hoping it's him, which is ridiculous considering how angry I am. These back-and-forth emotions are draining. Even as I have the thought, the alert dings, and right on cue, I jump, hating myself for my reaction. But it's not him. Jenny, what are you doing? Me. Trying to watch Outlander. What are you doing? Jenny. Laundry. Want some company? Me. I know what you're trying to do. I'm fine. Jenny. You're not fine. You've been moping around all week. He's an asshole. You need some fun. Me. Yes, he's an asshole, but fun on my day off means Jamie Fraser in a kilt. Jenny. Really? Which episode are you on? When I don't answer her fast enough because I don't honestly know, she texts again. Jenny. That's what I thought. Now, what kind of ice cream do you want? Me. Mint chocolate chip. Breyers. Jenny. Kay. Give me about an hour to finish up and get there. I toss my phone on the couch and listen for any sign that Chance is waking up before unpausing my show. Claire and Jamie are going at it, high-budget porn style again, but I still can't concentrate. I want so bad to text Daniel and find out where his head is at. I want to reassure him that Chance is a baby. He's trying to figure out language and how sounds make words. I read all about it in my baby book. But I won't be that girl. I won't be the girl who chases him. I'm not glamorous. I've got more responsibility than most women my age. I come with baggage. But I also know I'm worth it. I'm okay with not defining a relationship for the sake of having a label, but I'm not okay with being treated like shit by anyone for any reason. The doorbell rings as the episode ends. Good thing Jenny's here, because I'm going to need to rewatch that episode. I pad to the door, pulling my hair down from its messy bun and redoing it. I pull the door open without bothering to look through the peephole. I wasn't expecting you for... I stop mid-sentence. Oh, I thought you were someone else. It's not Jenny standing in front of my door. It's a guy. He's a little taller than Daniel, maybe 6'1", sandy blonde hair, decent build. He smiles. I stopped by unannounced. Sorry. Can I help you with something? I ask, discreetly putting my foot behind the bottom of the door in case he tries to force his way in. You can never be too careful. I'm Eric, he says. I stare at him blankly. I don't know an Eric. Eric Cope, he says. The name still isn't ringing any bells. Is Jenny trying to set me up? He clears his throat and tries a third time. I think you have my kid. The small smile I had on my face drops, and my knees suddenly feel weak. What? I croak. You're Quincy, right? He asks. Sarah's sister? All I can do is nod. Then you definitely have my kid. I shake my head, trying to get rid of the fog in my brain. I finally pull myself together enough to respond. You can't just knock on my door and claim to be my nephew's dad. He's almost a year old, for God's sake. Already? He has the audacity to look surprised, like he didn't just turn my world completely upside down when he knocked on the door. Wow, I didn't realize it had been that long. That night was kind of a blur. He takes a step forward. Can I come in? No. I force him to step back. You can't expect me to let some guy I've never met into my home because he claims to be the father of my nephew. It doesn't work that way. I don't claim to be him. I am him. He's arguing with me, but his demeanor and tone don't indicate he's angry. It's a really strange combination and makes me confused about his intentions. And then it hits me. Fucking Daniel. I laugh in disbelief. Let me guess. You read I'm dating Daniel Zavaro, so you decided to come over here, pretend to be the baby's long-lost father, so you can get some free tickets and maybe party with the team, right? I cross my arms defensively. That's not the way it works. There are paternity tests that would have to be done, and lawyers would have to get involved. So you can just be on your way now. I have a half-naked Scottish Highlander who needs my attention more than you do. I know a paternity test needs to be done. That's why my lawyer is already working on the paperwork, he says, shocking me. I wasn't expecting that answer. My arms go limp at my sides. What? He rubs his stick-straight hair. Chance's hair is stick-straight. Everyone in my family has wavy or curly hair. I wanted to come over before you were surprised with custody paperwork. I thought maybe I could see the kid. Maybe save us all some money with a paternity test if he looks like me or something. He looks like my dad, I whisper. He's fighting for custody. Chance has a dad, and that dad is fighting for custody of him. I'm going to lose this baby who I love so dearly, my sister's child, to this man. My brain is spinning with questions and thoughts, some rational, some not so rational. Like running away to Canada where this man, this Eric, can never find us. But I know that's not realistic. Nor is being on the lam a great way to raise a child. Likely I'd end up in prison for kidnapping at some point. I guess we'll have to wait for the test then. Why are you... I mean, if you knew about him all along, where have you been? I'm more curious than angry. Around. He doesn't seem to understand why it's a big deal. I heard Sarah was pregnant, and I knew she was trying to find me, but I didn't want to be a dad, so I just never made any contact. I narrow my eyes. He knew the whole time and ignored his responsibilities? He raises his hands defensively. Hey, it was a one-night stand. She was a nice girl, but I didn't think either of us wanted to be stuck with each other for the rest of our lives. But there was a baby involved. Like I said, I didn't want to be a dad. I pinch the bridge of my nose. What changed? Why do you want him now? He leans back against the railing and makes himself comfortable, crossing his arms and legs. My mom. Your mom? We were talking at Sunday brunch the other day, and she mentioned she can't wait to have grandkids. I realized, well, she does have one, and her birthday's coming up. When I saw the article in the paper and that you had him, it was almost like fate, you know? My jaw drops open. You want to give your mom the baby you've never seen as a birthday present? I am so pissed. It's taking everything in me not to punch him in the nads right here, right now. The only thing holding me back is the fear that he'd use that against me in the custody battle he says is coming. Not a present, he argues. That's ridiculous. More like a birthday surprise. Like, surprise you already have a grandbaby type thing? I'm trying to clarify exactly what he means. It's so unbelievable. I've gone from raging mad to perplexed in a matter of seconds. Exactly. He smiles at me like I'm finally catching on, and I'm just going to hand over a 10-month-old. My 10-month-old. I take a deep breath and put my hands on my hips, ready to try a new tactic. Maybe I can get him to see the error in his thoughts. Mr. Cope, right? He nods. While I appreciate that your mother wants to be a grandma, uprooting a child and handing him over to her is not only a terrible thing to do to the child, it's not fair to give her a new baby to raise. I'm sure she has a life of her own. I would raise him, he responds. She would watch him while I'm in school or at work, or when I go out and stuff. So she'd be your full-time babysitter? Sure. I know she'd love it. She's raised 2 boys already and says we were the joy of her life. I hang my head, not in defeat necessarily, but in resignation. I'm going to have to go to court with this asshole and fight to keep custody. That's more money I don't have to find a decent attorney. And him being the father versus me being the aunt puts me at a terrible disadvantage. It was one of the things Lori, our caseworker, warned me of when I first got custody and we were looking for this guy. Thank you for giving me a heads up, I say. But I'm not going to hand over Sarah's baby, a baby you had no interest in until now, so you can give him as a gift to someone else. I'll see you in court. I shut the door in his face.
Chapter 24. Daniel. We won our game against Chicago. That's not even accurate. We slaughtered them. Our team was focused and engaged. We were truly on point. Well, except for me. I couldn't keep my head in the game for anything. No one could really tell except me and probably Christian. Maybe my coaches. But other than that, I'm really good at faking it when I'm having an off game. Everyone else was really on fire, so I didn't think they noticed anything. I look around the hotel bar at my teammates and notice how happy they all are. Lots of smiles, lots of booze, lots of Barbie doll women with fake nails and even faker tits. I don't begrudge them a good time. I just don't feel it. It all seems empty.
Is this seat taken?
One of the Barbies smiles brightly at me. Her long blonde highlighted hair and cherry red lips might have turned me on 6 months ago, but now it irritates me. I really want to tell her to get lost, but reality is there isn't anyone sitting there. Her sitting doesn't mean I have to talk. Nope, I say, making an exaggerated popping sound at the end of the word. I face the back of the bar and sip my whiskey. I don't even like the stuff, but with the mood I'm in, beer wouldn't have cut it.
I'd ask if you come here often, but I already know the answer, and you don't look like you're in the mood to play games,
she says, further irritating me. I have to give her credit, though. She didn't pussyfoot around the conversation. She went for it. 6 months ago, I would be halfway to taking her upstairs by now. But that was before I met Quincy and found my very best friend. And before I fell for my very best friend. And before I had to back off so I didn't screw over my very best friend and her kid. Fuck, my life is whacked right now. I appreciate you being forthcoming, but it's not going to happen tonight. You're wasting your time sitting next to me. The bartender approaches and she says,
rum and coke, please.
I lift an eyebrow at her.
What? You thought I was going to go for something suggestive like sex on the beach or a buttery nipple? I'm not that kind of girl. I've been around a long time, but I'm not desperate like a lot of the girls here.
This intrigues me. She really is the kind of woman I would have bagged 6 months ago. I wonder if she can help me take my mind off Quincy. Then why are you here? I ask.
Thank you,
she says kindly as the bartender places her drink on top of a napkin in front of her. She sips and licks her top lip. Her lips are plump and pouty.
I come every once in a while to, how do I explain this, scope out a potential lover?
I feel a kick in the front of my pants. I wasn't expecting her to be so blunt, and it's kind of a turn-on. She's right. She doesn't act like the other girls. Really?
Soccer players are full of drama, so either they need to be reminded of what great lovers they are after a loss, or they want someone to reiterate what great gods they are after a win. Either way, I get some good sex. If it's a visiting team, I never have to see the person again. It works for me.
You sound like the female version of me, I say with a laugh.
Good to know I'm not the only one out there.
I tap the lip of my glass with my forefinger, debating. Quincy made me promise to tell her if I ever got laid by someone other than her. That's her boundary, and I respect it. But I also know if I go for it, my relationship with her is over. She won't cut our ties in the bedroom. She'll cut ties with me completely. Do I want that? No. But we can't keep doing what we're doing either.
You're Daniel, right? The woman asks.
Yeah.
Listen, Daniel.
She swivels on the bar stool so she's facing me.
I can see you're struggling with whether or not to take me upstairs, so let me put you out of your misery. It's not a good idea for you tonight.
I sit back, confused. How can you tell I'm struggling?
It's written all over your face.
She circles her face with her finger.
I'm the female version of you, remember?
I turn back to my drink. You're right. So why are you sticking around then? I'm sure there are quite a few guys here who wouldn't mind spending the night with you.
Because it turns out the one guy in here I'm attracted to is suffering some very serious heartbreak. Plus, I need another rum and coke. I wave down the bartender, who brings her another drink. Once she gets it and takes a sip, she starts the inquisition. What's her name? I crunch up my nose. That obvious it's over a woman? Oh, yeah. I sigh. Her name is Quincy. She is one of my best friends. I haven't seen her in 2 weeks. Why not? She asks. I don't get the feeling she's trying to be nosy, just friendly. I feel surprisingly comfortable answering her questions. She is raising a 10-month-old. That's a tricky age. I don't want the kid to get hurt, so I've had to back off a bit. I call bullshit. I swivel my head to look at her, stunned. What do you mean bullshit? That's exactly what happened. She shakes her head back and forth with a smirk. You can't fool your best bar buddy. You're using that kid as an excuse. We both look behind us as a sudden outburst of hoots and hollers starts up across the room. Apparently one of my dumbass teammates suggested a rousing game of naked twister in his room. I roll my eyes and down the rest of my drink. I'm not using the baby as an excuse. Sure you are, she argues. You fell in love with your best friend, it scares you shitless, so instead of manning up, you'd rather run away and blame it all on the child. It's a classic coping mechanism for men who are afraid of commitment. I stare at her, slack-jawed. What? She says. We're the same, remember? That's what I'd do. I suddenly feel a headache coming on, and I'm more than a little relieved I didn't follow through with my baser instincts earlier. Look, I know you don't want my advice, but I'm going to give it to you anyway. This ought to be good, I mumble, sipping the new drink the bartender just gave me. Stop sitting around hotel bars contemplating picking up women. She downs the last of her drink and stands. Figure this shit out first. Taking time to sort things out in your head is easy to forgive, but getting caught up in all that shit... She waves at my teammates who are currently arguing over who is going to run to Walmart for a Twister game board. We'll ruin it for you no matter what you decide. Take some time and think it through. The groupies will wait, if that's what you decide you want. She pats me on the shoulder and leaves me sitting by my lonesome. It takes a second, but I realize I never even asked her name. Daniel! Frederick Maldonado, one of our midfielders, shouts my name as he races up to the vacant seat next to me. How you holding up, man? We did good on the field today. That we did. We talk shop for a few minutes while he gets his order filled. Before I know it, he digs in his wallet and pulls out a couple small pieces of paper. The travel is killer, you know, and we have one long-ass season. But this is why I do it, man. He hands me a picture of one of his girls. He has 2 of them, around 4 and 6 years old. You can tell by the look on his face that they are his pride and joy. I gotta provide for my beauties. You've got some good-looking girls, man, I say, and pass the pictures back. I know. I'm gonna have to chase the boys off with a shotgun once they're old enough to date. And they will never date a soccer player. Over my dead body will one of these little shits play that game with my girls. I smile and glance at the picture he dropped on the counter. The picture of his wife. I pick it up to inspect it further. She's very pretty. Big dark eyes and wavy brown hair. She's obviously of some sort of Latin race, but I won't insult Frederick by asking about it. However, I do want to ask him other questions. Hey, Frederick? Yeah, man. I hand him the picture and he puts it away. Do you ever miss being a bachelor? I pop a beer nut in my mouth so I'll be chewing and won't be tempted to ask dumb questions again. I'm sure he knows where the conversation is leading. Everyone seems to know Quincy has disappeared recently. Thankfully, he has the tact to ignore my embarrassment. He snaps up a handful of beer nuts and eats them while he contemplates his answer. When the nuts are half gone, he finally speaks. I don't miss it at all. I raise my eyebrows. You don't? Hell no, he says as a pitcher of beer is set down in front of him. Must be his turn to buy a round for everyone.
Do you know how nice it is to wake up from a restful night's sleep and not have to make sure all my credit cards are in my wallet and not have to check some chick's phone for nudie pics she may have taken of me? I chuckle. It's freeing. So you don't miss the chase? The game? You mean wooing some random fan to play a quick game of hide the salami? A stack of cups is set before him. Not one bit. But why? He grins. That's easy. I married my best friend. Frederick walks away, leaving me to think about things. I'm as confused as ever, but I know I have to figure my shit out, and soon. Before I lose Chance, Quincy, and maybe even myself in the process.
Chapter 25. Quincy. I lean against the wall in the hallway, hugging a folder to my chest. My thoughts run rampant as I wait for my new attorney, a man I have never met but hired based on a recommendation. It wasn't hard finding him. The minute you start asking clients at a salon for resources, people come out of the woodwork to give you names and numbers. Ultimately, my coworker Nathan had a client who went through a custody battle last year. From what he says, it was really ugly. But she ended up winning, and she still sees Nathan every 6 weeks, which means she didn't go broke fighting for her kids. That's good news. Still, all of the what-ifs mock me. What if the attorney charges more than I expect and I can't hire him? What if I hire him and he's in cahoots with Eric? What if he ends up bungling the case? What if he doesn't bungle the case, but I get a shitty judge who's had a rough day and I lose custody? I recognize how ridiculous and irrational I sound, but that doesn't stop the thoughts. This is my nephew I'm trying to protect. My child. Rational went out the window the minute his alleged sperm donor showed up at my door and told me of his ridiculous plan for Chance. A door slams down the hall, and I hear heavy footsteps walking toward me. I push away from the wall and watch him saunter in my direction. He's carrying a soft brown leather briefcase, suit coat thrown over his elbow, tie nowhere to be found. His brown hair is messy, like he's been running his hand through it. He's got to be in his 40s, but he's aged well. He has a bit of a swagger, but not enough to appear cocky. More like he's confident in a job well done, even if he's a little tired from a long day. "Quincy Watson?" he asks as he reaches me. I nod. He puts his hand out to shake mine. "I'm Doug Linus. Thanks for stopping by so late. Long day in court today." "It's no problem," I say, as he unlocks the door to his office and walks in, flipping lights on. "It actually worked out great because my last client was at 4:30. "Good, good." There's a tiny entryway with a bench and a small shelf covered in business cards and a sign-in sheet. The office is small. The desk is large and cluttered. 2 oversized leather chairs sit next to each other. I quickly understand why he's affordable. He has almost no overhead. That makes me feel really confident in his abilities. Maybe if he's the only one who works on our case, we won't get lost in the shuffle. I need to not get lost in the shuffle. "Would you like something to drink?" he asks. "No, thanks." I sit in one of the leather chairs, still clutching the folder to my chest. It almost feels like armor against feeling too many emotions at once. An irrational thought, but unstoppable. Doug takes a few minutes to turn on his computer and get himself settled before turning to me, resting his arms on the desk and clasping his hands together, giving me his undivided attention. "Now, how can I help you?" The sincerity in his voice practically has me in tears. I'm so afraid of what's about to happen, and yet his tone makes me feel like he will genuinely do his best. If only I can afford him. I have custody of my late sister's son, and I'd like to keep it that way. My voice shakes, but I am determined not to fall apart. There is no place for fear until this is over.
Who is trying to take custody?
His alleged father.
Alleged?
I can practically see the wheels turning in his brain. I always wondered if unusual cases were what attorneys lived for. From the looks of it, I may have been onto something. I hand him my folder and spend the next several minutes explaining how I obtained custody of Chance. My sister's unexpected death, the lack of paternity on the birth certificate, the state's attempt at finding the father, and how Eric finally found me.
Let me get this straight,
Doug says.
He knew he had a child, but chose not to do anything about it until his mother decided she wanted to be a grandmother?
I'm not the only one who thinks that sounds ridiculous, right? He flips through the paperwork I gave him. A copy of the baby's birth certificate, a copy of Sarah's will naming me his guardian, the custody paperwork from the state, even a copy of Chance's shots record. Maybe it'll be used as evidence that I'm doing a decent job of caring for him. I wasn't sure what an attorney needed, so I'd brought it all.
Yes. Unfortunately, ridiculous doesn't mean anything when it comes to the law. Frankly, what's right or wrong doesn't even make much of a difference. Only what's legal.
My heart sinks at his words. I've done a lot of research online. I know full well that non-biological parents don't usually get custody when fighting against a biological parent. It's not impossible, but not common.
First things first, though. Were you served custody papers already?
Yesterday, at work. He makes a note on a pad of paper on his desk.
Do you have the papers with you?
Oh, I exclaim, reaching into my purse. I didn't even think to make a copy for the file. Here it is. I hand him a thick packet of papers. He flips through them, stopping every once in a while to briefly read something of interest. Finally, he hands them back to me and leans back in his chair.
It's all standard custody jargon. Nothing of interest that would throw off this case, so I'm not particularly worried at this point.
He waves like the thought of this suit is no less pesky than an insect.
The first thing he's going to have to do is prove he's the father.
I assumed that's what you were going to say. I fold the papers and put them back in my purse.
When we go to court in a couple of days, we'll ask the judge to order the paternity test. Unless this alleged father opts to pay for the results to be rushed, that'll buy us a couple of weeks.
I swallow hard. What if he rushes the results?
Then it's likely he'll want to speed the case up so he can take custody as soon as possible.
I take a deep breath. I was afraid you were going to say that. If he is the father, is there any way to fight him on custody? I mean, Chance is 10 months old. Eric knew he was out there, practically since he was conceived, and had no interest in him until now. Surely that counts for something when it comes to the well-being of a child.
You would think,
he says sympathetically.
Unfortunately, judges have to distance themselves from the emotions of a case in order to stick to what the law says. Sometimes they remove themselves a little too much.
I bite my lip. I wanted to come here and have him reassure me this was a cut-and-dried case. Eric obviously doesn't really care about being a dad, therefore will win easily. But I'm feeling more discouraged and fearful than before.
That's why we have a plan on how to do this the right way.
What plan is that? I ask. I don't have a lot of confidence in his abilities, but my legs couldn't carry me out of here if I tried walking, so I humor him. First, we ask for the paternity test, he says. If it comes back negative, the case is closed, and that's the end of it. And if it comes back positive? We ask for an attorney ad litem for the child. That's an attorney whose sole job is to represent the child, correct? I ask, remembering reading about ad litem attorneys on some website during my research. Correct. Typically, the ad litem will visit both parties involved in the case, check the home, ask personal questions, basically get an overall feel for everyone's ability to care for the child. The ad litem then makes their recommendation to the court. Typically, that recommendation is what makes or breaks a case. A spark of hope starts to flare in my chest. It's small, but it's there. I didn't realize their input had that much impact with the judge. Oh, yes. You have to remember, family court is about doing what's in the best interests of the child. Having a set of eyes in the potential homes and on the parents gives the judge a much broader picture of what the best interests might look like. I smooth my hands over my hair and look out the window as thoughts race through my head. I'm sure if an ad litem could see how Chance and I live, how bonded we are, how much I have become his mom, they would see I am in the baby's best interest. How do we do that? How do we get the judge to assign an ad litem? A small smile crosses Doug's face. We ask. At the same time, we request that the judge leave the child in question in his current home while the case is pending. The state obviously did a recent home study, and typically, if your home is good enough for the state, you're good enough for the judge. Okay. But there are a couple of things you need to be aware of. Like what? It's likely, if the judge agrees to leave Chance where he is, he will award visitation to the father, assuming the paternity test comes back positive. I scratch my jaw. Can it be supervised? I don't think this guy has ever held a baby before, let alone changed a diaper or fed one or tried to use a car seat. We can request it. It's not unreasonable for the first couple of visits. What else? He steeples his fingers. The ad litem doesn't work for free. You'll have to pay for it. My heart drops, and my brain immediately starts crunching the numbers in the bank accounts. As it is, I'm probably going to deplete our savings with Doug's retainer alone. There might be a couple thousand left in Sarah's education fund that Dad left us, but I'd have to double-check. I was letting that money sit in the hopes of Chance being able to use it for his education someday. But this is his more immediate need. I look up, a question running through my mind. Have you ever had a case like this before? I mean, a non-biological parent fighting for custody? He smiles. I like his smile. It's calming in some strange way. I have. Did you win? I did. So it's not impossible? Absolutely not. In fact, I would argue that you have a very good chance of winning this case. I wasn't expecting him to say that. I know the odds. Why in the world would my odds be better than average? You've done this before. You raised your sister when your father died. She ended up going to college and was, for all practical purposes, a functioning, successful member of society. You did a good job with her. Well, thanks, I guess. We're going to play that part of your life up with the judge. You've already proven you can parent a child. A teenager at that. That will definitely work in our favor. Sounds like you have a good plan already mapped out. I take a deep breath and wipe my palms on my pants. I'm not sure what we're waiting for. Let's do this. Doug reaches for his computer mouse, pulling up some paperwork on the screen and printing it off. In order for me to represent you at the hearing on Thursday, you'll have to fill out these forms. This is our contract and gives me the right to represent you in court. I grab a pen when he hands me the papers and start signing wherever he points. Your retainer is also due today. As I work on this case, I'll deduct it off the top of the retainer. Anytime you want an itemized printout, let me know and I'll print one for you. Otherwise, when the retainer drops below $1,000, I'll let you know how much I need to replenish it, based on how many court dates are left. Okay. I steel myself for my next question because I know it's going to hurt. How much is the retainer? $5,000. I let out a long, slow breath. Just like I thought, it's going to wipe out our savings and cut into the grocery money. But I also know I can survive on ramen noodles and pick up a couple extra clients. Hell, I'll even keep taking on Daniel's crazy fans. And worst case scenario, Jenny will spot me some money if I need it. Chance is worth it to both of us. Welp, I won't be eating steak anytime soon, I joke. But I'm trusting you to help me keep my baby. It'll be my privilege. He's done this before. He's won before. I know he's going to do it again, even if the fear strangles me while he does it.
Chapter 26. Daniel. The door makes a snick sound as it closes behind me, and I'm immediately aware of the noise level in the house. It should be comforting. It was always comforting before. But now it's a reminder of what I didn't bring with me this time. It's been several weeks since I've seen or talked to Quincy. She texted me once, I didn't respond, and that was the end of that. I'm not sure if I was expecting her to keep trying. That's what most girls do. But Quincy isn't most girls. If I'm honest with myself, I was never her priority. Her child was. Like it should be. I keep reminding myself the kid is the reason I need to stay away. He will ultimately get hurt if this relationship, whatever it is, continues. But that doesn't make this separation any easier. I'm the one who cut all ties. I'm the one who decided this was what was best for everyone. But I miss her like I've never missed anyone or anything before. The 6 weeks I was out of soccer when I broke my tibia in high school was brutal because I wanted to play so much. That was a cakewalk compared to this. This separation is crushing me from the inside out. I've even found myself making unnecessary trips to Walmart in the middle of the night, hoping to run into them. "Hey, Tio," Nicholas says when I walk through the living room. He's sitting on the couch with the TV on, holding hands with a pretty blonde girl. "Hey, Nikki, who's your friend?" "This is Tamala. Tamala, this is my Tio, Daniel." She puts out her hand to shake mine. "It's nice to meet you." "You too," I say. "I didn't realize you were coming for Sunday dinner. Glad you're here." She looks at Nikki and blushes. "Me too," she says quietly. I pat him on the shoulder as I walk by. There's no reason to stay and chat. I'm sure he doesn't need me hovering. As I get closer to the kitchen, I hear chatter and laughter from all the adults who are probably standing over some appetizers and barely pitching in to get dinner ready. It's the way it goes around here. As I push through the swinging door, someone says something funny and the room erupts in laughter, so no one really notices my entrance. "Hi, Mama," I say in her ear as I come up behind her. A look of surprise crosses her face when she sees me. "Daniel!" she exclaims and spins in my arms to hug me. "Mijo, I wasn't expecting you. I'm so happy to see you." "I'm happy to see you too, Mama." I mean it. She has never apologized for the way she allowed Lalo to treat Quincy, but she's never been one to say she's sorry with her words. She apologizes more with her actions. If the length of this hug is any indication, she feels really badly about what happened. And frankly, I'm tired of staying away from my family. They're not perfect, and I'm sure it won't be the last time we have a disagreement, but my pride isn't helping the situation any more than theirs is. "Where have you been, man?" Giovanni asks when Mama and I finally pull away from each other. He pops the top off a beer bottle and hands it to me, taking a swig of his own. "I've been around," I say after taking a drink. "Playoffs are starting soon, so I'm reviewing a lot of tapes and working on a lot more plays. Trying to keep the team spirits high, you know." "How are the team's chances this year?" Blanca's husband, Aaron, asks. "It was rough last year." Several people murmur in agreement, including me. "Honestly," I say, "I think we're a stronger team than last year, but we still have a few bad apples that bring us down. Give us another year. We'll go all the way." We make small talk for a few minutes. Marlene updates us on the new music director at their church and how much fun he is to work with. Elizabeth tells us about a new project she's working on at her architecture firm. Giovanni gives us the lowdown on his latest blind date that Erica sent him on and why he will never trust her judgment on women again. That earns him a towel to the face, courtesy of our oldest sister, who apparently doesn't appreciate Giovanni's aversion to older women because, in Erica's words, "She's so nice, though." It's nice, comfortable, and feels completely staged. I expect someone to ask about Quincy, but with what happened last time, they all wisely stay away from the topic. Until Eduardo doesn't. "So where's Quincy?" he asks, arms crossed while he leans against a bar stool. The entire room goes deathly quiet. I glare at him and sip my beer, planning my words carefully. "Not here." That's the best I can come up with on short notice. I don't want to tell them what's going on, partially because I'm still not sure what to do about my feelings, partially because I'm starting to feel embarrassed about how I disappeared on her. I feel a fight coming if he and I have words. I'm wound too tight and miss her too much for him to try and pull man of the house shit tonight. Eduardo nods once and purses his lips, like he knew this would happen. It pisses me off, so of course I can't let it go. "What?" I ask menacingly. "You got something to say?" "No, just glad you finally came to your senses." "What the fuck is that supposed to mean?" I narrow my eyes at him and put the beer on the counter. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Giovanni and Aaron stand up and discreetly position themselves next to us, in case they have to pull us off each other. I barely notice, because all my focus is on my oldest brother, and how he can't seem to keep his fucking opinions to himself. Eduardo scoffs. "Don't get all defensive. I'm glad you saw through her act. You've always been so smart about relationships. I was worried someone finally had you fooled." "Lalo!" my mother yells as Blanca gasps. "Enough! No more fighting over this!" I take a step forward, Giovanni right behind me. "I didn't see through anything, Lalo. What I did was fucking freak out. I didn't want them to all know my business. But now that I've let the cat out of the bag, I can't stop spouting off about my personal demons. Her kid called me Dada, and I panicked because I don't do relationships. Everyone says I'm like Dad, and I can't stand the thought of ruining that little boy the way Dad ruined all of us when he left. I thought I'd better get out now to protect him. So fuck you, Lalo. I didn't see through anything. Once again, Dad's decision came back to haunt me, and once again, I'm fucking miserable for it." I step back and look around, noticing the faces around me. Some of their jaws are dropped. Some are looking at me with pity. Now I'm flat out embarrassed of my outburst. If I'd wanted them all to know what had happened with Quincy, I would have told one of my sisters a couple of weeks ago and let it make the rounds over the phone. I down the rest of my beer and drop the empty bottle in the red recycling can, praying someone will change the subject. No such luck for me, though. "Is that how you really feel?" Mama asks, her hands still messy with the chicken and spices she was mixing together. "About your father leaving? That he ruined you?" I shrug and score another beer out of the fridge. "This is why you haven't had a girlfriend since high school? Because you're afraid you're too much like your father?" "Do we really have to discuss this, Mama?" I rub my face in frustration. "I shouldn't have said anything. These are my demons to deal with, not yours." "He's right, though." Blanca speaks up from the stool she's sitting on, Aaron's hands on her shoulders. "No one ever talked about it, but Dad ruined all of us when he left." My mom's eyebrows furrow. What do you mean?" Blanca sighs before diving into her assessments. Daniel and Giovanni refuse to have anything to do with relationships at all, because they're afraid of getting bored and hurting someone later. Hey, Giovanni chimes in. You don't know that. Fine, she shoots back. So you're just a man whore. Either way, it can be traced back to Dad. Giovanni nods in agreement. I can see that. Lalo drives everyone crazy with his whole head of the household routine. She continues. Eduardo drops his jaw in indignation. Hey, I've always tried to protect this family. It's what the oldest boy does. I don't drive anyone crazy, right? He tries making eye contact with everyone in the room, but no one will look at him. Do I really do that? I love you, honey, Elizabeth says, wrapping her arms around his shoulders. But you are way too overbearing sometimes. You could back off a bit. Eduardo sighs. I just thought I was jumping in where Dad left off. Blanca wraps part of the napkin around her finger. That's why no one said anything. I'm pretty sure we all have our damage from Dad leaving. It was a shock to all of us. We were adults, so it's not like you could protect us from the truth. What about your damage? Mama asks Blanca. I thought everyone came through just fine, but now that you're pointing it out, I think you may be right. Blanca makes eye contact with Aaron before looking back at Mama. I clung to a marriage I should never have been in the first place, to prove that not all marriages end badly. Everyone pauses. I look around the room at the faces of my family, but they all appear lost in thought, probably thinking about what Blanca has just revealed, and about what other unhealthy reactions we may have had without even realizing it. Wow, Marlene finally says. I thought we all just had our own quirks, but you're so right, Blanca. It's like we swept our feelings under the rug and never figured out what to do about them. Blanca smiles weakly. I've been learning a lot in my psychology class lately. Since when have you been taking a psychology class? Giovanni asks. Since before Aaron and I got married. She claps his hand. I wanted to see if there was a better way to do relationships than the way I did it last time. We got to the section about grief and loss, and it all started to click. I think I might want to major in it now. A low whistle comes from between Eduardo's lips. Blanca as a psychologist. This family alone could fill up her schedule. Blanca smiles. We'll see. We still haven't decided if I'm going back to school full-time. It's a pipe dream for now, but if nothing else, maybe I'll learn some things to help put this family on the right track. The door to the living room swings open and Nicholas peeks through and stops. He looks around like he realizes he's interrupted something important. Do I need to come back? No, mijo, I say, grateful for his interruption. Just some heavy conversation is all. What's up? I wanted to talk to you. Do you have a second? He points over his shoulder with his thumb. Sure. I address the rest of the family. I've just been saved from this very uncomfortable conversation. I'll see you all at the dinner table. I follow Nikki through the living room, hearing Giovanni yell, Take me with you! What was that all about? Nikki asks. I've never heard the kitchen without noise before. It's freaky. We traipse out the door to the patio and take our usual seats. Nah, just some old hurts that were being mended. Nothing exciting. Oh, he shakes his head as if to clear it. I don't think I want to know what you're talking about, do I? I chuckle against the lip of my beer. Probably not. I take a drink before asking, So, what's up? What do you think of her? He leans forward, obviously excited about his new girlfriend. I could make this easy on him, but after the intense conversation I just came out of, I feel like having a little fun with him. What do I think of who? Tamala. Who? I ask, feigning confusion. My girlfriend, Tio. What do you think of my girlfriend? Oh, her. I dodge a pine cone he throws at my head. She's really cute. Cute? She's not cute, she's beautiful. He lists his girlfriend's qualities. She's smart, 4.0 GPA, and she's super nice. She's been known to stand up against bullies picking on other kids. She's amazing. He gushes. Sounds like it, I chuckle. Aren't you glad you got to know her before just using her for sex? The little shit looks shocked I would even suggest such a thing about her, even though it had been his idea in the first place. Oh, that would have never happened with her. Really? What changed? She's a virgin, he reveals, and I spew my beer across the patio. Once I get my coughing under control, I'm able to ask questions. I thought she was the school whore. Your words, not mine. I tack on quickly. He looks at me sheepishly. I may have believed the wrong rumors. She used to date this big football player, Jalen Morris. He's a real badass. They messed around and stuff, but she wasn't ready to go all the way, so he dumped her and started telling everyone how she put out. His friends all jumped on the bandwagon, making up their own stories and shit. She says it was awful. Her parents had to get involved, and Jalen admitted to the principal he had made it all up and promised not to spread any more rumors. But people already believed him, I interject, shaking my head. Kids can be such dicks sometimes. Nikki nods. She's really quiet, you know. She tends to be kind of shy, so she never set anyone straight. Wow, she sounds like a pretty remarkable girl. Well, yeah. Why do you think I'm still dating her? Not to get in her pants? No way, he says adamantly. She's not ready for that. She's way too perfect for me to put that pressure on her. Aw, I ruffle his hair. Is our little Nikki in love? Stop, Tio, he says, batting my hands away. Respect the hair, man. I knew Nikki would do the right thing, and I really liked that he found a great girl when he took a step back and let his brain do the thinking instead of his penis. We sit quietly, me nursing my beer, him staring out into the trees. I told her the truth about why I asked her out. My hand pauses in midair, beer bottle poised for me to take another drink. How'd she take it? She cried. He smiles sadly. Asked how I could do something like that to her. I felt like such an asshole. You kind of were an asshole, I know. Is that why you told her? 'Cause you were feeling guilty? Nicky rubbed his fingers across his bottom lip. I wanted to be honest with her. I didn't want her to hear about it from someone else. I wanted her to hear it straight from me so she would know I made a mistake. That I was owning up to it. His words felt like a sucker punch to my gut. I had seen the papers recently, and Quinn probably had too. The pictures of me walking through a hotel lobby with some girl, the speculation that I was back on the market, the critics saying I didn't want to play daddy to her kid. They were hurtful and untrue. The girl in the lobby was walking next to me when I left. I didn't even know who she was. And yes, I'm confused, but instead of being honest with Quincy, I'm letting her hear the rumors and doing nothing to set her straight. It really sucked knowing I hurt her like that. Nicky continues without realizing how much guilt he's making me feel. But I apologized and brought her flowers. I told her if I ever did something like that again, I'd let her kick me in the junk. I chuckle and he smiles. You better be careful giving out free passes like that, kid. Zavaro men tend to screw up frequently. Yeah, I didn't think that one through. Speaking of, where is Tamala anyway? He looks over his shoulder, trying to glimpse her through the window. She was going to the bathroom, but I'm guessing she got sidetracked. I'd better go rescue her before Abuela starts going down memory lane. Keep them far away from those photo albums in the den, I say as he stands. There are some very unflattering pictures of you as a baby in them. I already moved them so Abuela wouldn't find them, he says with a laugh. Hey, Tio? He's at the door. Thanks for making me man up. I nod and he goes inside, leaving me alone with my thoughts again. Damn, I just got schooled by a teenager.
Chapter 27. Quincy. I hum and run a finger over Chance's eyebrows and down the bridge of his nose. He finished his bottle a while ago and has been asleep ever since, but I can't muster the desire to put him down for the night. I think about how much he's changed in the last 9 months since I got custody of him. He's longer and not nearly as chunky as he used to be. All the crawling and pulling up is quickly burning off his baby rolls. His facial features are more distinct. He still bears a striking resemblance to my dad's baby pictures, but Chance looks more like, well, himself. His pouty lips move in a suckling motion, like he's dreaming of his bottle. It always warms my heart when he does it. It's a sign a baby feels safe, loved, and content. Lucky him. All I feel is terror. Tomorrow we go before a judge who will decide where Chance will live for the next 17 years of his life. A judge who will determine if the man who didn't care enough to acknowledge his own child can now parent that child appropriately. There's nothing I can do about it except pray. Needless to say, I'm scared shitless. Please, God, I say, stroking his sweet cheeks. Please protect my baby. You gave him to me. You trusted me with him, and I love him like he is my own. Please, please don't take him away. I'll do anything, God, anything at all. Tears run down my cheeks, and I swallow a sob. Losing my dad was incredibly difficult. Losing my sister was horrific. But the thought of losing this baby is flat out debilitating. With my dad and my sister, it was so hard. There is no question they were the 2 worst times in my life. But there was finality to their deaths. There was resolution. They aren't in pain anymore. I know they're in a better place, and they're together. But to lose a baby like this, there would never be resolution. I'd always wonder, is he safe? Is he happy? Is he lonely or hungry or being treated badly? Will Eric remember to give him his favorite red washcloth that he likes to snuggle? Will Eric get the bathwater temperature right? Will he know to sing random Meghan Trainor songs when he doesn't feel well? There is no closure when you hand your baby over to a stranger. There are only never-ending questions that plague you forever. Please, God, please, please, I beg. Maybe if we get in the car right now, we can be in Mexico by morning. They'll never find us. Maybe I can hire a hitman to take Eric out tonight. Maybe if I don't show up, everyone will forget. Chance takes a deep breath and shifts in my arms, pulling me out of my insane thoughts. As much as I don't want to, I know it's time to put him down for the night. Regardless of how I want to pause this moment in time and hold him forever, that's not what's in his best interests. And best interests are what I signed on for, even if that means forgoing my own desires. I reluctantly stand and shuffle over to his crib. Lowering him to the mattress, I keep humming. I place his red washcloth in his hands, and his chubby fingers clutch it tightly, bringing it up to his chin. He found that washcloth about a month ago when I was folding laundry. I don't know if it's the texture or the color, but it's been his favorite ever since. It's funny the things kids attach themselves to. I smooth his hair, double-checking that his monitor is on and the nightlight hasn't burned out yet. I take one last look around the room, trying to memorize this moment, in case it's the last one I ever get like this. Surely the judge won't be so cruel as to never let me see him again. Surely God wouldn't allow my heart to be ripped away like that. Surely. I close the door behind me and wipe the tears from my cheeks. Court is just a few hours away, and there is still a lot to do. I pad my way to my room and wander into my closet to find appropriate clothes for court. My attorney said business casual was fine. That's pretty much all I wear, so it should be easy to find something. But I keep overthinking how each outfit will make me look. Will I look maternal enough? Will I look like I'm trying too hard? Will the judge look down on me if it clings too much? Picking out clothes shouldn't be this hard. I finally give up and plop down on my bed. Glancing over at my dresser, I see the long piece of paper that ripped any hope I had of an easy resolution to shreds. I pick it up and look at it again, hoping the words say something different this time. But as I read, my dream doesn't become a reality. Probability of paternity, 99.99%. I cried when I read it the first time. I wanted so badly for Eric to be wrong, for him to not be the biological father. But he is. And now I have to fight him for what is his legal right, because as the aunt, I have no legal rights. I'm just an option for the judge to consider. Statistically, the aunt doesn't win. I throw the paper on my bed and flop backward, rubbing my eyes with the heels of my hands. I'm overthinking everything, and I know it, but I feel so out of control. There is absolutely nothing I can control in this situation. I lift my head up when I hear a noise from my living room. It takes a few seconds, but I hear it again. It's a quiet knock on my door. I roll to my feet and walk down the hall. It must be Jenny, knocking quietly so she doesn't wake the baby. Why didn't she text that she was here? I look through the peephole and see a bunch of flowers. That's not Jenny. Is that? I open the door, and the flowers are thrust in my face while the longest sentence known to man is voiced. I'm sorry I freaked. Please forgive me. I miss my best friend. Daniel.
Chapter 28. Daniel. She stares at me, looking beautiful but tired and thin. There are circles under her eyes. Did I do that to her? The guilt I already feel doubles. Once again, my automatic instinct is to flee, but I stay strong. I'm not leaving until she kicks me out. What? She breathes out the word. I clear my throat and quickly lower the flowers to my side. I'm nervous. Let me try this again. I lift the flowers again. I'm sorry. I'm here to ask you to forgive me. I miss you. She takes the bouquet from me, still looking wary at my unexpected appearance. We haven't seen each other in over a month. Her concern is understandable, but I'm determined. Can I come in? She thinks for a moment, then moves aside so I can enter. I shove my hands in my pockets as she closes the door behind me. The apartment looks like I remember it, with baby toys sprinkled around the room, like she hasn't had time to clean up yet. I follow her as she goes to the kitchen, gets a vase out of the cabinet, and fills it with water. She cuts the stems and puts the flowers in the vase. Do you want something to drink? She asks after several long minutes of silence. I'm fine, thanks, I say. I've never known her to be so quiet and subdued. It's both disturbing and concerning. I want to fix it, but I need to follow her lead. I'm the one who's in the wrong here, not her. I know that. I can't force this. She sets the flowers on the small dining table, walks to the couch and sits, legs pulled up and knees under her chin. It's painfully obvious she doesn't want me to touch her. I sit on the opposite side of the couch, elbows on my knees, hands clasped in front of me. I clear my throat again. I guess you want an explanation from me. It would be nice, but I think I'd rather know why you're here first. I miss my best friend. Look, I owe you an explanation, and you'll have that, I promise. I've spent a lot of time thinking over the last few weeks. She cocks her head. Really? I didn't realize there was that much downtime between lap dances. I wince. I deserve that. I figured you saw those pictures. I saw a lot of pictures, Daniel. It's been great fun having half my clientele ask how I'm holding up since my boyfriend started cheating on me. I rub my hair in frustration. Fuck, Quincy, I'm so sorry. I didn't even think about that. If I had known, I would have, I don't know, put out a press release or something. I don't know. She laughs humorlessly. And said what, Daniel? That you can't cheat on someone you were never in a relationship with in the first place? She drops her knees and crosses her legs. I never asked for our relationship to be defined, never. The only thing I asked is if you got bored or wanted to move on, you would tell me. But you didn't. Not only did I have to find out you were done with me by seeing pictures on the internet, but I didn't even have an explanation when people asked me about it. You didn't even respect me enough to give me any answers. I drop my head. She's right. I brought her into the public eye and then left her there to fend for herself when I got scared. I feel like the world's biggest douche. But she's not done. You sit here and say you miss your best friend, but I don't need a best friend who treats me that way, Daniel. So if you're here for forgiveness, fine, you have it. You can go now. That's not why I'm here, I interrupt. I'm not leaving, I'm not backing down, I'm not running away again. Then why are you here? It's not even a question, more of a challenge. I miss you. I miss Chance. I want to explain so you can decide for yourself if it's worth giving me a second chance. She stares, and I won't be the first to break eye contact. I want her to know I mean everything I'm saying. Her eyes finally close in resignation. So explain. I scoot closer to her. I don't feel like I can touch her yet, but I don't want to waste any more time. My skin practically itches from my desire to be near her. You need to know something first. None of those pictures showed the truth. She scoffs. I'm serious, Quincy. The lady at the hotel was a stranger. We checked out at the same time, that's all. The pictures of me coming out of the strip club? I sat at the bar nursing a beer. I didn't even sit at the table with the guys. Ask Christian. Once they all got blitzed, I took them home. She looks me in the eye. I know she's waiting for me to tell her the truth. You can't convince me you haven't been with another woman in the last several weeks. I know how it goes when you're on the road, Daniel. I try to interrupt, but she puts up a hand to stop me. You are notorious for your one-night stands, and you have a huge libido. I know that firsthand. Your nuts would have exploded by now. I finally get a word in. I promise you, Quincy, I wasn't with anyone. I will give you Christian's number right now. Hell, I'll give you Tiffany's number. She sees and hears everything and has no loyalty to me at all. She'll tell you. She crinkles her nose. Having Tiffany's number isn't helping your case. She's a producer at a local TV station. Every once in a while I have to call her about getting some press if there's something the coach wants covered on a weekend when the PR department isn't in. She averts her eyes. Look, I admit I watched some terrible porn and spanked the monkey one too many times. That earns me a small smile. But I didn't disappear because I was bored with you. I vanished because I was afraid. I let that sink in for a minute, plus I needed a break. It's hard for me to admit all of this to myself. Admitting it to someone else is even harder. Quincy, please look at me. My entire life, everyone told me I was just like my dad. I used to take pride in that. I couldn't wait to be old enough to get married and have a family, to treat them the way he treated us. I don't know why he decided to have an affair and why that woman became more important than the rest of us. One day, the man I admired, someone a lot like me, well, it turned out he was a fake. I moved to sit on the coffee table in front of her. She shifts so she's facing me, and I put my hands on her knees. When she doesn't pull away, I assume I'm getting through to her. I was technically an adult, but something about it messed me up. I swore I would never, ever be like him, and from then on, relationships were out of the question. Then why did you get involved with me? It's a valid question, One I have been asking myself constantly. It was surprisingly easy to get involved with you, and I wasn't expecting it. One day I had this new friend, the next I had a friend with benefits. That made it easy. Until that day. She looks down at her hands, so I grip them and hold on tight, forcing her to keep looking at me. When Chance called me, thought I stop. I can't even say it out loud. It had been the most wonderful and terrifying moment of my life. When he called me Dada, I had never felt so afraid. I kept looking at his sweet face, and all I could think was how someday I'd be the one to take that smile away. Because I'm just like my dad. A man in a relationship with his mother, but not really in a relationship. A man who is a role model to this boy, but not really a father figure. A fake. So you reverted to your default mode. I scowl. You've been talking to my sister. Not recently, but yeah, she gave me her theory. She's given a lot of people her theory recently. She put Lalo in his place. She snorts a laugh. I kind of wish I could have seen that. It wasn't pretty, but he's a lot easier to deal with now. I'm hoping I'm easier to deal with, too. Quincy pulls her hands out of mine and sits back. I straighten, but don't move off the table. What do you want from me, Daniel? Her eyes are glossy with tears and her voice is quiet, almost a whisper. What do you want from us? I want my best friend back, I say, my eyes getting watery. It feels like I can't breathe when we're not talking every day and seeing each other all the time. I don't want to feel that way anymore. I move forward and rub up and down her thighs. I want to call you my girlfriend, and I want you to call me your boyfriend. I want to call and text you every day. I want to take you home to family dinners and get you a permanent pass for seats in the team box. I want to celebrate birthdays and holidays with you. I want to support you in your endeavors and be here for you when you need to lean on me. And Chance? She asks with a sniff. We're a package deal. I smile at the thought of him. He's more complicated. I don't want to confuse him, and I'm so afraid of him getting hurt. But I want to be there for him as long as you and I are together. I won't pretend to be his father, because that's not fair to him. But I want to help make sure you get him the presents he asks for on his birthday. I want to babysit when you need time away. I want to sit next to you while we cheer him on at his first soccer game. She giggles, and it's the best sound I've heard in weeks. I want to be the best male role model I can be for as long as you keep me around. I want to be his friend, Daniel. She smiles. What does that smile mean? I ask hopefully. Is that a yes, I'll be your girlfriend smile? Not quite yet. I frown. Continue. Daniel, things are way more stressful around here now. There's a lot that's happened, and quite frankly, I'm pissed off you left me to deal with it on my own. I don't understand what she's talking about, but I don't feel like I'm in a position to interrupt yet. I don't have time to play games with you or anyone else. If you're in, you need to be all in. I can forgive someone for being a jackass and running away once, but I won't put up with bad patterns that never change. I bite back a grin. What she doesn't realize is how painful the weeks without her were. I already learned my lesson the hard way. I won't make that same mistake twice. The pattern has changed, I say. I didn't see it before, but now that Blanca has pointed it out, I can do something about it. I'll have to keep it in the forefront of my mind when life throws a curveball at me. Sometimes you may have to call me on it, but now that I know it's there, I can fix it. Quincy takes a breath. Ironically, I feel like I'm holding mine. I really missed you, you know, I say. She reaches up and caresses my cheek. I close my eyes and relish the feel of her touching me again. I really missed you too. I slide to my knees and hug her around the waist. I probably look like a total pussy in front of her, but I don't care. I can breathe again. She's giving me another chance. We stay like this for a few minutes, me hugging her, her running her fingers through my hair. I'm so content. If I wasn't hyped up from the emotions, I might fall asleep right here. Daniel? My legs are going numb. I chuckle and start to pull away from her, then quickly change my mind and go in for a kiss. She doesn't resist, and soon we're full on making out, her lying on the couch, me on top of her. She feels so good under me. I've missed her smell and her feel and her touch so much. She runs her hands up and down my back, and I want to come unglued, but I'm not going to be that guy. I won't try to have sex with her tonight. I know she's forgiven me, but I have to rebuild the trust between us. We'll get back the intimacy, but for now, I'd rather feed her. You've lost too much weight, babe. I pull back, but keep rubbing up and down her arms and waist, over the curve of her hip. Want to order a pizza? I'm afraid you're going to waste away. She shakes her head. I tried eating earlier, but my nerves are crazy right now. Eating makes me feel like I'm going to throw up. I furrow my brow in concern, remembering what she'd said a few minutes ago. What's got you so nervous? Oh shit, I forgot you didn't know. Didn't know what? She sighs. Chance's father showed up. He's suing me for custody. I'm stunned, silent. She shimmies her way out from under me. I thought no one knew who his father was. Apparently he knew the whole time and only recently decided to track me down after reading that article in the paper. Shit, I say and rub a hand down my face. Are you sure he's the father? I mean, has he had a paternity test yet? The results came back last week, she says. He's the father. Tomorrow the judge decides who gets custody. I open my mouth to speak, but I don't have anything to say, so I close it again and lean back. All this time I've been off soul-searching and Quincy has been here alone, worrying over whether or not a judge will see her as a fit parent. It underscores how self-absorbed I've been over the last few weeks. In this moment, I truly make myself sick. Do you have an attorney? Do we need to call mine? It's last minute, but he might be able to do something. I have an attorney. Is he any good? Does he think you can win? Because seriously, Quincy, if you need someone better... Daniel, stop. She puts her hand on my arm. How dare this guy come in and try to take chance from Quincy? How dare he back them into a corner? Daniel... I must look wild-eyed. We've done everything we can. We have to wait and see what the judge says. How can you be so calm about this? Because I do not feel calm. I'm not. My stomach is in knots all the time. I cry regularly. I can't eat. I can't sleep. I get the shakes whenever I think about losing my boy. She licks her bottom lip and blows her bangs out of her face. I feel like I'm not all here, you know? Like I'm going through the motions while the rest of me is trying to come up with an easy solution. God, Quincy, if I had known... I feel like such a douchebag. She smirks. You kind of were a douchebag. I pull her hand to my lips and kiss her knuckles. I'm so sorry, baby. Truly. What can I do to help? Can I go with you tomorrow? I don't want you to go alone. Jenny offered to go with me. Tell her to stay home. Don't you have to go to work? I kiss her knuckles again. Now that I've started kissing her again, I don't want to stop. We got knocked out of the playoffs last week, so it's just end-of-the-year stuff. This is way more important. Okay, she says. I'd really like you to go with me. I'm afraid I'll be too nervous to drive. Done. I slouch and pat my leg. Why don't you turn on Outlander and lay down here with me? I haven't been keeping up with that giant sexy beast of a Highlander lately. I need to catch up, and you need to get your mind off everything else. She grabs the remote, flipping the TV on as she lies down. We stay like that for a couple of hours. Eventually, she falls asleep. I carry her to the bedroom and lay her down in bed. Maybe I'm being presumptuous when I climb in next to her, but I meant what I said. I spent over a month without her. I won't do it again. I need her and she needs me. Now, more than ever.
Chapter 29. Quincy. Let's go over what's likely to happen in court today. Doug, my attorney, stops the idle chit-chat and gets down to business. I feel like I've been taking deep breaths all morning, mostly because I feel like I can't breathe at all. The pressure on my chest is unbearable. Daniel squeezes my hand and puts his arm around me, rubbing his other hand up and down my arm. He made good on his promise to call in a personal date today. This, after he basically held me all night long. I tried to get a good night's sleep, but instead I was restless and cried out several times. Daniel kept holding me, murmuring encouraging words into my ear in a soothing voice. I feel bad that I kept him from resting well. But more than that, I'm grateful he was there to get me through a tough night. He was still there this morning when my alarm went off. He was already up, had coffee made, and had even gotten a suit from his apartment so he could help me get the baby ready to go this morning. When he'd said he was all in last night, apparently he wasn't kidding. When Chance first saw Daniel this morning, he was wary, like he couldn't figure out if he knew Daniel or not. I could see that made Daniel sad, but that's the reality when you pull out of an infant's life. Their memory span isn't that long, so they forget. However, after about 10 minutes of observation, Chance seemed to make the connection. We watched his facial expression change and him throw his beloved red washcloth on the floor. He squealed and crawled as fast as he could until Daniel scooped him up in his arms, at which point Chance covered Daniel's face with slobbery baby kisses. I can't be sure, but I think I saw a couple of Daniel's tears mixed in with the slobber.
The hearing shouldn't be long today,
Doug says.
First thing he'll probably do is appoint the attorney ad litem, so be prepared for those costs.
Don't worry about it, Daniel says.
I'll cover whatever fees need to be paid.
Doug nods.
I appreciate that, but I want to make sure you're clear on how it works, Mr. Zavaro. Just because you get involved financially doesn't mean you have a voice in the proceedings. The judge doesn't care who pays.
I don't care if I have a voice, Daniel says,
as long as Quincy has the financial means to make sure her voice is heard. I'll do my best to make sure that happens.
Do we get to choose who Chance's attorney will be? How does that work?
The judge will assign the ad litem,
Doug says, crossing one ankle over the opposite knee. The benches in the hallway are extremely uncomfortable, so he's been changing position a lot.
It will probably be a woman by the name of Mildred Hanson. At least I'm hoping so. She is well regarded in family court.
Is she any good? I ask, hoping she'll be able to see through Eric's game, and I'll have some sort of a shot at keeping custody.
She's the best.
He waves at someone walking by.
I've never seen her make a recommendation I've disagreed with, and I've never seen this judge rule against her recommendation.
Okay, this is good, Daniel says, looking me in the eye.
She'll come in and see what a great job you're doing with Chance.
This is really good, babe. I hope so, I say. But a not fighting for custody over a parent? My odds still aren't great.
Well, that's the thing about family court,
Doug says, stretching out his legs in front of him. I can't imagine how he sits on these benches day in and day out.
Family court balances the parents' rights with the best interests of the child. It's true, you have very few rights, but Chance has as many as the father does, maybe more. That's where it works for you.
Will the judge decide to move him today?
Oh, no,
Doug says with a wave of his hand.
That is extremely unlikely. The paternity test came back, yes, but the ad litem still has to do her part, home visits and family interviews. The judge will probably order visitation.
Like overnights? Daniel asks. I can hear in his voice the thought makes him cringe.
He could, but considering the baby's age, it'll probably be a couple hours a day, several times a week to start.
I could handle visitation like that. I'd worry the whole time, but I could handle it.
A lot of things have changed over the years. The courts recognize that a baby bonded with a loving parental figure can't just be ripped away from that person. They have to start bonding with someone else first, or it can be detrimental to the child's well-being.
I relax and lean into Daniel. He continues to squeeze my hand. I wish I could talk to Eric, you know? I wish there was a way to convince him how hard it is to raise a child, so he would understand this isn't something you do for fun.
You probably won't get a chance to talk to him, but we can bring it up during mediation,
Doug says and looks at his watch.
That's the last thing that will probably be done today.
What?
Mediation?
Daniel asks. There's so much to know with custody cases like this. It's not nearly as cut and dried as I thought it would be. No wonder it costs so much money.
No, we won't do mediation today,
Doug clarifies.
We'll schedule it after the judge orders it, so you'll have a better timeline on what to expect. Most custody hearings are resolved in mediation. It saves the court a lot of time if everyone can come to an agreement.
I feel slightly better about the whole situation. I'm still scared. The judge can technically do whatever he wants, but to know what the protocol is, I have time to pull together more resources and decide what I absolutely will not negotiate and would go to trial to fight for. This is good. I keep telling myself that. This is good. Daniel and Doug continue to chat as we wait for our case to be called. The docket is full today, and Doug had warned us it could be a bit of a wait. I feel like I can breathe better after this conversation, but my nerves are still out of control, so much so that I barely register the click of high heels until they are standing right in front of me.
Ms. Watson?
The woman in the heels is pretty, possibly in her 50s. The way she carries herself screams middle age. Her dark hair is pulled up in a fancy chignon, and her pale blue suit is paired with nude heels. I find her slightly intimidating. Yes? I'm not sure what a fancy woman like her would want with me. She looks like she should be lunching at a country club, not standing in the dingy hall of a courtroom.
My name is Rosemary Cope,
she says, and extends her hand for me to shake.
I'm Eric's mother.
I turn cold. Doug immediately stands.
Mrs. Cope, he says, I'm Doug Linus, Ms. Watson's attorney.
Oh, good, she says. I'm glad you're here. That makes this so much easier. May I sit? She gestures to the bench perpendicular to us. There's just enough space for her to sit next to Daniel. I look at Doug. He shrugs, putting the decision squarely on my shoulders. Do I want to talk to Eric's mother, or do I want to wait to get into the courtroom? Frankly, I'm afraid of what will happen in that courtroom, so I nod. She smooths her skirt as she sits and crosses her feet at the ankles.
First things first, she says without wasting any time. How is my grandson?
I look at Daniel for reassurance. I'm not sure why she wants to talk to me, but at least she's asking about his well-being. Eric didn't even do that. He's wonderful. I smile as I think about the toothy grin my sweet baby boy gave me this morning. He's 11 months old, and he's just the most wonderful, loving baby. A real flirt. Is he meeting all his milestones? She asks, leaning forward and putting one elbow on her knee. I nod. He's been crawling for a while and is pulling himself up on everything. I can tell he really wants to walk. He gets this look of concentration on his face, like he's thinking about it, but he hasn't gone for it yet. Good. Eric's brother was a little developmentally behind until grade school, so make sure you watch those milestones carefully. I will. The pediatrician says he's right on track. Excellent, she says. I look at Daniel, confused. I'm not sure what's with all the questions, but I don't get the feeling she's gathering information. If Doug thought this was about discrediting me, he would have intervened already. Does he have allergies? Maybe a few. Not bad. Be aware, Eric had severe allergies as a baby. He was on medicine for it by the time he was 6 months old. It was really scary during yellow pollen season. You know what I'm talking about? Everyone in Houston knows when the pollen falls. It literally turns cars yellowish green, and if it rains, it turns into yellow-green puddles on the ground. He had severe attacks during that time, so keep an eye on the baby. Mom! Eric bellows at Rosemary, rushing up. She stands and puts her hands on her hips. What are you doing here? How did you find out about the hearing? Why are you talking to Quincy? Eric Francis Cope, you stop right there, she says quietly, but she means business. He immediately closes his mouth and looks down. How do you think I felt when Vicky Dixon called me this morning and told me I have a grandson I know nothing about? He whips his head back up. How did Vicky Dixon find out? She crosses her arms. From the sports section of the Chronicle. For once, I'm glad the newspaper is in my business. Well, I think I'm glad. It depends on what happens during this conversation, but I'm fairly certain at this point she's not here to support her son. Vicky's husband Jack read all about it and questioned her. She, of course, picked up the phone and called me first thing this morning. Do you know how humiliating it was to not even know my own grandson's name? What were you thinking? I'm sorry, Mom, Eric says sheepishly. I was trying to surprise you for your birthday. You what? She shrieks so loudly, several conversations stop around us as people look over to see what the noise is all about. Daniel hides his face behind my neck and stifles a laugh, but I'm too engrossed in what's happening in front of me to elbow him and make him stop. Eric shoves his hands in his pocket and rocks on his heels. You said the other day you wanted to be a grandma, so I thought I'd surprise you with your grandbaby. She drops her head to her chest in exasperation. Tell me you did not try to sue this woman for custody so you could give me a child as a birthday present. He opens his mouth to answer and then shuts it. Apparently his surprise isn't going over as well as he had anticipated. Eric, where do you live? She asks him. In an apartment, he answers. And how many friends live with you? 3. Where do you plan on the baby sleeping? In a closet? I figured I'd put him in my room. In your bed with you? Eric looks at me. I thought he had a crib or something. Eric, she says, Quincy wouldn't be providing any of that. It would be your responsibility to get him a crib, clothes, food, diapers, everything a baby needs. How do you plan on paying for all that while you're in school? He looks around like he's thinking really hard.
I guess I thought you'd help me when you found out about him.
No, my dear, she says, shaking her head. You must have thought I was kidding the many times this was discussed in high school. If you are old enough to make a baby, and you think you're old enough to raise a baby, you are old enough to pay for one. He chews on his bottom lip. Rosemary puts her hands on his cheeks, smiling at him. My dear, sweet, stupid boy. I love that you want me to be happy all the time, but this is not the way to go about doing it. His grin is self-deprecating.
Once you said it out loud, it sounded kind of dumb.
Here's what's going to happen. You're going to find your attorney and tell him we're dropping the custody suit. We have a lot to talk about and sort out, but from what I've read in the papers, Quincy is doing just fine raising the baby. I'm assuming you still want custody of him? She asks me. I nod enthusiastically, squeezing Daniel's hand probably harder than I should. Good thing he doesn't use his hands at his job. Then it's settled. So go, she says, turning Eric around and giving him a shove. Talk to him before the case gets called. We wouldn't want to make the judge angry because of a last-minute change of plans. Doug stands up.
I'll get word to the clerk the case is about to be dropped so they can start the process.
I'm very sorry about my son, Rosemary says, lightly touching my arm. He's not the sharpest knife in the drawer. I understood that a few weeks ago, when he said he wanted to give Chance to you as a birthday present. I can't help taking a dig at Eric. His uncle, my brother-in-law, is the exact same way, she says, watching him pull out his phone, presumably to call his attorney. Smart as a whip with numbers and business models, truly gifted, but when it comes to interpersonal relationship things, they aren't all there. I giggle, partially because she's funny and partially in relief. This might not be the right time to ask, or maybe it's the best time, but do you think I could meet my grandson? She asks. I want to say no because I'm still afraid. I don't know this woman any more than I know Eric. But then I realize she is Chance's family. Since Sarah died, he's had no family except for me. Now he has a grandmother, a father, a slightly dumb uncle, and who knows who else. If she wants me to continue to raise Chance, and they're good people, there's no real reason why they can't be a part of his life, too. Within reason, of course. I think he'd really like that, I say. She pats my leg. It's kind of exciting to know I'm a grandma, but don't tell my son I said that. Your secret is safe with me.
Chapter 30. Daniel. After talking to the court clerk and Eric's attorney, Doug returned to congratulate us on our win. We all recognized Rosemary had scored the equalizer and go-ahead goals to save this case in the last seconds, but it didn't make the feeling of victory any less sweet. From what we can all tell, Rosemary is a nice lady who has an interesting son. She seems to care about her grandson, even though she hasn't met him yet. Is it weird that I'm excited about his visit with Rosemary? Quincy asks as I drive to the daycare. I'm still holding her hand. I haven't let go since we got to the courthouse this morning, except to change positions. I can pretend it's because I'm being supportive of her and don't want her to think she's alone in all this, but the truth is, when she told me last night she might lose custody of the baby, I was scared shitless and needed to hold on to her as much as she needed to hold on to me. I don't think so. I turn on my blinker and wait for the light to turn green so we can get on the highway. In a couple of hours, he went from having an aunt to having a family. I know how you are about family. That has to feel good. It does. She looks out the window. What do you think of Eric, now that we can look at him more objectively, I mean? That's a loaded question. Once he got done dropping the case at the courthouse, Eric joined our conversation with Rosemary. During the duration of that conversation, Eric didn't ask any questions about the baby, but offered his opinion on what kind of toys babies Chance's age typically like and what foods were good for babies. It doesn't seem that he's a bad guy, just really, really clueless in some ways. I stutter. I don't know what I think of Eric yet. Do you think maybe he has some form of autism? The thought had crossed my mind, but I'm glad she said it first. It makes sense, especially when you consider the things Rosemary said about him being a super genius with numbers but not really that sharp with people. I had a friend with autism in high school. Really? Yeah, he was really nice, but had a hard time in social situations. We're Facebook friends still. He's married now, has a couple kids. I accelerate past a jalopy that looks like it may fall apart at any minute. I guess thinking Eric has a personality similar to my friend makes it harder to be mad at him for this mess. Like he wasn't being malicious or something. Did he ever say what his degree is going to be in? International finance or something? I chuckle. If he turns out to be a decent guy, remind me to call him. I get tired of working on my own finances, and if he's the genius Rosemary says he is, he may be the guy I need. We drive in silence for a few more minutes. I wait for Quincy to ask another random question related to today. It's like there are so many details for her to remember, but she has to verbalize them one by one. I get it. I was freaked out for 12 hours before everything was resolved, and that was torture enough. She'd have weeks to ruminate on possible outcomes, and she did it alone. The guilt punches me in the gut again. I know she forgives me for the way I walked away from her, but that doesn't mean I've forgiven myself yet. Maybe that guilt is good. It reminds me I don't want to risk losing her. Not now. Maybe not ever. Can you believe Rosemary convinced Eric to give me child support? I kind of can, actually. I exit the freeway onto the feeder road. They may have a ton of money, and you know they do, but she doesn't seem uptight about it or anything. Quincy goes quiet again. Are you sure you don't want to get something to eat before we pick up Chance? I turn onto the street the daycare is on. I'm still worried about her weight loss, and she hasn't eaten anything today. I'm sure. She lets go of my hand and reaches into her purse, pulling out the key fob that will get her into the building. I just want to hold my baby. I need to be with him right now. She slides her fingers through mine as I turn into the parking lot. It makes me feel good. Like even though I have some making up to do, she's still willing to meet me halfway. I park the car, and before I've got the ignition turned off, she's already opening the door to climb out. Hang on, wait for me, I call. Sorry, she says, slowing her stride and reaching out to clasp my hand. I know you're excited, but don't freak everyone out by racing in there like the place is on fire. She giggles. You're right. I'll just feel better when I'm holding him. She passes the key fob over the electronic pad, and we hear a beep and a click as the door unlocks. She greets Haley, who is sitting at the desk. Quincy, Haley says with hesitancy. You guys are back early. Is that, good or bad? After getting caught talking to the media about my relationship with Quincy, Haley is more subdued around us, or at least she is around me. But in true Quincy fashion, her attitude toward Haley isn't any different than it was before the article came out. Like it's over and done with. Still, I'm okay with Haley remembering to stay cautious. Well, in a random turn of events, Quincy says, smiling coyly at me. Random events is an understatement. We won. Haley clasps her hands over her mouth. Oh, I'm so happy for you, she exclaims and comes around the counter to give Quincy a hug. I was so worried. I prayed the whole time you were gone, but I knew it. I knew the judge wouldn't take that sweet baby from you. That's not exactly how it happened, but that's a story for another day. Quincy says, halting further conversation. Right now, I need to give my baby a hug. Can we head back there? Sure. Haley waves us through. I went back there about 15 minutes ago and he was munching on some finger foods, so he may be ready for a nap. Great. Thanks, Haley. Quincy practically skips down the short hallway and flings the door open to the infant room. Chance is sitting on the floor, surrounded by a bunch of toys. When the teacher greets us, Chance looks up from the book he's chewing on and gives his aunt a big grin. He's immediately on his hands and knees, crawling to her. She scoops him up in her arms and hugs him tightly. Her eyes are closed, and a few tears are leaking out. I could stare at the two of them like this all day. I take it everything went well today? His caregiver asks quietly, not wanting to interrupt their moment any more than I do. Better than we could have ever anticipated, I say, never taking my eyes off my girlfriend and the love of her life. The teacher pats my arm and walks away to fetch Chance's diaper bag. She hands it to Quincy, and they exchange a few words before the three of us leave and return to my car. I can't guarantee Eric won't try for custody again, she says as we walk down the sidewalk to the parking lot. I know. I could lose next time. I know that too. If I do, it's gonna hurt. A lot. She's not trying to be a downer. She's giving me one last chance to decide if I'm really up for the relationship and everything it entails. I pull her to a stop. I know all that, Quincy, but I told you I'm all in. The good, the bad, and the ugly. I'll take the chance. Chance reaches for me. I take him in my arms with a smile on my face. And I'll take Chance, too. He seals the deal with a big slobbery baby kiss to my chin.
Chapter 31. Quincy. 5 weeks later.
What is Tiffany the tramp doing here?
I shush Jenny and smack her with a towel. She's with Rowan Flanagan.
The rookie?
She asks, taking a sip of her wine.
Since when do the players bring groupies to team parties? I thought they only had special parties with those girls.
I roll my eyes and slice more cheese for the cracker platter. I'm thrilled so many players showed up for Chance's first birthday party, but they eat a lot. Daniel hasn't even started grilling yet. Be nice, I reprimand her. They're dating now. From what Daniel says, Rowan really likes her. Jenny chokes on her wine.
Does he know what she does for a hobby? He seems a little too, I don't know, virtuous for her.
The heart wants what it wants. I'm not judging. After greeting a few teammates and their significant others, Tiffany and Rowan make their way through the crowd and over to us. It's obvious Tiffany is uncomfortable. Her eyes keep darting around the room like she's waiting to be jumped. It makes me sad for her. She hasn't exactly been nice to me, but she stopped being so rude when she realized I was going to be around for a while. I think she also respects the fact that unless I have the baby with me, I prefer to sit in the stands than the box. You can see the game better, and there's nothing like the feel of the crowd. Thanks for letting me come, Tiffany says robotically as she shoves a bottle of wine in my direction.
That's what he said,
Jenny mumbles behind me. I ignore her and smile at Tiffany, hoping she didn't hear. Judging by the look on her face and the way Rowan squeezes her shoulder, I think we all heard her. I'm glad you could be here. I take the wine and look at the label. Petrolo Galatrona 2013, straight from Tuscany. Wow, this is a great year. You know wine? She asks, brows crinkling.
With the way you suck down those yard-long margaritas, I thought all you liked were cheap drinks. I let the dig slide. My dad used to be a real wine connoisseur. I grew up learning about the best years for different vineyards. Well, anyway, thanks for inviting us. Make yourself at home. Rowan gives us a small, shy wave, and they move out to the patio where most of the players are hanging out. They both seem to relax and smile more as soon as they're among friends. That was weird, Jenny says behind me. Quit it. She's trying. I guess. She puts her empty glass down. But I have more important things to do than worry about how many members of the Horror Corps show up in your apartment. Where's the birthday boy? I look over the counter and into the living room, where I last saw Chance. He's standing up next to Rosemary, who is sitting on the floor with him, waving a new plastic book in his hands. She's clapping her hands in obvious delight over his new trick, standing unassisted. He hasn't started walking yet, but I know it's coming soon. He's over there. I point in their direction with my knife and get back to the task at hand. Jenny bounces away, plopping herself down on the couch next to Eric. He looks at her and grins. I stop what I'm doing and watch them chat for a minute. No, I say under my breath. No way. No way what? I hear behind me. I didn't even hear Daniel come in. Look at Jenny. Daniel puts his hands on my hips and rests his chin on my shoulder. He's silent for a few beats as we watch Jenny and Eric talk and laugh and give each other small touches. Is she? He starts. Are they? Flirting? I think they are. I can't take my eyes off of them. At first it strikes me as odd. Their personalities are so different. There's no way they could be attracted to each other. And then it hits me. Their personalities are so different. Of course they're attracted to each other. Is that going to be a problem for you? Daniel asks, nuzzling my ear. I turn my head, encouraging him to do it more. I don't think so. I never would have put that together, but it might work. He spins me around in his arms, not paying attention to my hands. Oh! I throw my hands out. Careful, I'm holding a knife. Shit, I didn't even realize you were holding that, he says, as he takes it out of my hand and puts it on the counter behind me. There. Now you're unarmed. He puts his arms around my waist and pulls me flush to him. I wanted to talk to you. What about? I thread my fingers through his hair before wrapping my arms tightly around his neck and holding him close. I love you, Quincy, he whispers, and I freeze. What? I wanted to tell you that. I pull back to look him in the eyes. What brought this on? I've thought it for a long time, but me being me, I was too afraid to tell you. He rubs up and down my back. I know we were apart for a few weeks, but I feel like we've been together for a while now, and... You're not getting ready to propose, are you? His eyes widen. Oh, God, no. I am nowhere near ready for that. I relax. Good. Neither am I. Quincy, I'm not even ready to talk about moving in together. Sorry. I didn't mean to freak out. You started making a speech, and I wanted to make sure we were on the same page before you dropped down on one knee in front of everyone and got turned down. He smacks me on the ass. Do me a favor. If I ever do propose, and it happens to be in public, say yes no matter what. You can break it off with me as soon as we're alone, but it'll save me the public humiliation.
I chuckle. Deal. He runs his hand down one of my cheeks to cut my jaw.
I really do love you, though, Quincy. You juked me.
I smirk. You're gonna have to teach me all your soccer lingo if I'm gonna stick around a while. I have no idea what you just said.
He smiles. I saw you coming, but before I could even get my guard up, you ran right over me and left me dazed.
That doesn't sound very good, I joke.
Oh, but it is, he says, kissing the corner of my mouth. I love your heart. I love your smile. I love your sense of loyalty to your family, no matter how big or small it is. I love your ability to forgive.
You love my ass, I say.
I love your ass,
he agrees.
But mostly I just love you.
I run my hands down his chest and clear my throat. You know what?
What?
You juked me too. He flashes me a smile that could light up the room, and suddenly his lips are on mine.
Hey, get a room!
Daniel and I break apart as Giovanni rummages through the fridge. Are you looking for the beer? I ask as Daniel runs small kisses down my neck.
Yeah.
It's in the cooler by the grill. Giovanni closes the fridge door and turns toward the back door. On his way by, he yanks Daniel by the neck of his shirt and pulls him away from me. Daniel stumbles before righting himself and pulling Giovanni into a headlock.
What the fuck was that for?
I hear Daniel ask as they walk away.
This is a kid's party, man, Giovanni responds. I was trying to keep it from turning into something rated NC-17.
They continue to rib each other as they go out to the deck and greet more of our guests. I take stock of how many people are in my tiny apartment. A year ago, a Sunday afternoon would have consisted of me, myself, and I vegging on the couch. Maybe I'd be doing some studying, although those classes have been dropped long ago. I might very well be recuperating from a night out with Jenny and a few other coworkers. Now it's filled with a dozen soccer players and their spouses, practically all of Daniel's family, and Chance's new family. There are smiles and laughter and lots of love, and I love it. Hey, Jenny, I call, wiping my hands on a towel. Can you get the balloons?
Sure.
She hops up off the couch and bounds down the hall to my bedroom. I go to the living room and scoop Chance up off the floor. I'm gonna steal him for a few minutes. Okay, Rosemary?
Sure,
she says with a wink. She knows what I'm up to, and why Chance and I need to do this alone.
I'll make sure all the fixings are ready for when the burgers are done.
Thanks. Jenny's sister has stopped watching Chance on the weekends. Rosemary really wanted to get to know her grandson, and I agreed her spending the day with him every Saturday would be good for him as well. It has turned out to be a fantastic situation. She really is an amazing grandmother. As a side benefit, Eric has spent quite a few Saturdays with them as well. After only a few weeks, he admitted having a baby full-time is way more work than he originally anticipated. I think he'll make a good dad someday, but he's still too selfish right now. Shortly after our custody arrangement was made official, the three of us discussed the idea of me adopting Chance. While I had always felt guilty over the idea of Sarah's name being removed from his birth certificate, the idea of having as many rights to Chance as Eric does in the eyes of the law was way more pressing.
I'm sure Rosemary knew that was my intention, even though she never said anything. I also started getting more concerned about Chance growing up without an official mother. An adoption won't change the fact that he's my sister's son, but it's no one's business except his. An adoption will give him the option to tell the story or not. I expected at least some backlash from the Copes when I suggested it. Instead, the idea was embraced. As soon as the home study is processed and we go before a judge, the Copes and I will be stuck together for life. "Here you go, babe," Jenny says, handing me 2 red balloons filled with helium. Chance immediately claps his hands and reaches for the balloons. Red is still his favorite color, a preference Daniel jokes is because of him. He actually might not be far from the truth, considering the way that kid likes watching soccer on TV. "Is it all ready to go?" "Yep. I did it earlier." "I'll get the door for you." She opens the door and gives me a quick hug as Chance and I dawdle our way to the parking lot, stopping every time he gets distracted by something he finds interesting. We find a spot free of trees, and I put Chance on the ground, standing him up before I hand him the string to one balloon. He laughs and flaps his hands, making the balloon bounce. It doesn't take long before he lets go of the string and it flies up in the sky out of reach. "Bye-bye, balloon," I say as Chance waves at it. "Take baby Chance's letter to Mommy." "Mama," he says. He recently started calling me Mama, so I look down, thinking he's talking to me. But he's not. He's still staring at the balloon. "That's right, baby," I say, stroking his soft hair. "That balloon is taking your letter to Mama." I decided months ago, every year on his birthday, we'd send letters to Sarah in heaven by way of balloon. I know he has no memory of her, but I still want him to feel close to her. I want him to know how important he was to her. I want him to know how important she still is to me. This year, his letter is his handprint with his name underneath and the year. I know Sarah won't get the letter, but it makes me feel good, thinking that in some magical, mystical way, maybe she will. I grab onto the letter attached to my balloon and kiss it before I let it go, watching it grow smaller and smaller in the sky. My letter was a little bit longer. Dear Sarah, in spite of my stupid stubbornness, you brought a perfect, wonderful boy into this world. Then, in the surprise of all surprises, you gave him to me. How can I ever say how grateful I am to you for that gift? He is the joy of my life, and I can never thank you enough for allowing me to be his mom when you couldn't. If by some magical means you ever see this, know how proud I am of you. Every time I look into your little boy's eyes, I see the love you gave him shining through. You took a chance, and then you left the perfect results for me to enjoy. I miss you, little sis. Always. Love, Q.
This has been an Audible Studios production of Juked, Book 1 in the Texas Mutiny series. Written by M.E. Carter. Performed by Joe Arden and Simone Lewis. Executive producers, Nicole Opden-Bosch and Mike Charzik. Producer, Samantha Chan. Copyright 2015 by M.E. Carter. Copyright 2015 by M.E. Carter. Production copyright 2017 by Audible Inc. Audible Studios is a division of Audible Inc. If you enjoyed this audiobook, be sure to get more books in the Texas Mutiny series today.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.